Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
พยายามจะยกใส่แต่เป็นฟุกโยเลยครับที่ปิดตาแบบไม่ได้แล้วขึ้นนำเลยครับจาก LCT อยู่กลางเรียวว่าเบสเรียนจัดมาฟุกโยก็เป็นการที่ได้หลอดและนี่คือหลอดจากเบคอนแชมป์กับล้านหลอดให้กับเบคอนแชมป์เข้ามาสวนที่1ทีแล้วเป็นดับเบิลคิวเลยครับ0007เองครับยิงแบบไม่หยุดยั้งแองเจน่าเก็บน้อยได้แล้วแฟนอาเก็บไอซี่เกมนี้ชัยชนะเป็นของฟูเต็ดอีสปอร์ต
มาวันนี้ตำแหน่งอะไรครับวันนี้
ไม่เป็นตำแหน่งครับเป็นตำนาน
ยกมาจากรัฐบาลขอแจมต้องใช้ฟลิกออกมาทำร้ายไปในก้าวของพอเย็นครับ
เป็นดับเบิลคิวครับของพอเย็นครับ
เป็นชัยชนะของแกโอเจ
เ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะยินดีต้อนรับนะคะเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในสัปดาห์ที่ 3 แล้วนะคะของรายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะสำหรับใครนะคะที่เพิ่งเข้ามาก็อาจจะงงนะคะไม่คุ้นหน้าคุ้นตากันแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรค่ะเดี๋ยววันนี้นะคะเราจะมาทำความรู้จักกันนะคะวันนี้ค่ะอยู่กับมิ้นนะคะมินนี่มิ้นค่ะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรในวันนี้ค่ะก่อนอื่นเลยนะคะต้องบอกเลยว่าสำหรับการแข่งขัน2สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมานะคะทั้ง10ทีมของเราเนี่ยบอกได้เลยว่าสู้กันอย่างดุเดือดแล้วก็เข้มข้นมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยแล้วตอนนี้นะคะแต่ละทีมเนี่ยเริ่มจูนกันติดแล้วเล่นเข้าขากันมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยเนาะนั่นแปลว่าสัปดาห์นี้นะคะทุกทีมค่ะฟอร์มโหดกว่าเดิมแน่นอนและสำหรับคนไหนนะคะที่แบบว่าอันนี้ไอดอลฉันอยากจะมาดูหน้างานสามารถมาแบบชิดติดขอบสนามได้เลยนะคะมาที่ Lidl Connect ค่ะชั้น2ฮ3ได้เลยนะคะสามารถ walk in เข้ามาได้เลยนะจ๊ะเดี๋ยวก่อนอื่นนะคะก่อนที่เราจะไปพบคู่แรกของเราในวันนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตค่ะเช็คความพร้อมของแฟนๆหน้างานก่อนเนาะแบบเฮ้ยพร้อมเชียร์หรือยังพร้อมให้กำลังใจทีมของเราหรือยังนะคะไหนขอเสียงแฟนๆ MLBB หน่อยได้ไหมคะวู้โอ้โหยังดังไม่พอเลยนักแข่งแบบไม่มีแรงกดเกมเลยขออีกรอบหนึ่งได้ไหมขอแบบดังๆเลย1 2 3วู้โอ้โหสุดยอดเลยนะคะตอนนี้ค่ะถ้าแฟนๆพร้อมแล้วนะคะเตรียมพบกับคู่แรกของเราได้เลยค่ะไฟส้มฟูเซนนะคะบอกเลยว่าทีมนี้นะคะกำลังเร่งฟอร์มเทพขึ้นมาเลยทีมนี้นะคะตัวจี๊ดอย่างปอซ่านะคะสัปดาห์ที่แล้วเขาพูดไว้นะคะว่าเขาจะไม่ได้มาเป็นตำแหน่งเนาะเขาเนี่ยจะมาเป็นตำนานโอ้โหเป็นไงจี๊ดสุดๆเลยวันนี้นะคะเขาก็จะมาเจอกับมังกรน้ำเงินนะคะไฮด้าอีสปอร์ตค่ะแล้วสำหรับไฮด้านะคะถ้าอยากจะเข้ามาเล่นในแมตช์เพย์ออฟเนี่ยเกมในวันนี้นะคะพวกเขาจะต้องเก็บชัยชนะไปให้ได้นะคะซึ่งมิ้นบอกเลยว่าไม่ง่ายเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันค่ะว่าสำหรับคู่แรกในวันนี้นะคะ2ทีมนี้ใครจะเก็บชัยชนะไปได้ก่อนกันนะคะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะขออนุญาตค่ะส่งต่อให้แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3ของเราเลยค่ะ
Sawadee Krab, coming at you live from the Lido Connect Hall through Manila and Jakarta. At your service, my name is Leo, alongside Donnie, and we'll be bringing you the English broadcast of today's matches here in MSL Thailand. Gani, how are you?
Man, I feel good. I feel ready. And Leo, and yes, guys, welcome. It's week 3, so we're about and let's just jump into today's matches. We got 4 matches, Leo, and it's gonna be bangers.
4 matches coming your way. The only real disappointment for me is the fact that we don't get to see King of Gamers Club. I want to see KOG. Wouldn't it have been nice to cast what the critics are calling the #1 team out of Thailand? That's the only disappointment I have for today's schedule.
One of the top teams for sure, but you can't count ACT out, man. For me personally, that's my team to watch and my favorite team, and we're gonna see them in action today, Leo, against VLTH on our second series. But man, we're gonna open things up with some full sense action.
Yep, full sense facing off against Hydra. Both teams to some extent are kind of struggling despite full sense's all-star lineup, but Hydra, as big a name as they are in esports, it's just tough right now. They're winless. I don't know if today's the day. I don't know if today's the day that they're going to get a dub, because Full Sense is such a capable team. They beat Buriram, dog. They beat Buriram, and they're first in the lineup today, followed by VLTH facing off against ACT. Them's your boys. And then towards the later half of the day, we got Bacon Time facing off against Solix, and then Buriram versus Irina closing up the day.
Again, we mentioned this, and ladies and gentlemen, in case you don't remember, that it's going to be a full best of three series. So yeah, it's a fixed schedule. Check the timers out and stay tuned if you want to watch me and Leo just lead this day. Full Sense and
Yep.
Hydra, you mentioned it. Hydra not their form isn't looking too hot. And you also mentioned how capable Full Sense is. So I'm expecting Full Sense to somehow cruise through it. But folks, Hydra out. Maybe they can surprise us,
Yeah, looking at the standings, again, the aforementioned king of MSL Thailand, King of Gamers Club, currently undefeated. Followed by Bacon Time, who again is a powerhouse in the league, given that they have Filipino imports, international champions at that. Followed by Valley Thai, who is a qualifiers team. They're kind of in the middle here. They are followed by ACT Esports Club. And then a good chunk of the league is lost in the middle. Buriram United, I think, is on their way up. It's just a matter of time. And then the rest of the league down bottom should just spend the next few weeks just crawling up. There's literally 2 weeks left after this week.
Yeah, it's getting quite close here, Leo. It's getting quite close because we're basically past the halfway point. Teams that are looking to get wins, they need to start getting wins from now. And the teams that have been getting wins, they need to maintain that sort of form. If they want to stay at the top of the standings.
And it's hard to stay on top because it's a new league, right? This is a unpredictable season. Sure, Thailand is the home of the very first MSC champions, but that's a old reputation, dog. That was almost a decade ago. That was in your backyard when the Thai team, IDNS, came in and said, yep, you know what? We're going to be the first international champions. This is a different story we're telling now.
And somehow it's beautiful as well, seeing the resurrection, I guess, of this region. And let's hope for the best. Maybe soon enough this region can bring their old glories back, like internationally. And let's see, maybe it's one of the teams that we are going to cast today.
Yep. Who knows? But because again, it's clear that the top dogs of the league are KOG. How cool would it be if it was an underdog story? What if it was one of these teams? What if it was Solix? What if it was one of the qualifier teams? Valley Thai, ACT, what if it was one of them? Because, okay, I don't know if anyone saw this coming, but was IDNS even on anyone's radar when they won in 2017? Do you remember where you were on that lovely afternoon in, what was it, September of 2017 in Taman Anggrek? You know where you were then, 10 years ago?
I was still 4 years old, Leo. I gotta remember.
4 years old.
I was 4 years old, 2018. But no, all jokes aside, I think that day was just historical for the Thai region. And IDNS, maybe it's one of the players that we are about to see right now. One of the teams, at least. And man, I casted a Full Sense game, and it seems like I will cast another Full Sense game. It's still the same 5.
They have a way of getting to you. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage, Full Sense, Angelina Flash SR, Dominic, Nezia, and of course, their roamer. Forgive me for struggling to pronounce his name. Por Zanaruk. There you are. There's one import here. Technically 2. Dominic and Nezia. Nezia not very familiar because compared to Dominic, who was ex-Blacklist and a SEA Games gold medalist, he's doing pretty well carrying from the gold lane.
He's doing pretty well. And it does feel like this team, with the points that they gathered, they can get more. You can see the confidence, especially in Angelina, right? He likes, I mean, Angelina likes to play the Caditas. That cheesy pick can definitely come through today again. And I want to see how, Hydra handle that sort of approach from Angelina.
Yep, Angelina, veteran of the sport. They've been around since what? Pre-pandemic, I'd say. Capable of playing solid mid laners like the Eve, even crazy picks like the Lunox. But they're facing off against Hydra, who in their last entry, what was this? Last week, they faced off against Bacon Time, got swept by them. Ladies and gentlemen, on screen right now, you are looking at Alcon, Clover K, Yuri, Watson, and BLC. Their mid laner, Yuri, is a Laotian, so there is a nearby Mekong import.
Which makes this team much more interesting, right? But then, again, results-wise, I think they can definitely do better here, and maybe up against Full Sense, they can bring something out here. Oh, you can see just the camaraderie and also the friendliness yet competitive face that they are bringing to the table here.
That's right. They only meet once, Gani. They only meet once. This is a single round robin format. Again, a reintroduction. Outcon, Clover K, Yuri, Watson, BLC, led by their coach Aomzin. This is Hydra Esports.
Yeah, if we're talking about like the mid lane there, we talked about the mid laner, Angelina. So I want to see the head-to-head, right? Will we see also a cheese pick coming from the side of Hydra Esports, or perhaps you might see, the conventional picks from that mid laner? Because again, it's just so interesting to see the picks, the approaches from the Thai teams. Quite different here if you compare it to ID, and I believe also back in PH.
I'd say it's about 80% there. It's 85% similar, because if you're looking at Full Sense, right? Led by their versatile roamer, Porzanarok, has a hero pool of 6 heroes. Again, we're just about 2 weeks in. This is the 3rd week of competition. Last week, he played the likes of a Hylos and a Kaja. That's not so weird. We've seen plenty Kaja and Hylos. So, if ever, the weirdness comes in just one pick, Full Sense still plays that Joy. Full Sense still plays that Lunox. I don't know why, for some reason, Angelina ended up with a Lunox. Well, to be fair, their last opponents, Buriram United, banned their specialty Kadita. On the other hand, Hydra, I'd say, should stick more to the meta, because across their last match against Bacon Time, the only weird pick, Gani, is just the Tigreal. When was the last time you saw Tigreal?
So long ago, if we're talking about the Tig, not really having a fit in today's patch. But yeah, that's quite interesting to see, the Thai teams, they're technically like confident, they're bold enough to pull out these picks, and it shows that it's one of their signature heroes. They're confident, they're comfort heroes. So yeah, I think for Hydra, especially looking at their standings position, they gotta stick to the conventional ones. They gotta stick to the what's meta in today's world.
I don't know if that was BLC's call saying, "Coach, give me that Tig," or if it was something out of the moment, because again, Tigreal ain't there just yet. It's such a weird pick. So let's see. Maybe this week, maybe the week break, Gani, was enough for a reset for Hydra, because time's a ticking. They don't have enough time to try and qualify for the playoffs anymore. There's just even the critics. I asked my friends, Facepalm, one of the better known English casters in Thailand, Bird 5-star. He's calling the match right now. They put Hydra down bottom, bro. Hydra is literally, like, I'm not even kidding, man. Hydra is just the bottom of the standings.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think they gotta do something right now. They gotta turn the tides here if they do not want to just stay in the bottom side of the tables. And I mean, technically, this team, if you want to talk about organization, it's quite new, and maybe that's why the transition, it's getting to them. But let's see here, going up against like Full Sense, will they be able to at least surprise us, because
Yeah,
I believe our predictions are not different here, on at least on the first series.
for sure. I think you and I agree that Full Sense might use this match at the expense of Hydra to stabilize. If you and I get this right, they are going to be at 2-3, and as soon as you get to 3-3 at the halfway mark of the regular season, I think you're fine. Like being in the middle of the pack ain't so bad as long as you make it through to the next stage.
I think it's fair to say, I think the teams that are like sitting at the top, like getting the 3-0s, the KOGs, I think they're quite comfortable already. So the middle packs, that's what I think they need, that point. Every point matters, every win matters, and every loss is going to be hard. So yeah, I want to see Full Sense not giving an easy time, but I also want to see Hydra Esports, break low-key the predictions.
The status quo, you mean?
I think, the status quo. Yeah. I think Hydra Esports, they're somewhat capable. I saw glimpses of them showing, hey, that's not too bad of MLBB. You know what I'm saying?
To be fair, their last opponents were Bacon Time, and Bacon Time are, in my opinion, in a league of their own. Like the MLBB they play isn't Season 1 MLBB, So looking at the other matches that we've seen Hydra play, before Bacon Time, they have fought against Buriram. And here's the thing, even that felt like fast MLBB because Bacon Time knocked them out in record time, bro. Under 15 minutes both games.
Wow.
It's a 10-minute match, that second one. And then against Buriram, they went another 10 minutes, another 14 minutes. Even against Valley Thai, bro. Valley Thai is a qualifier match. Qualifier team. They went 14 minutes.
That's a good average timing right there.
I can't. It's good for their opponents, right? So I can't mince my words. Hydra need to shape up.
They definitely do. And we will be having Dangerous Grass here for our opening series, opening game. And let's see what will the coaches cook up for the two teams, man.
It's Coach Dran leading Full Sense. He is a big name when it comes to Mekong MLBB. So I am proud to say it's not the first time I'm seeing him in action. They take out the Marcel and the Baksha, while Hydra take out the Zushin. Still at large, the Suyos, the Harleys of the world. What else do we expect Hydra to take out? They don't like their Kimmies. They don't like Eves. I'd say take out the Eve. You're playing against Angelina. Take out the Eve.
That approach is sensible, right? But Hydra, they took out the Valentina, or they're signifying maybe they want the Sora on red side, right? So let's see though the approach. It's going to be Full Sense banning out the Phobius. They understand, that Outcon definitely can play make, and I think taking out the Phobius definitely allows your team to contest for Turtle 1.
But what if, Gani? But what if? Full Sense goes for the first pick Sora. They know that Outcon can play the Sora. That's a playmaking XP laner.
I think they definitely can go for that approach, right?
I think
Full
that's
Sense
worth it.
definitely can.
Coach Dran is like that. Coach Dran is sneaky like that.
Oh, I did not expect that pick.
Yeah, no, this is from
buffed.
Okay, it's not from out of left field. Full Sense played this last week against Buriram in that opening match, in that recent match. So I'm okay with this. I just don't know why it's so important so suddenly.
Okay. I think they're also somehow denying like the options for Watson, and I believe Hydra likes to pick their gold laners in the first phase. Maybe that's why Full Sense is, you know what, Coach Dran, let's just take the Herald away, says Coach Dran. Well, Hydra, okay. Kaja and Suyo. Kaja is getting the popularity it deserves, I think, in today's patch, yeah?
Yeah. Again, it's a unique mechanic, the suppression, the ultimate form of crowd control. And that's one of the few times you can actually stop real-world manipulation, but Angelina don't care. Angelina still picks the Eve. And of course, the Harlot. Okay, Gani, there's something such as too much magic damage. Is this too much magic damage?
You know, what I think it is a lot, right? They have the burst, they have the DPS. So I think Hydra, they need to be aware of this, and I'm sure they are aware of this. So, you know, the Radiance definitely will be prioritized. And
All
yeah,
Hydra has to do is, build the Radiant Armor, build an Athena Shield, Bob's your uncle.
exactly. But they gotta understand that the Suyo kit, you know, it's very vulnerable going up against magic heroes, right? So,
But
yeah, I think Suyo's positioning and timing, it needs to be precise.
we've learned something. I don't know if it's the same for MPL ID. I think it's just about to shape up in MSL Thailand. But in the Philippines, in MPL, Suyos don't care anymore, man. Suyos will run themselves into a Valentina and Harley and still live. They just say, nah, I'd win.
So it's just, again, just mechanics, right? Pure mechanics and timing.
Just play
you know,
better.
The
Skill diff
That's
if you
just
die to
play
magic.
Yeah. Just play better, man. It's not that hard. And, well, at least they lock in their gold laner, sticking to the trend in the first phase. That's going to be the carry pickup. Maybe denying the potential, you know, tanky heroes that definitely Full Sense is trying to go for the second phase later on.
Yeah, because weirdly enough, both teams are going into the second phase with no peel. Again, Kaja is likely to be the roamer, like 99%, but he's not a frontliner. These two teams don't hold a box very well. Sure, the RWM is a box, literally, but it's not a, it's not a formation box. So they need the likes of a Hylos, they need the likes of Agatot Kacha. Again, Hydra can whip out no, they can't whip out the Tigreal anymore. They need something in the XP lane. What else? What can Outcon whip out?
I mean, the Sora is still on the table, right? It's not banned. It survived the second phase of banning. So, you know, the Sora, not definitely peel, but if they want to put their eggs in one basket, you know, just pure fight, Sora is
just fighting.
Yeah.
Their shield is a sword.
Their shield is definitely a sword if they lock that Sora in. And technically, it somehow kills the option for the XP laner for Full Sense as well, who has yet to lock in their, their hero. I mean, Glue is still on the table for Full Sense later on, though. They got to keep in mind that the Glue is an option, but also another magic hero. But, okay. Whoa.
Okay. It looks like Hydra's just straight up here to ruin Angelina's day.
Yeah, I think what they're saying is, right, they want that push control. With the Kaja, with the Kadita now added to their composition, their bush control is definitely threatening Full Sense's composition.
It makes sense. I love it. I love how they're taking advantage of dangerous grass. This is Aeomzin showing us just mastery of map control. But wait, Full Sense closing up their draft with, again, that frontliner in the Gatot Kacha, and I guess a sword of their own in the Yuzhong.
Which is going to be very, very hard for Suyo if that Yuzhong reaches 4, and it will be likely to get 4 for that first turtle, right? So, yeah, that Black Dragon form is going to be very, very valuable for the side of Full Sense. Clover K, I wonder what his pathing will be like later on. Let's get into Alice for that sort of peel. Is it enough?
I think the Alice is gonna need time. Of all of these heroes, you might be looking at it and saying, oh, it's the carry that needs time. No, it's the Alice that needs time, because in the first 5-6 minutes, I expect Full Sense to go ham on the EXP lane. Outcon has to outplay 3-man ganks to survive, and then we can talk, and then we can consider how Hydra can, upset the predictions.
Yeah, I mean, like for that early game, I think it's Full Sense just again being that taking that aggressive approach. So if they do execute it properly, Hydra, they need to solve serious in-game decisions later on, because if not, it will definitely snowball to a one-sided game. Let's see though the execution from both teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. It's week 3 of MSL Thailand, and it's Full Sense facing off against Hydra Esports. No one crossing the river just yet, so at least these teams are respecting either's early game damage output.
Yeah, you can see the leash earlier from Harith. Great calculations, and I mean for the path thing here, it seems like both teams are taking it slow. Maybe they want to battle the Lethal Wanderer here early on. That's Clover Cave.
Oh!
Taunted, finding the Lethal Wanderer, and Poison Naru takes first blood.
All right. It's one thing for a Suyo to say, yeah, no, I'm just going to outplay them. But with that much early crowd control, you're just asking for it. Clover K gets punished hard. So at least that half of the map is a no-go. See, even our MSL Thailand friends say so, Gani. Our friends in MSL Thailand say this is a Full Sense match.
2-0, same results as well. And you can see, right, after that first blood, you can see the mini-map even, right? The Gacha is just screening Clover K, just applying pressure, not allowing Clover K to be alone, have a good time, just farming.
No, even the audience. So I guess we read the situation right, even from thousands of miles away. 2-0 across the board. The first 2 minutes of the game will tell us. Full Sense, with very little effort, are up by 1,000 gold.
And that's a mountain, considering that it's not even the first 2 minutes you mentioned it. That's already a mountain. And yeah, you can see Clover K knowing that, you know what, I got taken down.
Uh-oh.
Let's just leave and gank bottom side.
That's 4.
That's going to be flicker from VLC. Doesn't land. It's going to be Sound Force pop. Walston is able to reposition, but no kills on the board for Hydra there, despite them ganking with 4.
Gani, they spent the flicker. BLC had to come in and close the gap. And then there was just a 2-man response from Full Sense, and they sent the 4 back. What does that tell you?
Yeah, it's just, again, them punching air right now. Punching air. Still no compensation. Oh, Alice jumped in, though, early. That's going to be the revitalized pause, but that's about it. Full Sense, fully aware that Hydra, not enough damage just yet, bro.
So that's a nice try from Upcon, at least showing some agency in the laning phase, because I guess he cleared it first and then he went over, but that allows for Dominic to continue bullying him. Look, Dominic is a full level up!
Yeah, even spent this Petrifier. Take a look at the passive right here, forcing out Kron to recall early. Dominic's still on the hunt though. Will he do the jump? No. Wow, if he did the Furious dive right there, that would have been it for Outcon.
So, again, gold lane, Full Sense win. Mid lane jungle, Full Sense win. I guess you can call the XP lane a win as well. So where does Hydra find their gold? Where do they find farm?
Right now, they're definitely suffocated, and you can see the discrepancy.
Oh!
Top lane, it's a 2v1, and with Flash SR there, finding the ult, that's going to be Outcon down.
So if I could present a possibility, maybe, just maybe, they focus on pickoffs. Anytime BLC has a flicker and a divine judgment, commit it onto someone. Like, it doesn't even matter who. Just try and kill members of Full Sense and then go from there. All the while without giving anything for free. Like, is that too much to ask?
It's tough, man. Black Dragon pouring those zone members away. Free turtle, and it seems like they want to close the gap. They want to fight. Yuri caught there. That's gonna be the suppression coming through. Dominic taken down. Now Shaman Force pops. Asia deals a lot of damage, forcing Hydra to fall back. But Hydra, outcome stuck there in an awkward positioning. So they get the turtle, and they add 2 kills on the board.
All right, so signs of life from Hydra. They punish Full Sense from taking too much damage, but I think they may have miscalculated the amount of damage that they have. It's clear that Watson wanted to lay down the smackdown, but he just doesn't have it just yet. It's 5 minutes in. It's not like he had the time of his life farming down bottom. So if we see that sequence again, in about 5 minutes from now, he picks up the corrosion scythe, maybe they can get there. So again, I stand with my theory. Free pickoffs, give nothing over to Full Sense, or just, let them farm if they need to, and then maybe Watson can farm up and get there.
Let's hope for Hydra. We also mentioned that the bush control with the sort of composition from Hydra is it's good, it's great, but we haven't really seen that portrayed in this game. And that's the structure. Bottom side taken. Again, just Hydra getting outplayed. That's getting the pure petrified pops. Suppression as well. Revitalize the counter with 2-man taunt. Full Sense. What a recovery there from the Godlike Kacha. Now, Alice popped the ult. Finds 3-man, no follow-up damage. And now Clown taken down again. Watson in the mid lane, dominate. Showing style. That's practically a solo kill from the Yuzong. My oh my, nothing is stopping Full Sense.
Yeah, the whole bush control situation would have worked if Full Sense didn't last pick that Gatot Kacha, and if, I guess, they blocked out Angelina's Eve, because it's free checks, Full Sense can literally just flush out these bushes, and it's Hydra who has to say, we're sorry, we don't mean to hang out here, we don't mean to gank y'all. So that's the story here. They're up 6,000 gold now, so they're almost at 1,000 gold up per minute. Full Sense might just walk away with this to the First Lord.
I think that is definitely the target here for Full Sense. And yeah, right now I don't see Hydra having enough firepower to, be a threat to Full Sense composition. And I believe, right, like Dominic, like the Gatot Kacha, the Porzanara, they have like the items already, to be tanky enough to take and withstand the damage from Clover Cave, from Watson, and even Yuri. So right now they're taking a chill pill. They know that 70 seconds is a long time. Let's just manage the waves and let Hydra suffocate themselves out,
And how do they do that? Just take out everything that Hydra could count as free farm. Full Sense are doing so well to freeze where it's necessary, like the bottom lane, and then they just go hard on these other lanes that still have their tier 2s. So top lane, mid lane, they save a chubby wave for that. And then look at these green camps, these small little creeps in the jungle. Flash SR will take that away. Clover K, I feel bad for him. He's number 7 out of 10 when it comes to gold. Yeah. That's not where you want to be as a Suyo.
It's tough, even from like the get-go, right? From minute 1, already taken down early, after taking that purple buff, and now, 7 minutes later, he's 3 levels down if you compare it to Flash SR. And you can see also the itemization the difference is crazy.
This is the old-fashioned Harley build. We've seen a slew of different kinds of Harley in the past month, but this is the basic Harley. Magic Shoes, Genius Wand, Lightning Trunch. He could go anywhere from Holy Crystal next to a Divine Glaive. But yeah, no, I don't know if Hydra should be doing this. This is a bad idea. Don't contest.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't think they have enough damage, right? They're somehow relying on maybe some mispositionings from Full Sense, but Full Sense, they won't underestimate, you know, their strengths. You know, they won't underestimate their position right now.
Here we go. Full Sense looking to pop that shield, and they get it.
Easy dub, knowing that the Lord will march top, and without that passive, without that holy shield, definitely it will deal damage towards that turret. It seems like they're going for it, right? They're going to go all in, knowing that the next Lord. Oh, VLC finds a suppression. Goes an hour with the revitalize. Oh, great jump by Dominic. That's going to be VLC taking down Ninja. Is just wreaking havoc on that Herod, killing 4 members, and with the Lord marching still, they look to close it out. Clover K being the left man standing, taken down, and ladies and gentlemen, it's 1-0. What an execution for Full Sense.
10 minutes and change is all it took for Full Sense to run through Hydra. And it's not. Oh, yep. Oh, look at that. Look at that. What? I can't even say it was a draft problem. It was literally just through sheer execution. Full Sense played clean.
It's crazy. It's crazy to see. You know, after the first blood incident, you know, they're not stopping. You know, and I feel like 6 minutes in, take a look at the gold difference already, right? So comfortable already, and this was the, you know, nail in the coffin. VLC tried something, finds a Gatot Kacha, which is unfortunate for Hydra, man.
I don't think it's unfortunate. I don't think it's unlucky. It's just Full Sense, I think, after the first couple of weeks of MSL Thailand, have figured out what works for them. And despite this draft having too much magic, you know, it's literally Eve, Harith, Harley, I think they know how to make it work, because again, the weakness of all magic is as soon as the opponent builds Radiant and as soon as they build Athena's, you kind of cry back to your mama. But they didn't allow them to do that. They ended the game at 10-15, 10-20. They got time for a snack.
They definitely got time for a snack, Leo. And again, it's just textbook MLBB, right? You know, punish mispositionings, and after that, you don't overextend. There were no overextensions from the side of Full Sense. There were no overcommitments. Sure, I guess Hydra got a couple of kills, but not major ones. And we gotta give props to the MVP, that being Neja. 306, man. That's for a 10-minute game on a Herod. That's a lot.
Yep, the Filipino import out of the gold lane. He did very well in the early game, despite 2 or 3 minutes worth of pressure. He was the one who was pressuring Hydra whenever they would rotate to him. So very well played. He's the MVP. Could have sworn maybe I would give the nod over to Flash SR2, but I guess that's how clean Full Sense played. That's how well this game went for them.
Definitely, there were multiple shouts for that MVP, but yeah, I mean, again, just Neja on that last play, final attack. He was the main damage dealer, and yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. I think just so clinical as well from the side of Full Sense shown here. And yeah, after this kill, unfortunately for Hydra, they could not recover, man.
I mean, it helped that there were 2 turtles that were over to Nezja's side of the map, and he came in online so soon. I guess that's just his killer instinct. Look, fight's breaking out. He's gonna take his time. Another Zaman Force after taking that gold crab, and then the pressure continues. This is ridiculous. Gani, I don't think this guy ever went home. I don't think he ever recalled home to his own accord. Like, if he wanted to just stay and fight, he could have.
I think you're right. And on this final play, I missed that 3-man petrify as well from Dominic rather. just opening things up for Full Sends. And yeah, I mean, with this amount of gold in hand for Full Sends, that's just a sure win, you know. And 12-2 is the final kill board.
Oh my
Almost
god.
a perfect 10-10, but they added another. They were a second too late there to end the game.
Yep. And what was this? 12,000 between Full Sense and Hydra. There barely was any items for Hydra. Look, at least they got the picture, right? They got the idea. Radiant armor on Alcon, on the way to the Swift Trinity for Watson. BLC, I don't know, man. Am I not in the loop for Kajas because he built Oracle first?
Yeah,
You're the
you know
roamer
what?
main.
That's the thing. Oracle, sure, it grants you some survivability, but after getting, you know, knowing that Clover K got taken down early, you know, gotta build like very just safe. Yeah, I think that should have been the approach from BLC, but I guess BLC said, you know what, maybe Oracle can definitely turn the tides, but factually, that's not the case. Shout out to Flash
Yeah.
SR, Angelina, and and for Zanarok, you know, what a game from their side. Definitely hats off to them.
It's clean. Again, if Nezha was the MVP because of how aggressive he was and, you know, his killer instinct, Angelina was putting up cover fire. Again, the range on that Alice, or rather the range on that Eve, made the Alice's job difficult. That's why Alcon had to take so much. That's why BLC kind of, I don't know, panic built that Oracle. Because again, I think, you know, more than half the crowd watching will agree, even BLC should have first built Radiant Armor. It should have
Yeah.
been first built Radiant Armor.
Should have built that Radiant Armor, definitely. And we gotta shout out the top 15 streamer there, Doizer.
Yo.
What's up? Dr. Mars followed up, and also Muan, but man, check them out.
Yo, Dr. Marks is literally casting this game right now, and he's one of the top 15 restreamers. And Bird 5-star, look at that. Yo, Thai casters are something else.
Ooh, okay, being in the top 2 while casting, now that's a flex. You know, I gotta check. Oh, we got 2 Dr. Marks. YouTube
Yeah,
second
because
and TikTok.
He's doing
10.
it. He's doing it over on the red app and the, I don't know, the black and purple app. Is that what TikTok is?
Just the black and white, I guess.
Yeah,
But
he's
the red app,
he's double dipping.
double dipping is kind of wild, Mr. Leo.
And we even
Right.
have like some of the players. Look, some of the athletes playing in MSL Thailand are restreaming when they're not in competition.
That's dedication right there. That's dedication and love of the game, man.
They really love
Wow.
MLBB, Yanni.
They really do. They really do. And now it gets interesting, right? Because the imports, they're actually doing very, very well in Thailand, man.
Again, it's experience that you cannot get anywhere else. It's expediting the whole process of we're gonna lose first before we get success. They literally said, yeah, you guys from the big regions, come on
Yeah.
over. When do you think we're gonna see Indo imports for MSL Thailand? I think that's bound to happen.
I think so too. Maybe if not this season, then surely the next, right? Especially it's now it's growing. It's more established. I think now players are looking out for, you know, this sort of environment and ecosystem, right? So finger crossed, you know, more Indo imports definitely can go abroad and take on opportunities, and maybe then they'll develop their own gameplay and also their team. But let's see, who knows? Always the
Yeah.
cage first.
Because the way it's going, right? If a region has a lot of Filipino imports, the game will evolve in that region to follow Filipino blueprints, right? So that means in a year or
Yeah.
two's time, Thailand will be macro-centric. Thailand will be all about trading. Thailand will be playing
Yeah.
like 15-minute games with 2 kills total. Thailand will have split pushing gold laners that don't really fight at all. So I don't know if that's completely healthy. I don't know if that's gonna be good for versatility or dynamics, because I enjoy watching fights. Is that just me? Is that wrong to ask?
No, I think I get it. Especially I'm an Indonesian, Leo. I'm an Indonesian.
That
The
you are.
MPLID
That you are.
scene is known for the fights. Yes, we do like the fights, but sometimes, past experiences, especially internationally, fights won't win you tournaments, man. Won't win you internationals. Doesn't guarantee you internationals. So, yeah, especially not the players, right? I want to go back to the imports. The coaches are definitely, influenced. It can definitely influence the game. And again, PH imports, and there are a couple, I believe, of PH coaches in the league right now as we speak.
Yep. There's just Filipinos everywhere. Coach Tran is Filipino. There's a Burmese coach in Coach Kazin from Solix. Coach Dart of E-Arena is Filipino. Coach Justin of KOG is Filipino. He's been there for a while now. There's at least there's some Burmese. There's some Myanmar representation. I like that because at least they are a fighting squad. Excuse me. Are we
I
getting
think there's a
in?
sub.
Is this Hazel? Is Hazel coming in?
I think so. And yeah, with the waves of like saying hello, I think they're taking this approach here from Full Sends, which
Sawadika. My Thai grammar isn't on point. If I'm a man and I say hello, I say hello to a woman, is it still Sawadikab? Or do I say Sawadika because it's her? You know what? I miss
hey,
Bangkok.
you've been to
Bangkok
Thailand.
Bangkok was fun.
You went to Thailand not so long ago, so you
in
definitely
December.
have more. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Okay. So I think I remember now. When you when you want us to look cute or have a softer approach, you say sawadika because it's a softer sound. Even as a man, I think I remember now. Yes.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, I blame Bird 5-star.
So what's the approach when you say what was the agenda? What's the agenda if you say Sawadee Krab?
That's just the formal, polite male version of that.
Still formal though, not informal, yeah?
It can be just as informal. It's just the male form of sawadika, sawadee krab.
Oh, interesting.
Thai culture,
There you go.
Thai language, everything about Thai. I was there for a week. Was not enough time.
And you were there for mostly work as well, right? So
Yes,
Yeah, I
spent some
think
time
definitely.
seeing the sights and sounds, but I was mostly just in the city. So with the way things are in MLBB esports, Gani, it's not impossible that we spend some time in Thailand, in Bangkok as well in the next year or so.
hey, I'm all for it. Whether it being for pleasure or work. I love seeing the sights abroad. And yeah, I want to see, the sub. What impact will the sub bring to the table?
Yeah. Yeah. Before we leave the whole tangent, I got confirmation from Facepalm. Thank you, sir. It's always Krab. If you can keep it to Sawadee Krab, you say Sawadee Krab. Thank you, sir. Now, according to the records, up until today, week 3, day 1, Hazel has not seen play. So this is, I'd say what? A nod to the sub? To the player at slot number 6 saying, hey, you know what? We took over game 1 pretty dominantly. Coach Dran says, let the Hazel in.
Let the Hazel in, and let's see what sort of impact will the Hazel, bring. It's not going to be dangerous grass for our second game. So will the approach be significantly different? But seems like they will not change sides here.
Okay. If it's any indication, when Hydra Esports played on Flying Clouds against Bacon Time, they played a little longer. So maybe they know this map slightly better. 15 minutes is all it took for Bacon Time. So maybe the extra 5 minutes might be enough. So maybe that's the comeback factor Hydra needs.
Yeah, I mean, if they drafted themselves a carry, you know, definite carry again, maybe that's gonna be the case. Like time-wise, oh man, Full Sense knows what's up. You know, I think without the carry now and the Harith off the board, Hydra, they're that might be a mistake. They might choke themselves out.
Okay, Hydra still has access to the Moskov. In their last outing on Flying Clouds against Bacon Time, they played that, so there's no reason to panic. I think they can save Moskov pick for Red 3 and secure something that Full Sense doesn't have just yet. So maybe a jungler, maybe a mid laner, a roamer even.
That might be the case. Maybe a roamer, right? The Harley will be denied this time. Okay, so Hydra is saying, you know what? You took our hero on our first game. We will take 2 of your heroes.
Okay,
From
this is fair.
Game.
I like these 2 heroes on Flying Clouds because they're fighting heroes, and the Gatot Kacha, despite being a tank, run into a carry. It's okay. It can close the gap. It can ruin the carry's positioning. But Full Sense answers back with a really clean combo. I'd say this is a pretty clean combo. It's Fury the Phoenix from the Zetian into a clean Divine Judgment because you know exactly what you're walking into.
No, it's definitely going to be tougher. Now, though, the combination of Kaja and carry that we potentially, you know, might see, or we hope for Hydra in the first game, maybe it will be seen in this game. You know, Kaja carry, especially now Hazel locking in that Zetian. Yuri though will lock in. Well, I mean, Hydra will lock in a Granger, so that trend of picking up gold laner in the first phase still applies here for Hydra.
Okay, so I think they want to fight. This is the first 3 picks for Hydra. Just telegraph, we want to go in and win the first 5-6 minutes, and then 10 minutes should be closing time. Going into the bans, Hydra bans out the Hayabusa. Still no jungle choices for Full Sense in the first half. Joy is the other assassin in the jungle that Full Sense played last week against Buriram. Is that what Hydra takes out here?
Wow. That's a very specific ban though, Leo. You know, the Hayabusa. Not really popular in this patch. So maybe Hydra, they've done their research. Has it
the only
been popping
other
up in the PH?
Yeah, it's the only other old school assassin next to Lance. So it's Lance or Haya that's played in that role. But they ban out the Uranus, okay. Mid laners taken out for Full Sense. No Farsa, no Eve, long range, denied. Hydra still needs a mid laner and an XP laner.
And I think they're gonna lock in that mid laner first. Or will they cheese the mid lane again? Because I don't see the Kadira though in this sort of formation being, you know, well, okay, they will instead lock in the Kimmy.
It's a good combo.
Which adds, you know, I mean, it's a good combo. There's range as well, so
yeah.
Kimmy got
and it's Kimmy Granger. You like? I mean, is Kimmy Granger big over there?
We rarely see it, you know. We rarely see it. We still, you know, if we're talking about like gold laners, the Granger itself is quite. I don't want to say rare, but it's. You know, they prioritize more on the Moscovs, the Harrods. But yeah, we do see a couple of Rangers with the Kimmy now. For Hydra, it does make sense. They do need range. But Full Sense, they need some peel.
They do. like a solid frontliner out of the XP lane. That's why the Uranus got banned.
Times continuum. I am the
Oh, I like this. I like that Arlott. A little bit of a proactivity to answer the overall firepower that Hydra has. And of course, the Leomord to clean up. It's just not as clean a combo after the Divine Judgment. So the Divine Judgment is used more as a selective tool. It's more of a target acquisition tool than a full-on just -1. They got one more pick here. Hydra, they need that XP laner stat.
Yeah, I think this sort of composition, full sense what they're saying as well, is like, you know what? We'll just gun you down, you know, and expect the formation to be Kaja rotating with Carry. But that's going to be the final hero locked in for Hydra. That being the Glue. It's going to be a nuisance, especially knowing that the Leomord is on the jungle. So, you know, the timing again needs to be executed well here from Flash SR. Because if not, Leomord mounted by Glue, not a good time.
That's a little too much mounting for my taste, Gani. Leomord mounts Barbiel, and then Glue mounts both of them. That's just a non-starter if you want to clean up house. So here's a quick look at the lineups drafted by Full Sense and Hydra. Again, Hydra has a lot of firepower, but how do they use this? How do they take advantage of Outcon's lineup formation breaking kit? And will BLC cut through the back line? Is BLC going to try to hunt down Hazel and Nezia on the Zetian and carry? We're about to find out. Welcome to game number 2, match point for Full Sense.
All troops deployed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. You know, let's see if
Welcome
it will
to Mobile
be a clean
Legends.
sweep or perhaps Full Sense. With the change, we might see a game 3 as well from the side of Hydra. Let's see though. The execution.
Oh! We literally took about 5 seconds just to look at the early rotations. Again, a mirror purple start. And then as soon as we snap back to the camera, Yuri and BLC are about to be sent home.
Definitely not a good start. Not an ideal start here from the duet mid-row from Hydra. But thankfully it's Flying Clouds. You know, Yuri will not miss the farm. BLC though still half HP. And with that in mind, you know, Porzanarok will apply pressure to the jungles now. As like game 1, you know, Porzanarok will definitely be a nuisance for Clover K.
So far, even the small camps are in jeopardy for Hydra. Clover K is struggling. BLC risking life and limb. Fortunately, he's still able to hold on to his Revitalize. So I guess this is a much better start than game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Clover K did not get taken down, so definitely a positive start if you compare it to game 1.
Yep.
But it's going to be interesting to see the Glue EXP here, right? What will be the target chore other than the jungler, you know, other than Flash SR? What will Outcon target later on? As the turtle is up now, and Outcon has yet to reach level 4.
Yeah. To be fair, I think Outcon's target is as good as any. Oh!
That's a good taunt. That's an impressive taunt, which allows Hydra to take the first neutral objective in the series.
Full Sense did not respect BLC's propensity to ruin that engagement. The front lines just had no chance against that unbreakable taunt. And then it's not like Full Sense have the damage output to stop BLC, especially with that Revitalize. So great start for Hydra. Again, they're looking so much better than they were in game 1.
Yeah, very, very great start indeed. And I want to see the follow-up here from Hydra, right? Great start now. Oh, Glue is already rotating towards the mid lane. Dominic spots him out. That's going to be Outcon here. Slightly out position. Oh, misses the suppression there very well. VLC with the AOG finds Dominic with Yuri executing him. And that's Hydra now with the proactivity. Finding Flash SR. And now he is down 0-2. Wow, Hydra picking up here.
So if I am correct, Outcon dodged the divine judgment by mounting someone right before the cast. Is that right?
I think with the split. But yeah, with mounting, yeah, you're right.
So before the divine judgment latched on, that's unfortunate for Full Sense. They're down 1,000 gold. The shoe's on the other foot now. And you're right, we're looking for a follow-up. Instead, what we get is Full Sense falling for the same trap.
This is great. This is great from Hydra. This is what I like to see. And that's a taunt for Zanaruk. Still able to reposition. And yeah, Hydra, this is a healthy lead, right? Especially if we're talking about 4 minutes of game time. But, you know, they're not out of the woods just yet. And Full Sense, they're starting, you know, to be more proactive. That's the pop Fury of the Phoenix. That's going to be Flash SR taking the Turtle. Dominic taking down as well. BLC trying to create a parameter here. Clover-K survives barely, but that's for Zanaruk taken down as Watson is able to get the double kill. Now, Sky Piercer question mark is already in hand for Watson or not yet, because if it's already in hand, that's going to be an important stack. Already building up.
Yeah. Watson at 2-0 and 2. All this while, there's no action in Game 1's MVPs. Nezja, at least he's not dying. That's the only thing that Full Sense can be thankful for. He's not dying. They got turtle number 2. And I guess if you can still point out what's going wrong, then that's much better. Oh, how come?
Yeah, still able to at least survive and clear. Right? But that's info. For Zanaruk's bottom side, what will Hydra do? Seems like in the mid lane, they will not pull the trigger just yet. Instead, they will somehow occupy 4 members in the mid lane. That's going to be Hazel caught. Isolated there, low-key, and that's going to be another kill on the board for Hydra. 6-0.
I'm curious, how did Hazel SR not use her passive and flicker away? I think Full Sense have to be a little more diligent in playing tightly. This is Hydra walking away with so much punish for free.
Yeah, and so far, right? Full Sense only compensation is just that turtle. You know, and they're behind on gold, they're behind on rotations, and that's gonna be a structure taken down. So they're again just, I want to say, like, space, man, is going to be very, very limited. Full Sense, though, they're eyeing on the bottom side, but Clover-K is aware that he will not show himself just yet.
Clover-K ain't having any of this. And this seems to be enough. Look, Hydra taking the turtle without Clover-K.
Intelligent, you know. Finally, some, again, just a great trade as well. And they take the purple as well. So, man, wins after wins for Hydra.
Whoa!
That's going to be the purple buff taken. So it's a trade of purple buffs, but the structure down bottom is looking quite iffy. It seems like they will have time to recover, but that's already a 2,000 gold lead for Hydra still.
So they're maintaining the lead. Both teams are trading, and that leaves us at neutral. So Full Sense, I can sense, are a little more careful now, Gani. They're more cautious about how they rotate, and they want to make sure that if we do something, we actually get the thing done, or else we're wasting rotations. And Clover-K is making them waste time. Because look, it's the same situation. Por Zanaruk checking in on him, and there's a good steal. No dice.
No, they will trade the structures though. Top for bot. But at least now Full Sense, I feel like they have stabilized. Sure, they're still behind, but they have stabilized here. And Hydra, you know, time is definitely still on their side. Final Slash miss. That's VLC now in the mid lane trying to do something. Fury of the Phoenix finds 4. That's going to be revitalized. AOG as well on top of it to get away. No trades, no kills after that fight.
Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit of frustration from Full Sense. They get the combo down. A good setup from Hazel. Dominic also get some licks in. Porzanaro finally finds good positioning and doesn't die. Oh, Hazel!
Uh-oh, Hazel.
Okay,
Still able
she's
to
fine.
get out.
She's okay. So, the problem, it seems like, is Full Sense's damage is not there yet. Flash SR just can't come in and clean up with the Phantom Steed. So I think they just need time. I don't know if there's enough time to contest.
And it seems like with their positioning, right? They just want to fight here. That's expression. Finding Yuri. That's gonna be 2 members now stuck. Mounting Flash SR, who will be taken out. AOG doesn't land, but Watson is practically free hitting, and that's Clover K focusing on gunning the Lord down. So they get a kill in the Lord. Hydra, again, a healthy fight, but again, Full Sense here, not just sitting around idling.
Outcon is a menace, man. This glue, whether it be in the EXP or the Roam, I really don't care. It's still good either way. Is ruining Full Sense's approach. Clover K throws out that deadly magic. Neja walks away. Until Neja builds his confidence, Full Sense can't fight. Neja is needed here. Neja has to be actively part of these because there's not enough damage. Hazel is in trouble. Oh, okay.
The distance, but that mid lane is looking vulnerable. They will take it. Adding more, space. Oh, deadly magic. Suppression will not be able to survive. Hazel survives barely. Clover K, though, on the other hand, will be the first one to fall. Now this might be the fight that Full Sense needs as they defended the Lord, taken Clover K down, and they take BLC as a bonus.
What did I say? As long as Neja is there, then Full Sense has a hope to win. And that was his first assist. He's already completed his Swift Trinity, and this is Full Sense's way to a comeback. Because Hydra now have to find another entry point, because Full Sense's damage is building up.
This is concerning for Hydra. They have a 2,500 gold lead a couple of minutes ago. Now almost equalized, and the purple buff thankfully still able to taken by Clover K. But Full Sense, they have signaled Hydra that they can fire back. Dominic will be the recipient of that AOG, taken down by Watson. That's gonna be the Holy Crystal also completed by Yuri, so there's magic power. Man, Hydra, I thought that they might fumble, but they actually recovered. And their lead now is rather healthy.
It's coming back to the 2,000 gold mark. But here's the thing. That might have been veteran wisdom from Dominic to not spend his flicker or to overextend. He just let himself die because he'd rather save his battle spell for when it actually matters 30 seconds from now. So we'll see if it works or if it's too risky.
Dominic joins with the final flying claws as well. Final slash pop. Dominic now flickers out. Revitalized pop. Dominic will fall again as Watson claims yet another kill. So I believe the Sky Piercer stack is now building up. That's expression. AOG finds 2! And that's going to be Flash SR trying to build a perimeter in the back. Trying to target the Granger. BLC taken down by Ninja. But Flash SR's damage is not enough as the Lord is still up and Clover K survives.
Full Sense needs to work on their formation. Flash SR is often caught out of position. Flash SR takes too much time, chasing targets that might be too hard to chase down. That's why he died so often. But at least there's some sense of it, of a plan. Because he was chasing Watson, and this leads to a hard part. Hydra now has the second Lord. Okay. If Flash SR talks to his team a little better, then maybe they can get their plan going. But for now, Hydra could penetrate the base. I think top lane might crack.
I think with the firepower that they have right now, with the itemization that they have, right, the Holy Crystal build, even Clover K has the trunks as well. Yeah, they definitely can gun down the turret top And you know, Watson's positioning in this game has been sublime, right? I don't think, you know, sure, threats were given to Watson, but his composure has
Blue team
what
turret has
kept
been destroyed.
the stabilization from the side of Hydra. Let's see though with the offense now from Hydra. 3,500 gold lead.
Got him.
For Zanaro.
They don't see him. They don't know he's there.
Let's see. That's a lot of information. That's going to be Yuri suppress. Flash SR positive trigger. That's a calm flicker from Yuri. Just to reposition and survive. Not a recall, by the way, so it's still them offending with 5. That's going to be Dominic now. Gunned down, taunted. Watson claims another kill. Lord now marching to the base. That's going to be a 5v4. Full sense. Desperately trying to defend as Zanaro will not survive. That's going to be a Sun Asia claims a kill. That's going to be Lord surely taken down for now. Nasia now with aggressive positioning will be punished by the damage of Clover K and Watson. And that's going to be the final mid turret. Final turret for Full Sense taken down. Mid-wave crashing. Not a good sign as, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game 3.
Kimmy Granger is just too much. And it happened once. Gave him the benefit of the doubt. But Dominic allowed himself to die so often. Again, maybe easier said than done. But that Arlott kept getting caught off guard. It's like he was playing at 70 MS. He couldn't respond fast enough to Hydra's responses to their initiations. You'll see it several times in the highlights, man. Dominic just keeps getting caught out. He can't find the final slash he wanted.
And it's tough. It's tough, you know? The chain crowd control on that final fight was too much. And with Yuri, right, surviving that like attempt, a flank attempt, I think that grants them, you know, the possibility for an end in which they did not, you know, underestimate. They took it well. They find a game 3 now. Now, question, it begs the question: will Hazel be subbed out again, or will we still see Hazel on that 3rd game?
You're asking the hard questions because if you ask me, I can't put the blame on Hazel. I don't think.
I see. That's true. That's true.
I don't think a majority of the issue is with Hazel. Not even the pick. I think there is a sound combo in what they were trying to do. It's just, I hate that there was this one time where there was a anti-synergy. After the Divine Judgment and the dash, Fury of the Phoenix totally missed the target. Fury, if anything, it seems like Yuri was saved from sure death because of the Divine Judgment. So there was a nombo there. Our MVP was Watson. Of course, Max Stack Skypiercer.
Nasty Granger from Watson indeed. And again, just the coordination from Hydra, it felt like a different team, right? The comms, I feel, definitely was better for Hydra in that game. And Watson displayed a textbook, I want to say, but then again, his killer instinct was shown at least in this game.
Look at that. Early on, there were signs of a Dominic missing. So I'd like to wonder, is it because Dominic really just thinking, oh, it's fine, we'll save the final slash for where it matters? Or is the chain CC that bad? Because I'm looking at it, it's really only the gatot and the glue, right? Like that's where the majority of the stuns are coming from.
Yeah, I think from the gatot kacha and the glue, the stuns were, but it's just so on point, right, Leo? I think, and with the range that you mentioned, like the Kimmy and Granger has, it's already more than enough. The 2-man AOG here really sets the tone, and Watson surviving that, you know, threat is crazy. And this was the final nail in the coffin here from the side of Hydra. Man, oh man.
Yeah. It makes sense why Granger's slowly building himself back up into the metagame. Prior, it was always Claude, Carry, Freya in the gold lane.
Moskov.
Now Harith. But this proves that there is a legit threat in the form of Granger. It's something that Watson can use. But is it ban worthy? Should Full Sense respect the Granger?
Now that's a good question there, because I personally feel like if it's not ban worthy, but I don't know, taking it away seems kind of like the better approach. But let's see later on, right? And yeah, let's discuss the itemizations here, which definitely is interesting, because Outcon built Chastise as well. Very tanky with the Anticuirass and the Radiant Armor on top of that as well. And okay, Tenacity is gonna be the talent choice for Outcon.
There might be a problem with Flash SR's Leomord. I usually agree with Marksman Emblem Leomord.
Yeah.
But what that takes away
yeah.
is the movement speed. Maybe that's why he was a little short in finding Watson, in finding Yuri for the shutdowns. So, yes, you do have better attack speed, but you're weaker on the pursuit. So maybe, I don't know, pick a hero that's a little more mobile. Weirdly enough, the hero with a horse ain't fast enough to catch two people with guns. So yeah, it's mainly Watson. This is the Watson show. Gani, we watched the Watson show.
The Watson show indeed, and what a turnaround, right? After a quiet game 1, Watson really turned the heat up for game 2. And also, let's give a special shout out to Outcon and BLC, who also, I feel like, outperformed, especially if you compare game 1. They, again, just displayed like a different team, I feel like. And Hydra, if they keep this up from even game 1, man, if they're able to keep this sort of like quality of MLBB, maybe they can surprise us in the future, in the near future, maybe.
I mean, their first win in MSL Thailand is a surprise as it is. This is literally their first game win since the season started. So good on you, Hydra. We could have sworn that Full Sense was gonna run right through you, but I guess Full Sense have a lot to think about now. Full Sense have a lot to consider. Again, number 1, we already asked, do they bring Angelina back in? Number 2, is it really just the little choices? Was Dominic playing a little too fast and loose with how safe he was going to play this Arlott? Because, I mean, I'm no Arlott main. There's a reason why I'm on the mic instead of in the stands playing. But I'm sure he could have kept himself a little more safe. Is there a lack of real peel? Because consider, the Kaja isn't a real tank. Kaja's not a tank, not by any means, compared to like the Gatots, the Hylofs of the world. So, is that too much to balance? The fact that the Arlo is the one that gets caught often, and then he can't flicker back, final slash anymore. Was the chain CC that bad? These are the things that Full Sense have to consider, because there's one
สวัสดีค่ะ
match win.
ชื่อพลิ้วนะคะ วันนี้มาเชียร์ฟูเซนค่ะ
ด้านนี้
ค่ะ ชื่อมีนาค่ะ วันนี้มาเชียร์ไฮด้าค่ะ
โอ้ยสองฝั่งไม่ยอมกันเลยเนาะเดี๋ยวแล้วมาเชียร์ฟูเซนเนี่ยเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษในทีมแบบว่ามีแบบไอดอลไหม
มาเชียร์นี่ค่ะ นี่
ปอซ่าตัวจี๊ด
มาเชียร์ปอซ่าแต่ว่าไม่รู้ว่าจะได้เอาเป็นไอดอลไหมนะคะมาเชียร์ปอซ่าแล้วก็มาเชียร์นีเซียค่ะ น้องชายสุดที่รักของเขาค่ะ
แล้วเราอยากเป็นตำนานเหมือนเขาไหมคะปอซ่าคนนี้เอาตัวจี๊ดเลยนะของฟูเซนเนี่ย
เป็นตำนานเรื่องอื่นดีกว่าค่ะ ให้เขาเป็นตำนานคนเดียวไป
โอเค ฝั่งนี้ล่ะคะ
มาเชียร์ทั้งทีมเลยค่ะ เพราะว่าอยากให้น้องๆได้ไปเพลย์ออฟ
โอ้ยน่ารักมากเชียร์ทั้งทีมเลยโอ้โหมีกำลังใจกดเกมต่อแล้วตอนนี้มาดูกี่ครั้งแล้วแบบว่าในแมตช์วีค3วีคที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยมาดูกี่ครั้งแล้วคะ
ก็มาดูเกือบทุกวีคเลยค่ะ
โอ้โหแฟนคลับตัวจริงเป็นไงไฮด้ามีกำลังใจมากยิ่งขึ้นด้านนี้นะคะมากี่รอบแล้ว
มา4 รอบแล้วค่ะ
โอ้โหคืออันนี้แฟนคลับตัวยงทีมงานเลือกมาได้แบบตัวจี๊ดทั้งนั้นเลยแล้วก็มีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่เราเชียร์ไหมแบบให้กำลังใจหรือว่าบอกไอดอลของเราด้านนี้ก่อนได้เลยค่ะ
ค่ะก็อยากจะบอกว่าคือฟูเซนเขามีแผนเยอะก็อาจจะเก็บแผนแต่ตอนนี้เริ่มไม่แน่ใจแล้วว่าจะ ก็บไปใช้เพย์ออฟหรือว่าต้องเก็บเอาไว้ในลิ้นชักก็อยากจะฝากบอกโค้ชนะคะก่อนที่จะเก็บแผนนะคะโค้ชตอนนี้เราเก็บแต้มกันก่อนค่ะ
โอ้โหทีมงานเลือกตัวจี๊ดนะคะเหมือนทีมเขาเลยนะด้านนี้มีอะไรจะบอกไหมคะ
ก็ไม่ค่อยมีอะไรมากค่ะ ก็สู้กันต่อไปเบาๆให้ไฮด้าด้วยนะคะพี่ๆค่ะ
เขาขอความเห็นใจนะคะอันนี้ฟูเซน
เดี๋ยวเฮียปอเอาให้
ปอซ่าบอก 2-1 ปอซ่า โอ้ยตัวนี้คนนี้ตัวจี๊ดจริงๆนะคะตอนนี้สถานการณ์คือ 1-1 เราคิดว่าทีมเราแนวโน้มมันจะไปในแนวไหนจะชนะไหมหรือว่าจะยังไง
ฟูเซนชนะแน่นอนค่ะก็แบ่ง GD ให้น้องกันไปแต่ว่าแต้มนี้พี่ขอก่อนนะน้อง
เขาบอกเขาขอก่อนเราว่ายังไงเราสู้ไหม
ก็อาจจะยังนะ
ไม่ได้เราต้องสู้สิไฮด้าถ้าได้คะแนนนี้เข้าเพย์ออฟเลยนะ
อาจจะยังไม่ให้ฟูลเซนนะขอแบ่งๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะพี่ขา
โอ้โหดุเดือดกันทั้งนักแข่งแล้วก็แฟนคลับกันเลยจริงๆสุดยอดเลยค่ะแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวยังไงตอนนี้ขอบคุณน้องๆแฟนคลับทั้ง2คนมากเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวไปดูเกมที่3ต่อนะคะเดี๋ยวส่งให้พี่แคทเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Here from the fans of MSL Thailand, again at 1-1. Full Sense have so much to figure out. Those were two. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those were two Full Sense fans.
Maybe. Here's the thing. I think seeing that interview, Leo, it made me want to speak Thai, man. It really wanted me to speak Thai fluently. I wish I could understand a word of what they're saying.
I'm sure you could Duolingo this.
I doubt it, sir.
If you start now, I think you'll make it in time for playoffs.
Oh, okay. Let me pull up my Duolingo real quick. But yeah, it's 1-1, breaking all of the casters' prediction, by the way, that is on duty today.
It's ruined. Everybody literally said 2-0 Full Sense. Watson said, nah, all of y'all's is wrong. Everybody, eat my dust. But here's the thing. We're disappointed that we're wrong, but what more Full Sense? It was literally their match to lose. They had full control. Even in the early game, it looked like, just 500 gold, just 1,000, whatever. We even took a turtle, sure. Like, imagine how they feel, man. They must feel the pressure in the Lido Connect Hall because imagine all their fans looking at them like, what the hell was that? How do you look them in the eyes?
Okay, that's, again, just the, mentality tested, right, for the side of Full Sense. And I want to see how they recover because if they are able to win this game, I want to see what the approach is. And if they lose this game, that's going to be a hard blow. Folks, if Hydra ends up winning the series, it's going to be their first win in MSL Thailand. So
yep,
it's going to be a big game for Hydra indeed.
If they win this, they go to 1-3 and Full Sense goes to 1-4. Suddenly, Full Sense has the worst record. And I don't know, man. Full Sense is a big name in esports, like Hydra too, for sure. But I know Full Sense does, gangbusters and other titles. So if you're like a new fan from Thailand or from Southeast Asia, and you go like, oh, Full Sense, I know Full Sense as a team, and then they check in, it's like, what was that? Imagine the pressure that this squad has right now. Oh my God, Gani, it happened.
It happened, Leo. It happened. I mean, with this, I want to say starting 5, right, Leo? I think with this starting 5, they managed to get a 10-minute win. 10 and 11-minute game time win. So, with this change, Leo, does that grant them the win automatically? Is my question. Seeing the patterns. Let's see.
So, we're waiting for a map selection and we're waiting for sides to show up because we can't confirm the team loadout for a Full Sense. It's Angelina back in the seat, sitting comfortably in that DX Racer gaming chair.
Ooh.
how difficult that conversation was, man. How do you tell Hazel, hey, it's clutch time?
It's clutch time. It's hard. It's hard if you really wanna break it down. But hey, let's see the outcome, right? Because maybe with the momentum of after game 2, Hydra's like, you know what, Watson, you're a beast. You're untouchable. Maybe that's
You're
the
a force of nature.
conversation. You're a force of nature. Maybe that's the conversation that went around in Hydra's locker room. So maybe in game 3, Watson's like, yeah, you know what? I'm that guy. And
I'm him.
shows up with the I'm him, shows up with the Granger again later on, and then boom bang bada bing, gets the reverse sweep, gets the first win of the season. Let's see.
That's likely to happen. You know why? Because momentum has swung, brother. Momentum
That's
is
the thing.
on Hydra. Full Sense is sweating right now, dude. Dominic is a veteran of years. I remember casting in his debut, and man never sweat. Man never felt like he was in trouble because again he was playing with a really strong team. Again, that was Blacks International. But here now it looks like he's worried. The few times he's actually on camera, even the other members of Full Sense are like, "Calm down, y'all. I'm gonna find my center. I gotta find my
found
center."
the zen. It looked like this, and then you gotta imagine the pressure of like Angelina, right? Subbed in, hoping the outcome would be the same as game 1, and let's see how Angelina will handle that pressure. Okay, it's gonna be another Flying Cloud game, and this does not, what I believe Full Sense wants after seeing game 2.
But in hindsight, I think I'm okay with going back to Flying Clouds and then being on the same friggin' side, because at least they know what went wrong. It's fresh. The wound is fresh, Gani. So at least now they know how to not do that again.
Let's see the quick adaptations, right? The quick problem solving from the side of Full Sense. It's gonna be the Khalid and the Zushin band out, and so far it's the same bands. Full Sense last final ban for that first phase. It's gonna be different, or it's gonna be the same?
Yeah, no. In game 1, it was first pick carry. I don't know if that's worth it.
Ooh,
So that's gotta
you're
change.
right.
I think that as well has to change.
Need no protection from the rain.
You're right. Definitely. What Full Sense can change. In the second game, though, they went for the. In that second game, they went for the carry. So with the Herod still banned, Hydra, what they're trying to say is, yeah, pick up the carry again. Full Sense. What do they go for here? A lot of heroes still on the board. Harley, is that the right approach?
I'm okay with first pick Harley. Flash SR looked like $1 million in game 1.
Oh wow! Wow! That's a bold move again. Still with the same tone here, ladies and gentlemen. So far, after that carry pick, and Hydra can respond with another replication of game 2. No.
They can go Harley again. Just first pick Harley.
Harley and Gatot Kacha was the approach from Hydra. So if they're, it worked out for them. Oh wow! Wow.
Okay,
That's a
between
smart
the
approach.
Gatot and the glue. Yeah, between the Gatot and the glue was so much more of an impact player. So yeah, outcon all you, bro. What does Full Sense now respond with? They need something that blasts that glue, man.
Power of light and carnage.
Neither of those are that. They're really forcing this
That's
ganja, man.
They really.
I do not know why this is such a high prio on the high, dog.
Hey, let's see. Technically, on
Where's
that
this
second
coming
game,
from?
right? maybe Flash Star is that good, you know. But bold choice, bold move. Second game, Hydra banned the Hayabusa, did not survive the second phase as well. So, you know, full sense there. They're saying, let's take it in the first phase. Gonna be the Granger again. Watson got the MVP, folks, in case you missed it. Got a 10-0-2 performance from that Granger. Let's see if he's able to replicate that performance here.
All right. There's the Granger again. The nightmare, the bane of Full Sense's existence. I think Full Sense would be smart to just ban out the Kimmy too. Like, blue 4, ban the Kimmy. It's gotta be.
They gotta do it, right? They gotta do it, right? And wow, Hydra's like, okay, Angelina's back in the lineup. You know, let's ban the signature of Angelina being the Kadita.
Yep.
Still
Ban
a lot
the
of
Kadita.
respect to her. You can see
ban
Angelina's
the
face
Eve.
earlier.
Yep.
Ooh, that's a good ban. Or do they not want to pick up the Eve themselves here? Is that too much of a bold choice? It's good against carry,
They
technically.
can at red 4. Yeah, they can rush it. I think that's fine. But Full Sense, please,
Ban the Kimmy.
for full sake, just take out the Kimmy. Oh, even Kimmy then.
Okay.
which I was made for.
Yeah, makes
Oh, look
sense
at
as
that.
well, right?
Angelina just smiling at the screen. Is like, yep, I knew it. That's my Eve. That's a point of pride.
That is a point of pride. And Hydra, what will they ban out here on that final ban? It's gonna be the Yu Zong, which was one of the key factors on why Full Sense really dictate the game, the performance of game 1. I think it's a good ban.
Kimmy, please.
Ban the Kimmy.
Kimmy, please.
Ban the Kimmy. And you know, let's not forget that the glue is technically flex, right? It
Yes.
still
As a
can
roamer
go
and
to the roamer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even though Outcon played it game 2, maybe they might tweak it up for game 3. Let's see though. Let's find out. I'm guessing they will lock in a mid laner for Zitian is still open. And the
Zitian
Lunox.
Kimmy's open.
Oh, Kimmy, you're right. Kimmy is still open.
Yep. In before Dominic plays another Arlot, and I don't know, Zetian for Angelina.
That definitely can be the case. Still for Full Sense, right?
Which I will be very skeptical of.
I mean, after the outcome of game 2, not surprised. But no, they delayed the mid lane take from the side of Hydra. Instead, they prioritized the goat laner, the roamer rather, first. That's an interesting approach.
Could Full Sense be the one to play the Kimmy so that they can go Kakaki for the combo?
Kakaki,
Yeah.
Carry, Kaja, and the Kimmy.
Kimmy?
Kakaki.
Maybe?
Definitely. They're taking their time here, right? They know what's at stake.
You have to take it away from Yuri, man. Yuri was a menace on that Kimmy in game 2.
So hard to touch that Kimmy on that second game indeed. And let's see. The final lock-ins for Full Sense. What's it gonna be?
Mandala
taking the time.
from the withered Kikyo.
Oh, it's the Lunox. This was a pick for Angelina last week. And then the Uranus, which was banned by Hydra. So, are they short on crowd control? Gani, is this just me or they have almost zero crowd control?
Really relying on that Kaja ult, right? So, which begs the question, will the fleeting time be built later on just to have, that extra layer? It's gonna be the fairness. Whoa.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
The Faramis isn't a debut
This is
pick.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, we've seen it in MSL Thailand, I believe. There has been another team. Yeah, Bacon Time used it against Hydra. So Hydra's picking up from that. Has there been any other team that played the Faramis. Or is that an exort thing? Oh my god, it might be just an exort thing. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, yes it is. It looks like.
It's just an exort thing.
It's an exort thing. It's a bacon time special.
But hey, now it's an exort and Yuri thing.
And this is for Hydra's first win in the league, possibly. Fortunately, Full Sense have the damage to run through the Netherrealm. Because there's just enough. Like, they're not latching damage. So at least they have that going for them.
Well, let's see here. The final conclusion of Game 3. Will Full Sense be able to add more suffering towards Hydra, or perhaps this might be the game that made Hydra, that grants Hydra their first win of MSL Thailand Season 1. Let's watch and see, folks.
That's a purple start for both junglers. BLC pressuring Flash SR, but Flash SR able to respond. He's behind. Clover K is calling the shots here.
Yeah, good lethal Wanderer take. And so far, so good for the first minute. And that's a taunt. That's a big taunt towards Angelina, who is not level 4. That's a great pull as well from Yuri. But both mid laners and roamers from both teams actually here. He's able to recover. Top lane though, is Alcon desperately trying to lane himself. He's going up against the Uranus. Dominic is showing some class on this Uranus.
Okay. A little better now in the early game for Full Sense, because at least they won a lane. In Game 2, they won almost no lanes. So here at least, even if Nezha does struggle, mid, or no, not mid. Mid is for Hydra. Oh! Yuri! Johnny, are you seeing this?
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy that it happened. Almost. Forzanar popped the flicker. The Hayabusa did not land the shadow, fortunately. But yeah, it's still killless here, first 2 minutes. Oh, they're going in again. Netherrealm pop, revitalized as well. Suppression here happened. Forzanar surely will not able to create an impact. AOG and a taunt on towards Dominic, but Angelina deals enough damage to take first blood. Flash SR will be the trade, so it's still beneficial towards Hydra. A roamer for a roam, a roamer for a jungler.
Yep, bad deal for Full Sense in the long run, but again, the question is, what's the follow-through? We need to see Hydra make the most of these things, and we know that they can. They've shown us in Game 2 that they can. But they have to answer for this to the whole map, because it looks like... Oh! Massive turn on Nezha! Okay.
Oh, that's a great timing on that thing, right? It seems like they want to pull the trigger in the mid lane. That's an immobilization on towards Angelina. Order of Brilliance to dodge that deadly magic. So, great composure shown by Angelina.
That's veteran instincts. Oh, Alcon spots Flash SR.
Still able to be a nuisance here. That's a mount. That's a big pull. K-Lover is in the fray. That's going to be the Hayabusa forced to use that shadow kill. Dominic now trying to deal damage and slow the members down, but the damage from K-Lover will still fall to Flash SR. The second time this Hayabusa will fall in this game. That's going to be Alcon now. 2v1ing this Uranus. Yuri jumps back in the fray. Vengeance popped. Alcon lives for a second there. Netherrealm is popped. Forzanar doesn't find the connection, and Alcon and K-Lover gets out of that situation. But Angelina here is a bit late to the party. Order of Brilliance popped, but great, you know, positioning on Hydra to keep their distance.
Oh,
it's
better late than never. Angelina, yeah, showing some teeth here, looking to ride the wave of the durability of Dominic and Forzanar, because it's damage really that I think Full Sense is short on. Purple first, go into Flash SR. They want to put that on him. I like how there's at least some interaction between Shadow Kill and the Mount. Oh, the Flicker Bull!
On towards Watson. Finally, Watson dies playing on this Granger. So that's not an ideal early game. He spent the flicker as well. So wow, full sends here. Showing great coordination as take a look at the chain domino effect, right? Getting the turtle invades the orange buff, and that's just Hydra losing resources. Uh-oh, Outcon taking the shadow kill, and that's enough damage to take the glue down.
And all this while stealing orange. Flash SR is guilty of Grand Theft Orange Ninja!
Man, too much members from Hydra there. And Neja pops the flicker as well, not able to find a trade. So that's a win for Hydra as well.
So at least there's some breathing room in the bottom lane to help close this gap. Again, 1,000 up is Flash, is full sense. Flash SR still struggling. I don't know what to do for Flash SRs because the damage isn't immediate. It's not like the damage type for full sense is something he can take advantage of. But now Dominic is... I think it's all on Dominic, man. Wherever Dominic is comfortable is where full sense should fight.
Dominic definitely still be able to withstand the damage. And just, you know, opening visions, gathering info, be that recon that perhaps full sense needs. And yeah, so far it's still anybody's game. 6 minutes in. The first game where it's very much even between the two teams. That's going to be Outcon now. Targeted. Dominic pulled, but nothing major. 6 minutes in. Again, ladies and gentlemen, who do you got?
Dominic doesn't care. Dominic is zoning out 3. And he's forcing a response out of Hydra. There's 10 seconds till the turtle spawns. And Clover K is securing his buffs. I hope I could say the same for Flash SR because Flash SR is just farming off map here. Angelina's very low. Oh!
Only about repositions for now, but that's going to be the turtle here, quite open. Flying calls will be used by Watson, just regroup. And now they focus on the turtle. Clover! That's going to be Flash SR still clutch with the retribution. That's going to be Flash SR here, dealing a lot of damage towards Clover, but VLC dies elsewhere. Flash SR will be taken down by Clover K. And that's going to be amount from that glue now. Isolated though, that's going to be carry damage enough to take the glue down. Now full sends. They're looking at the mid turret here. It's quite juicy. But take a look at the flank from Borjanaris, right? Trying to apply pressure, but oh no, it will be defended. Dominic! A slide over extension there. Quickly punished by Hydra members.
Dominic felt himself a little too much. He did not respect the fact that there could be burst out of Hydra. And it's those slip-ups that I think will punish Flash full sense. Flash SR is too much of a martyr in my taste. I don't know why in the back line he seems to still be punished. I think after he builds his War Axe and after he takes down maybe Clover K once, it should start to change. But again, the issue is he only has one clean target. Whoever's in the Netherrealm is a non-starter. Flash SR kind of just bumps into a wall when that happens. So I get why he's struggling. It's just I'd rather he keep safe for now.
Very sensible, very sensible. Now Dominic takes a lot of heat, still able to regen. And great positioning on Borjanaru, right? Just allowing info. AOG under the turret. That's going to be Dominic repositioning Tonkin as well. That's full sense, suppressing Outcon. He mounts one though. Netherrealm pop. Under the turret, Outcon will not survive. Angelina! Finds an angle, but not enough damage here. But here comes the orange. Here comes the damage. That's going to be a double and a kill for Angelina and Neja respectively.
Ruby DD-like aggression coming through the flicker engagement from that Lunox. Again, full sense have a gem amongst them. Angelina on this Lunox might be the answer they're looking for to get a lead that's bigger than 1,000 gold. Flash SR with the secure, at least his retribution is good. Oh, for the first time since game 1, they have almost 2,000 up on Hydra.
things are looking good for Full Sense indeed. But Hydra, man, they cannot allow that sort of playing to happen again. They cannot overcommit, right? They dove under a turret, and now look at where they are now. They're defending the Lord push. They gotta regroup, and Flash SR here will split push, but hey, at least Hydra, they're managing it quite well.
Yep. Again, when it comes down to smaller skirmishes, I think Hydra has the better approach. Oh! Okay. They're struggling to fight in smaller packs. So, I don't know how Full Sense plans to use this Lord. I think Watson just gets rid of it now. Oh.
Yeah, I think Hydra needs to apply that divide and conquer approach. And Full Sense, they need to be aware that they cannot spread their formation too loosely. And still with the Lord, though, to play around with. Top lane, Dominic here, again, being a recon, spotting multiple members of Hydra's whereabouts, and that's going to be a pull! That's going to be a Divine Judgment. Yuri taken down instantly. Revitalized Pop, VLC trying to hold on. Covert A repositions, but 2 members off the board for Hydra. That's going to be Alcon, barely surviving with 1 HP, and Dominic says hello, as Angelina will find the mega kill! Clubber will be enough. It deals enough damage to take Forzanar down. That's a 2-for-1 trade for Full Sense.
Mind you, that fight happened while Flash SR was not in the vicinity. He was pushing down bottom, he was pushing in mid, and he had nothing to do with the kills that Full Sense scored. So what, imagine Gani if it was a 5v5. Imagine if it was a full engage from Full Sense. So they're in better shape now. Again, it's just a matter of not slipping up. Hydra have to, as you mentioned, divide and conquer. But how do they do that? They need all of the bodies to protect Watson. It's all on him.
Yeah, I think Watson needs to pull a game 2 performance here to turn the tides. And so far, he's on a 3-1-2. You know, he's not really struggling, but with the tools and the kit that Full Sense composition has, you know, the dive tool that they have right now, it's really tough on Watson. 10 seconds on the clock for an enhanced lore to spawn, and with the map control that they have, it's like what, 80 till 85% that this Lord is theirs. Let's see though what Hydra is gonna do. What's their call here?
I think they want to contest, which I'm not so sure is the right call. Okay, Outcon. Oh, Outcon is spaced out. They pull one.
That's a big 2 knockouts right there. That's gonna be Ninja taking down the shutdown as Wanza finds the kill. That's gonna be Lord taken by Flash SR still, but Watson is on a triple kill. Clover K finds an angle there. 3 members off the board for Full Sense, but they got the Lord.
Gani, I think Full Sense may have miscalculated their priorities. In my opinion, Angelina and Nezia are more important than the Lord.
That was quite unfortunate as well, Leo. The Lord knocked up the 2 members that were needed to fight. And that opening right there was what Hydra needs. Now with the Lord to play around with, at least Hydra needs to back off, right? And take a look at Flash SR already, like you mentioned on the previous Lord, already with the 4-1 formation. And let's see Hydra this time. What will they do? They stick with 5 in the bottom side of the map, and where's a Naruk actually taken down early? That's not a good sign. BLC will be the trade. Both roamers out of the board. That's gonna be Alcon now trying to mount 1. Order of Brilliance will cancel it out, and Nasia finds a kill. Dominic will not survive because of the stacks, but Flash SR gets the turret top.
Okay, a little messy, the approach of Full Sense, as Flash SR, whoa, takes the time to push up top, penetrate the base, so that bottom lane could be that 4v5, and they can kind of protect the Lord. I guess Full Sense kind of made up for that loss. Flash SR able to open up the map again, so they have a 3k gold lead once more.
And a healthy one as well, right? Fortunately for Hydra, the top turret will not be the far lane in the upcoming Lord. So that's a win. That's a small win, and this is a big win actually for Hydra. Wow, Flash SR.
He's a little willy-nilly with his shadows. I think he could do better to protect himself.
Overzealousness perhaps, and yeah, you're right. A little bit too I guess
careless.
Careless, yeah, that's the right word. Careless on the shadows. No escape route, and this allows Hydra to apply pressure in the mid lane. Still able to defend it though, but that's a structure top that will be taken down. Now Hydra, they are looking for some counterplay here, but Flash SR is back, so they back away.
You know what? Full Sense should have fought tooth and nail to stay on the offensive, because their wave clear is weaker compared to Hydra. Hydra can defend forever. Full Sense, I don't think that Lunox is built to defend from the high ground. Angelina has to risk life and limb to try and defend. It's a shorter range mage compared to that Paramis. The Paramis likes to defend big waves. So Full Sense have to play this Lord Dance very, very carefully.
They really do. They really do. And the far lane is quite equal, actually slightly pushing for Full Sense. So actually, Hydra needs to pull the trigger. On though, isolated in the front. Another round popped early. That's the sign for Flash SR to jump in. Now Hydra, do they back off or do they fight? It seems like the probably still fight. AOG lands on towards one. The damage will not be enough. Angelina finds the kill. Flash SR from the flanks again. Finds one, but it will be instantly traded.
Oh no, they're chasing him down and there's a Lord. Oh, Clover,
the Lord.
K, he knows. He knows that Full Sense is scared.
What? Angelina with the flying cloud instantly burst it down, and ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at Hydra here, just trying to overwhelm the formation of Full Sense. The Lord is on the base, and take a look at the members of Hydra. They will end the series taking their first win of the season in a reverse sweep style.
An emphatic victory for Hydra, their first series win in MSL Thailand Season 1, 6-7. No, it's 1 and 2. The reverse sweep, Gani, it happened.
It really did, Leo, and man, I'm smiling ear to ear to see them taking that victory. And also, oh man, one member is teared up.
I mean, imagine playing for about a month, training in the boot camp day in, day out, restless nights, and finally it pays off on stage. Wouldn't you also shed a tear?
Yeah, I think again, what a sweet victory that Hydra got today. And unfortunate, right, for Full Sense. And you can see here, just the replays, man. It's just so action-packed, this game.
You know what hurts the most is you could almost pinpoint and enumerate exactly where it went wrong for Full Sense. There were moments, literally I'd say about 5 or 6 moments that you could say, if this and this and this and this and this and this did not happen, they would have won.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Yeah, man, what a...
ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะทั้ง2คนนะคะจากทีม Hydra Esport ค่ะโอ้โหก่อนอื่นเลยต้องขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะอ่ะเดี๋ยวแนะนำตัวให้เพื่อนๆรู้จักกันก่อนนะคะแบบชื่ออะไรเล่นตำแหน่งอะไรค่ะ
ผมชื่อกาแฟนะครับโคเวอร์เคตำแหน่งจังเกิลครับ
ผมชื่อโจครับตำแหน่งเมดครับชื่อยูริ
กำลังตื่นเต้นอยู่กำลังตกใจกับชัยชนะครั้งนี้เป็นไงคะยังตื่นเต้นอยู่ไหม
ตื่นเต้นมากครับ
อ๋อตื่นเต้นมากเลยใช่ไหมความรู้สึกเป็นยังไงคะกับเกมที่เพิ่งจบไปเนี่ยคือทีมเราเนี่ยปลดล็อกคะแนนได้สำเร็จแล้วเนาะหลังจากที่แบบเราพ่ายแพ้มาเยอะแต่ว่าวันนี้เราสำเร็จแล้ว ลุ้นทุกวันให้ปลดล็อกสำเร็จแล้ววันนี้ก็ทำได้จริงๆเป็นไงคะความรู้สึกของทั้งคู่
รู้สึกดีใจมากครับ แบบเพื่อนๆดีโคตรดีใจเลยเหมือนได้ปลดล็อกแบบเราแพ้มา3 แมตช์แล้วมาชนะตรงนี้มันรู้สึกแบบ
มันตื้นตันเนาะมันทำได้แล้ว
ทำได้แล้วอะ
ใช่ไหมโคเวอร์เคความรู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ผมรู้สึกโคตรดีใจครับ เพราะว่าแพ้มาแบบรัวๆโดนคนดูต่อว่ากันมาเยอะ แล้วก็แบบรู้สึกว่าแบบเราต้องข้ามตรงนี้ไปให้ได้แล้วในที่สุดพวกผมก็ทำได้แล้วครับ
โอ้โห
รู้สึกดีใจสุด
ใช่
ๆขอบคุณมากครับ
โอ้โหดีใจแทนเลยเห็นแล้วก็โอ้โหแบบเราก็ปลดล็อกไปด้วยเลยเนาะเพราะว่าพยายามมากจริงนะคะสำหรับทีมไฮด้าแล้วอีกคำถามหนึ่งคือเราเนี่ยคิดว่าอะไรคะที่เป็นจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญของเกมนี้จังหวะแบบไฟท์หรือว่าตรงหลอดอะไรแบบเกิดอะไรขึ้นที่ทำให้เราคิดว่าแบบเกมนี้เราทำได้แน่นอน
จังหวะการใจเย็นของทีมครับ จังหวะการใจเย็นของทีมครับ เพราะว่าค่อยๆคอกันดึงจังหวะกันครับ ดึงให้จังหวะไฟสู้ได้ ดึงแบบเรียกว่าไงดีครับทำให้แบบชนะไฟขึ้นมาได้ เพราะว่าแค่ช็อตเดียวครับอะไรอย่างนี้
แปลว่าเราซ้อมกันมาดีใช่ไหมรอบนี้
ใช่ครับ
ตั้งใจมากๆเลยเนาะกับรอบนี้อ่ะด้านนี้ค่ะ แบบคิดว่าอะไรที่ทำให้เราแบบเกมนี้เราได้แน่นอนแบบเนี้ย
เราไม่มีอะไรจะเสียอยู่แล้วครับ
อ๋อเล่นแบบใส่สุด
ใส่สุดเลย
ใส่สุดไม่มีอะไรจะเสียมันก็เลยแบบโอเคปลดล็อกสักทีได้คะแนนสักที
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็บรรยากาศวันนี้คือแบบเราชนะแล้วอะมันต่างจากบรรยากาศตอนเราซ้อมไหมแบบเป็นยังไงเป็นไปตามแผนที่เราตั้งใจซ้อมกันมาไหมวันนี้
ก็มันก็มีคลาดเคลื่อนกันบ้าง แต่ว่าก็จูนติดได้ เราเป็นทีมเวิร์กมากขึ้นครับ
ก็สุดท้ายก็แบบช่วยกันให้มันสำเร็จเนาะในวันนี้ทั้งทีม
ใช่ครับ
คืออันนี้ยังไหวอยู่ใช่ไหมคะมันตื่นเต้นมันตื้นตันมันตื้นตันแล้วเราคิดว่าแบบบรรยากาศมันเป็นยังไงแตกต่างกับตอนซ้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหน
ผมรู้สึกว่าแตกต่างมากครับ เพราะว่าตอนซ้อมพวกผมจะชนะหรือแพ้ยังไง ก็ไม่มีการดีใจหรืออะไรกันขนาดนั้นครับ แต่พอมาเป็นแข่งแล้วรู้สึกว่าดีใจแบบพี่ๆผมก็เสียน้ำตาผมก็จะเสียด้วยมันรู้สึกแบบชนะในแข่งมันดีกว่าในซ้อมอะครับรู้สึกว่าผม
แบบมันเห็นผลของความพยายามใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โหแล้วขอสักหนึ่งประโยคให้กับชัยชนะของเราในวันนี้หน่อยได้ไหมหรือมันแบบล้นหลามมากเลย ไม่ไหวแล้ว ขอแค่หนึ่งประโยคโอ้โหไม่ไหวแล้วน้องๆแบบตื้นตันมากจริง
ผมขอบคุณทุกคนที่คอยเชียร์กันมากนะครับ ขอบคุณทุกกำลังใจ ขอบคุณทุกคำตินะครับ เพราะว่าผมเอามาปรับกันเรียบร้อยแล้วครับ ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับ
ด้านนี้ล่ะคะโอ้โหแฟ
ก็
นๆซึ้ง
ขอบ
มา
คุณ
ก
ทุกคนมากครับ พวกเราก้าวผ่านมันไปได้แล้วครับ
ก้าวผ่านมันไปได้โอ้โหดีใจมากจริงเนาะเนี่ยคือในเกมมันมี MVP ใช่ไหมแล้วเราอยากให้เลือกว่าแบบในใจเราในทีมเราให้ใครเป็น MVP ของวันนี้คะ
ให้ทุกคน
ให้ทุกคนโอ้ยน่ารักมากเพราะเราพยายามมาด้วยกันด้านนี้ล่ะให้ทุกคนเหมือนกันไหมเนี่ย
ใช่ครับ
ไม่มีแบบใครที่หนึ่งเลยใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับเพราะทุกคนช่วยกันดีหมด
โอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆทั้งสองคนไปพักก่อนนะคะ เดี๋ยวส่งให้พี่แคทเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
And that's our winner's interview. Again, congratulations to Hydra for upsetting the whole ecosystem of MSL Thailand. Again, the reverse sweep. Again, all the doubters, all the haters. I don't think I categorize as either. But again, we all thought Full Sense would be taking this easy. But Hydra said, nah.
And after a convincing first game from Full Sense, I thought it would be just done and dusted, right? It was a 10-minute game from Full Sense in the first game, but boy, it turned out to be Hydra's day after all. It's their first win, their first win game, and then win match win. And I'm glad to be a part of it as a caster.
Albert, I have a gift for you, all right? And this is
What's
brought
up,
to us by our friend, Facepalm.
Okay.
Again, congratulations to our MVP, Watson. But a little bit of insight from that interview. They were asked as to what the game's turning points are. Clover K answered, it's about their composition. It's how they're composed mentally. It allowed for them to turn around and get comebacks in major team fights. Yuri said, again, they're a mid laner. They're a Laotian import. They have nothing to lose, so they gave it their all. So there you go. Some quick real-time translations.
inspiring, situation there from the side of Hydra, right? I think that sort of mentality definitely can win you games, if not matches, and it showed here today. We talked about like entering game 3. We talked about momentum. It's definitely on Hydra, and it shows that sometimes one small win, chain reaction is crazy.
So, can we infer that maybe Full Sense needs to work on their composure? Maybe they're the ones who need to like lock in mentally, because they were in such a dominating position in game 1, and then game 2 and 3 when things went sideways, they kind of lost their direction.
I think so. I think that is definitely the case. And here's the thing, right? In game 3, that moment right there, the knockup from 2 lures really was like the nail in the coffin for that fight. Angelina and Neja off the board, and Hydra just overwhelmed them with space.
Imagine
after that, it
slaving
was
away in
just
the
Hydra,
kitchen for an hour, maybe 2. I don't know how long it takes to cook a turkey, but imagine cooking for that long and then it dropping out of the floor as soon as you pull it out of the oven. That's what that Lord take felt like.
Ouch.
And then I guess it's okay to be salty about it, right? Mentally, that's where you'd be. You'd be salty, and that's what it looked like to me watching Full Sense's match here. It's like they were doing good, and then when something goes wrong, now what?
Once it goes south for Full Sense, it's just over. And Hydra, they capitalized on that situation here. 16 minutes, almost 17, with a 17 kill from Hydra. 17 kills from Hydra. That's crazy.
Is that a long game for you, Gani? Is 17 minutes long for you?
For ID, I think that is above average, yes.
For you, for Gani,
for me,
is that a long time for
above
Gani?
average? Above average.
What is average?
Like 20 seconds, maybe.
In 20 seconds, maybe you get an invasion. But for, for a game, I'd say like 17 minutes in a developing region, I'd say, like Hydra did well. This was a comeback. Remember, this was a comeback.
If you really, I think that's fair to say. This was a comeback, and
so it's a faster win, I'd say, because Hydra lost 2 inhibitors, right? Top and mid. So for you to win in under 17, I'd say Full Sense kind of dropped the ball faster than they worked on it.
And it shows that just one wrong moment definitely can turn the tide here in MLBB if you're able to capitalize and exploit that, that small, I guess, infringement or mistake. And again, hats off to Watson, right? Same as game 2. He is him, the rich man and the carry for Hydra.
Yo, protect this man at all costs. Watson is a gem. He's a one of a kind athlete that puts the pressure of a team that's losing throughout the early parts of the season and just comes back like nothing happened. So keep on going, Hydra. Again, no way but up when you're at 0-3. For a Full Sense, though, they're now sitting at 1-4. There's a lot to work on, man. There's a lot. Coach Dran is gonna have a talking to with his squad.
Definitely a loss that really hurts for Full Sense. On the other hand, for Hydra, maybe it's a sign of life, right? Standings wise. Let's see though, there's still time for this season. Definitely a lot of dynamics, or definitely a lot of changes standing wise, especially if we're talking about the middle packs and the bottom side of the standings. But hey, I enjoyed that first series, to be honest. I enjoyed it.
We both did. We both did. What a roller coaster of emotions. Again, when we all thought Full Sense would just sweep it, in comes Hydra, changing the narrative. I appreciate my first game and my first match ever on broadcast here for MSL Thailand Season 1. Again, that's Gani. My name is Leo. We'll be back for more. We got 3 best of 3s coming your way. Coming up next is Valley Thai versus ACT. Those are our qualifier teams in action when we come back after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, bigger, big.
Sawadee Club! On behalf of my partner Gani, my name is Leo at your service. We just witnessed Hydra's very first series win all season long. And I could not begin to tell you what is going on with Full Sense.
It's surprising, right? It's surprising. I mean, the caster predictions, not just on the English desk, unanimous 2-0 for Full Sense, but what a surprise, and we're all for it. Man, next match is also the one to watch. VLTH will take on ACT. Now, there is a gap between the two, but will the trend follows? Will the upset trend follows?
Albert, listen, it's a small gap, sir. VLTH has played 4 matches, won 3 of them. ACT has won 2 matches and only played 3. So I think they're on the same path, and ACT is just following through. Even in power rankings, when I did my research talking to our Thai counterparts, they would put these two at just neck and neck at the same way. It's just whoever wins this will prove themselves to be the superior qualifiers team. Like, that's what they're fighting for in this next best of 3.
And again, guys, I thought there was a gap, but hey, there you go. It's going to be a treat. Hence the predictions, right? We will show it later on. We will not spoil it for now, but hence the predictions. I believe it will not be unanimous, but boy, I want to see ACT because, I casted them on week 1, day 1, Leo, and boy, oh boy, their quality of MLBB was ahead of the pack, I believe, but then they lose maybe last week. So
you like that? You like what you saw?
I like what I saw, and I hope they can, replicate or maybe even improve that sort of like quality of MLB, because they were so disciplined, winning, snowballing, and then not overextending. Win. That's what they did, at least when I saw it. But let's see today. Let's see what will happen against VLTH.
It was a 13-minute game they won against Bacon Time, and Bacon Time is one of the powerhouses in MSL Thailand right now. So to get a win over them is a big deal. I think that's what you were talking about. But yeah, no, Bacon Time took them to the limit, played an 18-minute match, a 24-minute match to close that series. On the other hand, I'm looking at VLTH. They are an interesting squad. They have a Laotian import in KO in the gold lane. And I think that's important. I think it's nice to, in a developing region, in a U league such as MSL Thailand, it's nice to have this kind of composition. It's nice to have some representation from elsewhere in the Mekong, to have a diverse play style. So VLTH, even if they lost in their last outing against currently top of the food chain, the Apex Predators of MSL Thailand and King of Gamers Club, they at least took them to the distance. They lost, but made the King of Gamers Club players sweat by playing a 22-minute game. That was last week. So I have high hopes. I have high hopes for VLTH.
Let's see again. I hope for both teams they are in the best shape for today. Just so that we can get to see a good match of MLBB. We get to see it slightly, in the previous game, full 3 games, it was quite neck and neck, game 3. Both teams, throwing haymakers at the end. But hey, maybe we get to see the first 2-0 later on, but without discounting their efforts. Because VLTH is, like you said, right? They have an import, but they're a fun team still. They have fun personalities. Their individuals it's fun. It's fun. I like that a team can stay competitive, but also can, relax and also have some fun.
Yeah. Looking at the drafts that they rock, this is a team fighting draft. They like the Groks. They even played a Nakai in the jungle. So VLTH is a very special place in my heart. Their jungler is a utility main. So I like that at least. Katinaru is also their team captain. For ACT Esports, though, I think they could introduce a little bit more diversity. Sure, they played 3 games. Yes, they played a long game against Bacon Time twice. But there's a lot of similarities. Zeros played Leomord 3 times. Flukeo played Moskov twice. Sylvie played Clea twice. So maybe, just maybe, VLTH can do well to deny this kind of consistency. VLTH should shake it up. VLTH can take away these key picks and then force them to play something else.
And I think that is a wise approach, right? I think they can try to, restrict some of the comfortable picks from the side of ACT. Like you mentioned, maybe force, the jungler not to play the Leomord, maybe force maybe Flukeo on other heroes as well. I mean, Flukeo is the jungler. Force Karns on a different jungler as well. So, yeah, I think that can definitely be an approach here from the side of VLTH. But, to counter that, ACT definitely can, prepare other compositions that I'm sure that they have, especially going up against a team that is, on par standing wise. So they gotta see VLTH as a big threat to their standings.
They might be the biggest threat to each other. Sometimes you look at a lineup, you look at a leaderboard, and again, not to put them on a pedestal, but I think everyone agrees that after this season, most likely that wildcard slot goes to King of Gamers. We've seen King of Gamers compete on the Mekong qualifiers for years. But who's next? You know what I mean? Who's next? Who might be taking second place, playing in that Mekong Challenger Cup to try and play for the other slot? That's where the other clubs come through. That's where Bacon Time might slip in, VLTH, ACT. Everyone is a contender until proven otherwise. Here's a better picture of what we're talking about.
It's still very close here at the top, right? You can see King of Gamers, Bacon Time, VLTH having that 3 wins. You mentioned VLTH 3-1 as well. And if they lose here, though, definitely it's going to get interesting. ACT with the 3-1 record, definitely in that conversation as well. And we get to see Hydra earlier getting their first win, while you mentioned as well Full Sense having a 1-4 record. Yeah, still very, very, the standings still quite dynamic, I gotta say.
At 3 points for King of Gamers Club being, again, quote-unquote, the #1 squad here in MSL Thailand, they are literally just 2 points away from being contested by Buriram, even by Solix, even by Full Sense, who had a lot of trouble in our opener today. So don't count them out just yet. Check out how VLTH has swept their first 3 matches and then got swept by KOG. On the other hand, ACT also sweeping and then losing to Bacon Time. And finally, now they meet.
Somewhat a similar trend that they are in right now. And yeah, I mean, again, this was the KOG versus VLTH match. That was a very good opening there by. So the coordination, right, from VLTH is definitely needs to be taken, I guess, to consideration. But KOG in this highlight is just too good.
And I think the gap is smaller between Bacon Time and ACT. Because consider this. In this series, ACT actually won. And Bacon Time had to work for this dub. This was a 23-minute game that we're watching. These are the highlights of this final closer in that series. So, again, who has the harder reset? Who had to fight harder to get a better starting mindset in today's bout? Is it the team that got swept by number 1, or the team that almost beat number 2 but still came up short?
Oh, you're right. So it's definitely still anybody's game. You can see Hyde or
that's Wawa, Bird 5-star, and Dr. Marks.
What's up, guys?
Sawadee Krub, brothers.
Sawadee Krub. Learned that from Leo.
And I
They
learned that
see
from
the they seem to enjoy. Man, I wish to get to meet them IRL.
One day soon, Albert. I believe it'll happen. Let's get to meet our teams. Play now. This is VLTH.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is VLTH. Very comfortable position on the standings. Will they be able to solidify their positions in today's match? We got Teros, we got Sylvie, we got Carnes, we got Supermains, we got also... No. That's Katnaru, Nicholas, Linksy, James, and possibly KO in the mix for VLTH.
Yeah, KO! You gotta say it like that.
KO!
There you go. It's 3 O's. And they're facing off against ACT. ACT Sports. Remember the name. They're the ones who almost took down Bacon Time. Almost. Keyword almost.
Man, I hear what you're saying, Leo, but I'm bopping to the song right now, low-key. The intro is amazing. Will they be able to show an amazing display of MLBB today? Zero, Sylphie, Karn, Superman's Cairo, and we got Flo KO as well. Let's see, what will they cook today in the Land of Dawn?
Their fans came in droves at the Lido Connect Hall in Bangkok. And what a better way to enjoy your Saturday than to enjoy live MLBB action. Making their way on stage, their coaches. Acknowledge Coach Shadow and Coach Mikasa. And of course, the Thai Chop Master, Cobb.
Yeah, again, welcome coaches and players. And man, I can't wait for the draft to begin. Like, at least for the first game approach, right? Really sets the tone. Wow, I'm digging the red hair here. I like it.
You like red hair?
That's KO right there.
Yep. So we got Nicholas in the EXP lane, Katinaru in the jungle, Linksy in mid, KO in gold, and of course, Shajame in Rome. And that is KO, their import out of Laos.
And on the other side, we got ACT Sports Club, Cairo, Zeros, Carnes in the mid lane, Supermains in gold, Sylvie, Flukeo for ACT today. But yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing the twins, Zeros and Sylvie, jungle and Rome roll there, Leo.
Okay. It's gonna be tough because Flukeo is an MVP.
That's the thing.
หัวแดงมาเลยวันนี้ด้วยสีผมที่เปรี้ยวฟ้าวนะครับ
ต้องรับศึกของพี่น้องซิลวี่เซอร์รอสในการเจอกันตรงนี้เข้ามาจับลูกหนึ่งทีจากซิลวี่
สำหรับวอลลีแทนนะครับพวกผมก็มั่นใจเต็มที่ครับว่าต้องชนะมา2-0แน่นอน
แต่ว่าเป็นเรื่องของเซอร์ร้อนครับได้เต่าแล้วสไปร์ยาวใส่เข้ามาตรงนี้ครับ
นี่คือกอเลนที่สุดยอดที่สุดในยุคนี้วารีไทยแก้ว
ACT ระวังตัวไว้ดีนะครับโดนผมยิงยับแน่
ทีมผมก็จะชนะทีมคุณแน่นอนครับ
แล้วเจอกันในเกมครับ
Seems to be a very storied matchup we're going to be watching. Again, two qualifier teams, two very well-known organizations out of Thailand, Valley Thai and ACT. But this is a head-to-head we will not see. Am I right? We're seeing the twins actually play. Flukeo is benched, at least for game one.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the way we saw it, right? No Flukeo.
Yep. Yep. It's Sylvie and Supermains.
Interesting. But yeah, KO rocking the red hair. I love it personally. And let's see here with the switch up against a team like Valley Thai. Will it get, will the pressure get to the sub player?
You know what? If you're going to see the prediction come up soon, I will say Valley Thai, but this is a lineup that actually won the National Youth Tournament. And because of that, this is they have a reputation that no other team in MSL Thailand has. Not to mention, they have attended Team Falcon PH's boot camp as a part of developmental, just to get ready for MSL Thailand. And that, I think, is a big deal, because in case you're watching MPL Liquid, so that is the kind of play ACT is rocking in with.
That is actually a great. That's an outstanding fact right there. So yeah, the dedication shown from the side of ACT is definitely high here, and let's see, will it be portrayed in this match that we will about to see. We have seen two flying clouds, right? Two flying clouds and one dangerous grass, I believe.
Yep, out of the first series. So we're waiting for map selection here today. Let's not forget the Valley Thai we just saw. KO is actually on top of a lot of the stats in MSL Thailand. And look, Bird 5-star and Wawa say it's Valley Thai, but Dr. Marks, he thinks he's gonna go long, and he's saying ACT.
A good mix, score-wise and also side-wise. That's the Thai predictions. Oh, you guys think that Valley Thai is winning it all as well? 81%. That's a landslide victory.
Again, stats-wise, and even as per their record, Valley Thai has one more. 3-1. It's just they got stopped right dead in the tracks by KOG. So I don't know if that's what's affecting the 19%.
That's crazy. That's crazy, considering that they're quite close in the standings, But yeah, let's see. Let's see what will happen. And it seems like the fans here, Leo, is ready as well to see some MLBB action.
Those are Valley Thai esports fans. I think I'd look good in that red and white jacket. What do you think?
I love the tone. I love the, what do they call it? The aesthetics. I like it. It's not really red. Maybe it's white and magenta. Is that right? Magenta?
It looks magenta. Pretty bright red. It looks pretty bright red.
Okay.
Almost orange in some lights.
That's true. But yeah, I like it. I like the colorization in that jacket. But I also love the jersey.
That's a word.
Colorization
is a word. Coach Mikasa here. If I'm not mistaken, this is the same Coach Mikasa that is part of the top 15 of our restreamers. Unless there's multiple Mikasas in the MLBB Thai esports ecosystem.
What an ecosystem. You can be a coach and a restreamer, and also you can be a Dr. Marks is a top 2. restreamer as well, and he's sitting on the desk as we speak. That's crazy.
Again, we can expect more interesting developments out of MSL Thailand. Again, this is their debut season as they play a larger part in the MLBB esports world, which I'm so happy for. Again, that part of the world in the Mekong, I always said 6 months ago, a year ago, I said they need more leagues, they need more tournaments. We can't just have the Mekong Challenger Cup twice a year. That cannot stand. And I'm so glad that Thailand has stepped up.
They definitely get some more airtime here, as we will definitely get to see which team really is, quote unquote, the best team in the Thailand region. And perhaps it's one of the two here, right here. Well, standings wise, that's not the case, but maybe later on, all right? Maybe it's one of the twins that gets to get all the glory. But let's see here, ACT and also Valley Thai, they're taking their dear time here before entering the draft. So you can see the twins right here, very similar appearance-wise.
That's how twins work.
That's how twins work?
Except if they're fraternal. I've gotten confirmation that this is the same Mikasa out of the top 15. I heard he's made his name in another esport, just like Coach Zephyr. He's got some Dota blood in him. So he was also a former player, coach, caster out of the Dota 2 scene. So you could call him a Thai Zephyr.
A Thai Zephyr is wild, but yeah, I think
it's an easy comparison.
It is. But man, usually coaches, especially from that game, is so intelligent, man. I can't really say with confidence that the adaptation to MLBB is just so seamless and so quick. And yeah, I want to see that
it's natural.
Transition. It's very natural. That's true. But I want to see it being portrayed here.
It's like someone who played tennis, played table tennis
paddle?
or paddle or pickleball.
Yeah. Very, yeah. I think
that's a good
sums it up.
comparison.
Do you play paddle though? Is paddle big in PH?
No, sir. I've actually repelled the paddle pandemic for years now.
Likewise. I haven't touched a paddle racket in my life.
Ever? Yeah, no,
Ever.
Neither pickleball.
Same. Wow.
I'm a badminton man. So that's a Southeast Asian sport. You know what I mean? Malaysia, Indonesia. That's us.
Okay, badminton guy. Yeah. For sure. We need to play badminton one day.
My only real issue is I wish my arms and legs were longer sometimes.
Why so? Just to reach? I mean, you have an okay range though.
Just better reach. Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly above average among Southeast Asians, but sometimes you're like, why can't I be an inch longer? Why can't my arms reach, certain lengths? That could have been a front hand. Why did it have to be a backhand?
Why can I be an inch longer is definitely a popular, saying amongst men.
Not in MLBB though, because everyone is equal in the land of Don.
Definitely.
That's what makes this sport so appealing, is because you could literally see what KO is doing, and with enough training, he's awake. All right, you can't not be awake with a competitive setting like that. You can see that the lobby's about to go off. But yeah, as I'm saying, you can see anything that KO is doing, and with enough training and the right atmosphere and the right team, you could get there.
I mean, he's just zen right at this point, right? He's looking for that zen spot, waiting patiently, and it seems like the coach is.
I can see Coach Mikasa's patience running thin.
That's the thing. Like, yo, come on. I'm ready. I'm ready to take on ACT.
Everybody was looking forward to this match. Let's just give the people what they want.
On the other side, though, it seems like the coach from ACT is just
That's
still
Coach
giving
Shadow.
handouts. Coach Shadow.
Put respect.
Giving
Put
handouts.
respect on his name. Coach Shadow.
That's Coach Bayangan in Indonesia. But yeah, Coach Shadow is still giving some handouts here, reminding players. But yeah, what's
Thank
Shadow
you.
in Tagalog?
Anino.
What?
Anino.
Panino.
There you go. Thank
Yeah.
you for the language shake-up. Look at this. What is that? That's not Hello Kitty. It's a Sanrio character folder that seems to be notorious and infamous amongst Thai fans. This is a Coach Mikasa signature.
That's very interesting. That's interesting. I would love to have that folder on my hand.
You know Coach Panda, the
Yes.
technical director of BTR by Vitality. Like
Yes.
he has a notebook. He has a notebook. For years that was his thing. But Coach Mikasa, he's different. He has a pink folder.
That speaks volume, right? Old school. You know, they're going old school, and I appreciate that. I respect that. Are you more of a notebook kind of guy, or or are you a tab kind of guy?
I'm more tab. I want to save paper. There was a quote by a Superman. Facepalm. He reads Thai. He is Thai. Should
did it
be
say?
watched out for because he might just break.
That's some heat. That is
That's
that is
fire.
some heat right there. That's fire. I like that. I like that confidence. I love some flair. On like
Little
pro
bit of
players,
spice.
and I like
You
that.
like
I like
spice?
that. I like spice. I don't like pro players that are quite tame. That's
You like sambal?
so. I like some ball indeed. Don't
Thai
flim
food is a
finito.
little more layered. Thai food is very.
Oh yeah,
complex. It's
how
not
was
just
Thai
all
food?
spicy.
How was your experience with Thai food whilst in Bangkok?
It was layered. I'll tell you now, the most interesting dish I got was our Thai brethren. All right, so the most interesting dish I ate was, get this, pisang goreng, fried banana with spicy sauce.
Ooh, okay.
Is that an Indo
Okay.
thing? Do you guys have an equivalent? I don't know what it was called in
Okay.
in Thai. I don't know what its name is.
It's a sweet and sour sauce. I suppose.
No.
It's just spicy.
Sugar. Yeah, it's spicy. It was a sugar glazed fried banana, and then it was a spicy sauce. And then at first I was like, we did, and I loved it.
We have something similar, but I'm sure it's just a different different feel. But yeah, I can see the vision, but definitely right. Definitely a unique experience, man. Definitely a unique experience.
I ate a good chunk of a little bit of everything. There was a street
Naturally.
food crawl that Bird 5-star and our lovely host at the SEA Games brought us through. Pavelin ran me and our friends through,
ที่เกม
and there was
จะ
all
เริ่
sorts
ม
of food,
เนาะ
man.
ด้วยความ
I
ที่คู่
forgot.
นี้เป็นคู่แบบไฮไลท์ดุเดือดแน่นอนก็เลยอยากจะมาสัมภาษณ์นะคะความรู้สึกของคนดูแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์กันก่อนนะคะ ตอนนี้เราอยู่กันที่ Lido Connect เนาะสำหรับใครนะคะที่อยากมาดูแมตช์นี้ก็ยังมาได้อยู่นะคะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆแฟนคลับแนะนำตัวกันก่อนนะคะ เดี๋ยวเริ่มจากฝั่งนี้ก่อนเลยค่ะ
ชื่ออังค่ะ
ด้านนี้ได้เลยค่ะ
ชื่อแบ็คค่ะ
โอ้โหสาวสวยของเราทั้งสองคนนะคะเป็นสายเกมเมอร์กันใช่ไหม
ใช่ค่ะ
อันนี้เล่นเกมอยู่แล้วไหมคะ
ไม่ได้เล่นค่ะ แต่ว่าพอดูแล้วอินก็เลยมาเชียร์
เราชอบเราก็อินเราก็เชียร์ฝั่งนี้นะคะเล่นเกมอยู่หรือเปล่าปกติแล้วไม่ค่อยเล่นดูอย่างเดียวโอ้โหน้องเขินน่ารักตะมูตะมีมากเลยอยู่ข้าง MC Drop นะคะน้องน่ารักเกินเดี๋ยวเรามาถามน้องนะคะว่าเชียร์ทีมไหนโอ้โหอาจจะรู้แล้วนะอันนี้แบบสุดๆเลย
อยู่แล้วค่ะวลีไทยอยู่แล้ว
วลีไทยดีวะฝั่งนี้โอ้โหด้านนี้ล่ะคะเชียร์ทีมไหน
ECT ค่ะ
ACT Esport แล้วเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะในทีม
ชอบทั้งทีมเลยค่ะ มีความรู้สึกว่าเขาเป็นทีมเวิร์กและรู้สึกว่าวันนี้เราต้องชนะค่ะ
แฟนคลับตัวจริง โอ้โห ชอบทั้งทีมนะคะ แล้วเราต้องชนะแน่นอนด้วย โอ้โห ฝั่งนี้ล่ะคะ มีแบบเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ก็ไม่มีพิเศษค่ะ ก็ชอบทั้งหมดค่ะ
โอ้โห สาวๆ ตอนนี้หนุ่มๆ เนี่ยไม่มีแรงจะกดเกมแล้วนะคะ เขินพูดขนาดนี้ แล้วอยากทราบว่าเนี่ยมาดูที่นี่กี่ครั้งแล้วคะ แบบกี่แมตช์กี่วีคแล้ว
มาดูทุกแมตช์เลยค่ะ ไม่พลาดสักแมตช์
โอ้โห ถ้านี่เป็นวลีไทยนะคะ ต้องชนะแล้วอ่ะ แฟนคลับพูดขนาดนี้ไม่ได้กดดันนะคะอันนี้ไม่ได้กดดัน ด้านนี้ล่ะ มาดูกี่ครั้งแล้วคะ
ครั้งแรกค่ะ
เฮ้ย ครั้งแรก แบบเราตั้งใจมาเชียร์แมตช์นี้โดยเฉพาะเลยไหม
ใช่ค่ะ
น่ารักมากนะคะอย่างสุดท้ายมีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่เราเชียร์ไหมคะ แบบให้กำลังใจ
ทำให้เต็มที่ค่ะ แล้วก็เชื่อว่าทุกคนทำเต็มที่อยู่แล้ว แต่ทำให้ดีที่สุด แล้วก็ชนะวันนี้ไปให้ได้ค่ะ
โอ้โหกำลังใจล้นหลามมากตอนนี้นักแข่งพร้อมสุดๆเลยด้านนี้ล่ะคะแบบให้กำลังใจทีมด้านนี้ด้วย
ก็สู้ๆค่ะ เอ็ดกำลังใจให้อยู่
โอ้โห น่ารักมากเลยไหนขอเสียงวลีไทยหน่อยได้ไหมคะวู้ด้านนี้ล่ะคะ ACT Esport ขอเสียงหน่อยค่ะ โอ้โห สุดยอดเลยค่ะเดี๋ยวให้น้องแฟนคลับไปพักก่อนนะคะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Also meant to throw to us. Thank you to hear from both Valley Thai fans and ACT fans. Where were we? What were we talking about prior to that?
Man, I think that the mini mint out of nowhere caught me off guard as well. But man, what an interview! What an interview! I really enjoyed it. But Leo, man, we were talking about, I believe, your Thailand
fried banana
travel. Yeah, we were talking about fried banana. Thailand, your Thai cuisines, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, which is definitely far from what. This is a matchup between two qualifiers teams, the big name, and I don't know what draft to expect. Deep hero pools. Both teams kind of play towards what their opponents do, and it's not like they just play to the meta. They also have their own little special flavors.
Yeah, I think it's again, I also don't know what to expect draft wise. I want to get to the draft just to see, what the tone is like, what
they banned it. So maybe ACT and Valley Thai might be a little more I'm looking forward to, but also I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't, because in the Philippines, I don't know if it's anymore. What we care more about is the Valentina. Valentina is who kind of dictates what happens in that kind of trade. Definitely tier hero.
Yeah, I
low
think
A.
Yeah, I can see how and why. I mean, on her kit is very elusive. It's good. It's mobile.
And even if there's no ults to steal, she still feels like she can contribute to a fight. She's the game, the Valentina, like that'll aggressive invasions. And let me see. Okay, look that into their rotation. It might actually be ACT, because ACT out, but not the Valentina. So maybe Valentina hasn't reached the MSL Thailand ecosystem just yet. We've gotten word that we are going to go on a quick break. We'll be back after this for we will see Valley Thai versus ACT Esports. MSL Thailand.
bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill?
B-dubs indeed. ACT takes on VLTH, folks. In case you missed it, VLTH, they're technically third, but second record-wise on the standings, and below VLTH is just ACT sitting just below them. So let's see what will happen in this match, because definitely it will affect the standings after.
It's a good start. Ban out the glue. We saw that in Series 1 today. Glue was such a difficult hero to answer to. Almost single-handedly responsible for Hydra's first win in the season. The Marcel gets taken out by VLTH. ACT, what other usual suspects do we have? Hilda. Where's the Harley? Where's the Suyo? Where's the Valentina? Where's the Khalid bands?
We might see it on the final ban here from VLTH, right? Yeah, I mean, the Marcel was banned. You know, you mentioned the Harley being very, very annoying as well. But again, you mentioned ACT relies on that Leo Mord. Will that be looked from the side of VLTH as well? Final ban, they're taking their time. Apart from that, right? Valentina is a good shout as well.
That too.
And yeah. Let's see.
It's weird that ACT aren't attacking the jungle as much, because Bacon Time has a similar hero pool with VLTH's jungler. So Catinaro has all of his choices. Baksha, Fred, Hi. They're all there. Oh, but this does allow for the Freya to come through.
Oh, you're right. The Freya.
Danger zone.
Definitely. We didn't get to see some Freya action on our first series, but we will get to see it here on the second, right? ACT prioritizing it instantly. And I do want to see if it's a flex or not, because in some cases, you know, can be flexed towards the EXP as well. So Baksha is open.
Do it. Baksha now. VLTH. Baksha foe. There it is. Good start. Phovius has slowly become a #1 pick in the XP lane.
Yeah, I think it's a good pickup from the side of VLTH, right? Baksha, you know, roams very well. It's a tanky unit, and Phovius, it allows the Baksha to, it helps the turtle take that, at least the first one, to at least almost a guarantee of first turtle. Let's see the response from the side of ACT. Let's get it to the Riz, Terizla, and also Harley. So not a bad of a trade, but again, Harley, you know, if it's under like the early game, under farm, it's gonna get quite tricky to turn the tides, I have to say.
Unfortunate that the Rizzler isn't performing exactly well in MSL Thailand. He got buffed in the recent patch, Decisive Moment. Came in at around 2 weeks back. He's been kicking butt all over MPLPH. So here he might start to get some wins. But since Phoveus is on their side, VLTH says the coast is clear. Go pick the Harith. Possibly the number one, possible gold laner #1 right now in the metagame. Good start. I think both sides are getting what they want.
Yeah, I think both teams here are definitely comfortable with their first phase picks and enter the second phase. Seems like the roamers are getting the attention here with the Cho ban and as well as the Hylos ban. So it's going to be a very, very limited choice on the roamers. Do keep in mind that let's see what roamers are left here.
There's still
no
a
Marcel,
Gatot.
no Khalid. One, sure, but what's the other?
Kalea's still out there. Grok is still out there.
Right. So yeah, I think Kalea, we might get to see a Kalea play here, a Kalea game. But the Zitian is off the board here.
I don't know who can still combo with the Kalea, possibly ACT, since it looks like VLTH want to play with a box. VLTH want to play a full dive comp. That just pushes forward. And again, what good way to use that muscle than with a Kimmy in the back line. So VLTH. Is this the mid pick or the roam pick?
Ooh, I gotta say, I think you gotta prioritize the roam, right? Again, just limiting more options on that roam. So I like the roam, but that leaves the mid quite limited as well. Ooh. You're right. I'm quite confident already with the damage that the Harith can output.
I wouldn't put all on the Harith.
You wouldn't put it all?
I would say. Yeah, no, not all in one basket here. It's a little risky.
Oh. 0%
So they need more damage.
here. They get the Grok.
They need more
that
damage.
crowd control. So for yeah, VLTH definitely needs more damage, and the Farsa is still on the table, though it's not gonna like have a pleasure time against the Harley and the Freya and the Riz. So do they really want the Farsa? The Eve is still on the table.
No,
ACT's locked in. Oh,
okay.
You're right.
Big daps everywhere. So what is it? Coach Shadow, why are we dapping up?
They locked in. They have locked in. They have DPS Loki Burst. I like that pick, Lilia. Let's get Gatot Kacha and the Lilia here locked in. It's good, you know, against a Baksha and a Phoveus. I think
Okay.
the Lilia deals, you know, can handle that hero or heroes properly.
Yeah, Lilia's good. I like how it's a consistent amount of damage that can, make VLTH reconsider their entries and how long they can stay in the fights. But we have yet to see a mid laner for VLTH. What goes in the hands of Linksy? We mentioned the Farsa. Could that be it? Is that enough? Is there something else?
The Farsa is okay. I prefer this. I prefer the
Okay.
Lunox. I prefer the Lunox over the Farsa. So vulnerable if you pick the Farsa. But yeah, the Lunox here definitely can cause problems to the composition of ACT. You know, likes the Freya. If the Lunox is fed, you know, the Freya is a juicy target. So let's see here again. I like the drafts from both ends.
A majority of Lunoxes in MSL Thailand were played by Angelina, and it suffered a loss earlier in the first series of the day. So with this being picked up by Linksy, I feel like they know what they're doing, and they want to finish quick. They want to get in there, break that base as fast as possible, and go on to game 2, because this is a very magic-heavy lineup. The only real source of physical damage is Nicholas on that Phoveus, which is again isn't even really that reliable, and maybe a little bit on Shah-Jain. A little bit on Shah-Jain.
A little bit of Shah-Jain. I like that name, by the way, Shah-Jain. So let's see here how it will be executed, right? The first game of the series as we get to talk a bit more about the drafts. You can see Freya on that assassin emblem and the purify. Let's
Yep.
see here. What is?
There's a lot of crowd control.
Like, laning wise, from the
There's
side
a lot of crowd control.
At least from the side of VLTH, right?
Yes, that's why it's a purify. So you're seeing a super main investing in a purify because all he needs is a solid Valkyrie's Descent, purify, skill 2, and then he can get in there. But that's easier said than done, given that whenever you do press your skill 2, you make Nicholas angry.
And you don't want to make Sir Nicholas angry, right? You don't want to make Sir Nicholas angry. So, again, players are focused. What can I expect from that first turtle fight? You know, I still am leaning towards the side of VLTH to clear the first turtle, so I expect some counterplay from the side of, you know, ACT. Like maybe go for the pressuring gold lane. You know, you don't have to contest the first turtle.
The key is
that's what I expect.
The key is, and this was solved post M7, or at least in the later half M7, is you block the Freya from getting to the first turtle because that's what she does. That's what they do, right? That's why they're pretty good in the meta game, is because they're a gold laner that is activated early. So if they can somehow, some way, block super main from getting to that, you know, powerful rotation, then they're closer to winning. So yeah, it's plenty of this is on Shah James, right? A lot of it is on that Grok to block the Frey, or you know, make super main's job a little harder. And I think that's step one. Just deny that Freya its early strengths, and I hope Shah James is ready.
Let's see. I hope the best as well, Shah James. But yeah, I think that makes sense. You know, block the Freya's movement early, and after that, I mean, this is expecting. I mean, this assumption is based on if both teams get like no kills. Like if the jungler gets a kill, then that definitely turns the dynamic. But yeah, players are ready. So I think we are about to head to the Lanadon very, very soon.
The way the players are holding their phones, I do believe it is about to tee off. Here we go, game number 1. VLTH versus ACT. Both teams, I think, have a solid draft. It's more a matter of just getting that first rotation down right.
Jump into the Lanadon again. It's going to be very, very intense. Seeing the two teams that is about to fight. That's a taunt. That's a big one. That's getting cat and mouse taken very low. First blood for the Freya. And Saros is taken very low as well as the Harith. No skill. That's going to be Superman's early double on the Freya. Linksy, though, finds a consolation kill. That's a taunt as well. On towards the mid laner here. All alone, isolated. And that's another kill on the board for ACT.
VLTH was playing a weird game to start. If their first rotation was to block ACT said, we'll fight through it. And fight through it they did. 2 early kills for super mains. And they went as far deep as tier 2 in the gold lane. Amazing start for ACT. And now it makes sense why Linksy is playing a Lunox. He learned from the best. Former teammate of Angelina. They've been competing in the M Challenge Cup for years, and now ACT continues, but Lacey punishes. Down goes Sylvie.
Man, oh man, that's a good trade as well from the side of VLTH to at least get some gold in, because they're technically behind already. Like 2 double. I mean, for 1 double kill from the side of Supermains early, that's already a landslide in lane. And you can see the Harith already. The way KO is positioning himself so safely, right? Practically hugging the turret. It shows the pressure. Let's see, the first turtle is up, and setup-wise should now favor ACT slightly.
I think with the outcome of the first minute, Yeah, definitely. ACT still calling the shots. And here comes Supermains. The Freya jumping in.
Wow, 5-member rotating as expected as well. And no angles for VLTH to exploit. Supermaze jumps in regardless. That's a good knockback from the side of Brock. Kainaru still able to at least get back. Pops the Poissons though and has to recall. That opens up the jungle of Kainaru. Pretty open.
That ain't Grok, dude. That's Shah James. And I get Supermains. He didn't rotate all the way. Yeah, I don't think Supermains rotated all the way down to that turtle pit not fight. So I guess it was worth it to send Katinaru home. Fortunately, Katinaru will still get his orange buff. So again, I think ACT are respecting VLTH a little too much. ACT should keep fighting. That is my prescription as a doctor of the game. Just keep on fighting. That's where you're strong.
Yeah, apply more pressure, right? Especially with this lead. That's getting the shield unity connecting, landing onto Supermains, and nothing too serious after. So, yeah, ACT, they got a slight gold lead, but it seems like they're also, you know, hesitating on getting the choke points. So take a look at Zeros, though, already stealing the purple buff.
Oh, no. Zeros, despite the 0, 1, and 2 stat line, I think is still leagues in a better way than Katinaru. Katinaru is behind a full EXP bar, behind about 200 gold, and it's not like he's being stopped in his tracks by ACT. It's just VLTH isn't sure if they can fight yet. They're waiting for Linksy. They're waiting for KO.
They definitely are waiting. Glowing Wand already in hand for Karn, so you know, the at least like KO's sustainability, Kainaru's you know, sustainability as well will be negated with that Glowing Wand. And it seems like it's after, you know, a very action-packed first minute. Tempo really slowed down. 2 free turtles here for Zeros.
I think ACT kind of got twice bit, once shy by their last engagement in VLTH. Again, closing the gap at 3-2. When you started at 2-0 in the first minute on a super aggressive Freya, my prescription still stands. ACT should push the advantage, keep on fighting, punish KO. The fact that he has a flicker means if they force that flicker out for the next 2 minutes, he is susceptible to ganks. So every minute that they're not pressuring KO means another moment, another hope for VLTH to kind of come back.
Yeah, definitely they gotta force a spell or two, and it seems like they want to force a fight here in the purple buff. That's gonna be Superman sinking very low. Harris is the mix as well. Revitalize popped. That's gonna be Kainaru now taking some heat, but Phobius Nicholas will take a kill. That's gonna be Linksy finding a kill as well, and VLTH, they do not feel the pressure. They lose 1 and they take 2.
2 for 1. Very good trade here in favor of VLTH, closing that gap, keeping it close to about 1,000 between them. That was tough for Supermains. He took a fight amongst a spot in the map with many walls, and this is broken walls, so that was worst case scenario because the wall there isn't broken. If anything, the wall there is still as solid as it is on any other map. So I don't know if that was VLTH's plan all along or ACT engaged in a weird spot that Supermains' the Valkyrie's Descent didn't matter. Because yes, he did jump in, but that was only after he took 3 or 4 hits from Kyo.
Yeah, he was quite low. Whoa, that's a deadly magic. Popped. Forcing Linksy. Oh, the timing is quite off there. Actually, the deadly magic's damage still delivered. In the bottom side, you can see a 1v1 here between Kyra and Nicholas. Will not commit it just yet, though, but that's will be officially the first 3 turtles for Zeros.
100% goes over to the aggressive team. They're not letting everything that VLTH is doing slow them down. Defensive use of the tech charge by Shah James. It should be okay though. Again, the map will still slow down. KO isn't really getting pressured as much. sadly, he will lose some space to farm. He's gonna lose that tier 1. And maybe it's time to switch up. Maybe it's time to go swap down to the bottom.
Maybe that's the case, right? Level 10 on Freya though, and still level 8 on KO. That's a positive sign. Soon level 9 for KO, at least. Now they focus on towards the mid lane here. Do they have the space to at least be a threat to take the turret down? It seems like ACT. They will slow on the siege in the mid lane. Though they will AOG towards the bottom side here, finding Nicholas. Obvious under the turret. Still able to find the clear as well, so it is A-OK. Great defense now. VLTH looking to find some counterplay. Purify Force from Carnes. Saros is in the mix as well. 2-man knock up there by Nicholas, but no real major damage just yet from side of VLTH as both teams are touching and going. The mid lane is actually Shaman Force popped on towards Saros. KO finds a solo kill on towards the jungler of ACT.
The glass almost broke, but KO won that 1v1. Catinaro didn't need to help him out. So that's a sign that maybe ACT should change their priorities. Pressure elsewhere and get Zeros into a winning position because he's losing to KO. KO is down on farm, but he's still very strong. So I feel like that's a player to watch out for. KO is a force of nature in this match. Again, the red-haired Laotian is calling the shots. He's the only player, I think, of VLTH right now that's comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, splendid calculations, right? Just so confident to know that, you know what, I can take this fight. I can find that solo, and that he did. That's a taunt in the mid lane. No order of brilliance for Linksy. ACT definitely can be more aggressive here, but it seems like they are, you know, taking it slow again.
So this is a dance. Both teams are taking their time. Oh, Catinaro jumps on it too.
Yeah, I don't like this fight. VLTH now, very, very low. Let's see. That's going to be 2 members from the side of VLTH. Very low, taken down. Oh, jungler. Nicholas falls as well. And take a look at the composition. Super Mains jumps back and KO finds a kill at least. But it's still 3 members off the board for VLTH and might be more as KO will fall, as well as Shah. So ladies and gentlemen, it will be a wipeout for ACT.
This youth championship tournament winning lineup featuring Cairo and Super Mains are calling the shots. They're in the driver's seat. They're up by about 4,000 gold, and I don't think Catinaro will make it. Look at that body block here by Cairo, and that's a Lord secured by ACT. Great work by the squad in blue. VLTH, it looked like they had it, but I don't know. Is it all just really on KO? Is KO the only hope? Because Linksy doesn't have enough stacks on the Sky Piercer.
It seems like it. It seems like it, you know. And so unfortunate. But let's see here, right? The offense from ACT. Top lane needs to be managed, and it seems like the Harley is on it, you know. Zeros is definitely on duty. They would like to take more structures down. And VLTH, they have less space to work with now.
The map is shrinking, bro. VLTH doesn't have enough space to get KO up, to get Linksy stacks. And Catinaro can't roam around the way he used to with that Baksha Unite. I think all the shields pop now.
That it will. Mid lane, bottom lane popped. Top lane structure, so all of the inners will fall here from the side of VLTH. That's the Malefic Roar already locked in. And the glaive as well, so there's penetration from the magic side and the physical side. Catinaro practically bursted down in the mid lane there as Superman jumps in with a descent into the bottom side of the map there. AOG just to follow it up, structure will fall. That's a 2-man taunt and the jump. Down goes KO. And take a look at the fight that ACT is having. One more card will not finish the game, but they have another wave to play around with in the mid lane.
Albert, I said shields, but even inhibitors are falling. 2 defenders left. Lynxy here is gonna go down, survives the deadly magics, and the base is up next. ACT!
They will do it. What a game from ACT. Taking the lead at this match point, and VLTH, hands are on their head.
I don't know what that hand gesture means, but you can do whatever you want. You basically wipe the floor with VLTH. ACT, it's this lineup, man. It's this lineup with Cairo and Super Mains. That Freya has to go game 2. It's gotta go.
They gotta ban it. They gotta ban it unless they switch sides and they look for that opening or that Freya opening. But yeah, that Freya, super expensive. You know, I thought they can recover. You know, VLTH, especially after the mid game after Lynxy getting the items. But ACT says no. We will take control, and we will take game 1.
They walked away with so much, man. The Freya, the Harley, the Gatot Kacha, the Lilia, and the Rizzler were just, you know, the icing on the cake. So with that said, hoping that VLTH are able to draft out of their minds in game number 2, because it's not like they drafted weak. They got a Baksha, they got a Harith. Like, those are, you know, still very much in demand heroes in this current metagame. I think it's a matter of mindset. Something tells me that pause kind of slowed down VLTH. The slow start may have kind of, you know, blunted their momentum.
Yeah, I think that fight during that Lord Dance, right, was really the deal breaker, especially for VLTH, that they could not recover. After that wipeout, yeah, they were far behind. And ACT, they got the momentum. We saw what momentum could bring to the table on our first series, and it seems like in this game, that momentum really turned up for the side of ACT. Let's give a special shout out for our gold laner again. It seems like first series, all 3 games was the gold laner. Second series, first game, same story.
Super Mains, again, from the first minute, he was the moving force, the driving force for ACT, and he kept up that pressure, even when he was taking less than ideal fights, such as that one in the purple buff, wherein he took too much damage, his only death this game. And I guess all of the rotations were led by the Freya. Wherever Supermain says they go, they go. And he never let that pressure off of VLTH's neck. And I think now at match point, VLTH feels that all the more.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, there you got to see the kills, just the 2 kills early. After that, technically, you know, he doesn't get a kill, but it's all A-okay. A-okay. This was the only 2 kills from Freya for this game. After that, it was just all assists. And
hey, Mans is a team player. He let his teammates get the kills. He's just here to facilitate the violence.
That I love. That I love. He's a provocateur, right? And yeah, highlights-wise, the only good fight was here for the side of VLTH, where Super Mains was caught, and they get 2 more kills, I believe. They get Super Mains, they get Cairo, and after that, this solo kill was splendid. But after this fight, you know, VLTH, they cannot recover.
Yeah. Something tells me that Lonox might have been a little too slow to start. Maybe if they found a way to draft a little better for that mid lane matchup. Because it, you know, we're reminded that they have a Phoveus as well. And Phoveus is very strong in the current metagame. Sure, it's a dead lane between him and the Terizla. But in a lineup that has a Harley, a lineup that has a Freya, you kind of just jump in there and go Leroy Jenkins. Nicholas didn't get to do that. He died less than his teammates, sure. But not dying as much and not losing is not the same as winning. There's a stark difference. And VLTH was caught lacking in game 1. ACT, they have momentum. It's on their side right now, Johnny.
It is definitely on their side, and it's a rather quick game. The first Lord was enough. We didn't get to see the second Lord in action. Just one Lord for the side of ACT was enough to crack all of the base turrets and enough to crack the main base as well with the firepower and the damage output that ACT has already in their items. And VLTH, they really wanted KO and Lixie to be fed, but it did not really happen here in our opening game of the series.
Yeah, KO got some farm. I think KO had it better than Lynxie, or maybe KO just played better because Lynxie was rotating with Shah Jaim. And I guess as a mid laner, that's part of your role. You're more utility than carry until it's time to go full swing carry. So I guess that's the issue with mid lane Lunox. We don't see that much anymore in macro-centric metagames. So I guess in MPLPH, that doesn't fly. So in my head, the math doesn't check out. So here I think VLTH learned that the hard way. All this while, all Karns has to do is clear waves, and then as soon as Supermain says we fight, he just lays out the damage. It was a much cleaner formula for ACT.
I agree. The formula was clear, and they were able to execute it. But let's give a shout out. Zeros was actually the one that dealt the most damage here in this game on that Harley. And we got a shout out to Karns as well with 12 assists. Man, that's a lot of assists. Double-digit assists.
That's what I'm saying, right? You assist in clearing the waves, and then you just lay out the cover fire as the fights go on. Amazing work here by ACT. We got possibly 2 more, maybe 1 more if ACT has their way in this series. I'm thinking of how VLTH recovers because there really wasn't much fight here. After that first engagement, again, the first minute, all ACT. There were maybe 1 or 2 moments wherein it seemed like VLTH was bouncing back.
Yeah.
But no, all it took was 1 Lord, 12 minutes in the base. Maybe ACT, if this is the plan, okay, if this is the gameplay, ACT needs to stop it with the, we'll slow it down, then we'll win with stacks. If they're facing ACT this way, VLTH has to play right now. VLTH has to win for now. So don't put a Skypiercer Lunox in mid. If ever, put a Skypiercer Granger in the gold lane in the hands of KO, and then we can talk.
Maybe that's going to be the change that they are looking at, right, for that second game. I think that that was a little bit too greedy, going for the Lunox and Harith carry.
Or a Suyo with a Skypiercer, right? I'm naming just fast things. I'm like a little 5-year-old boy saying sports cars, jet engines, fire truck, things that are fast.
Oh, okay. Not ice cream then.
No, just fast things. Yeah.
Something fast. But yeah, Suyo and as well as Granger Skypiercer, maybe that can be the tweak that VLTH needs if they really want, and of course they want, of course, game 3. But then again, we might see more or other surprises from the side of ACT saying, you know what, I will assume that you will ban the Freya in the second game, so I'm preparing something else that you're not really prepared for. So yeah, I think that those are.
Yes, that's a good start as well. Ban the Freya. That's also number 1.
Yeah, I think they should, right? Especially if they stick on the sides that is the same, blue side for ACT. So I think ban the Freya, don't test it out unless they switch. Then that's a different ball game. But if they ban the Freya, I am sure that ACT is, they're aware that they're gonna ban the Freya. So hey, suddenly they pick up the Leomord, first pick. We know that it's something that ACT is also very comfortable with, approach with the Leomord. So yeah, I think now VLTH, they are under pressure. Remember, they are sitting at a comfortable 3-1 standings wise, but they're not far off if you compare it to ACT. Definitely can switch positions wise.
It's not even a matter of KO breaking. He's still the stellar gold laner that we've been hyping up since the broadcast began. but it's more of the team. They have to build around KO, and by that, you also have to consider to not steal his shine. You know, don't out-farm him. Don't put him in a position where he has to carry solo, which is, again, in this case, exacerbated by that Lunox in mid. So, yeah, if you're going to go all in on him, just commit to the bit, let him pick his signature heroes, and then let him carry. But, yeah, don't compromise his economic resource gains. For ACT, again, that's the only question. Is that what do they have after that Freya ban? Because the MVP performance by Supermain cannot fly. The question becomes simpler if VLTH don't ban the Freya. If they don't ban the Freya, that's it. They pick it again.
They definitely will. They definitely will. And you know
They
what's
must.
unfortunate for they must. And what's unfortunate for side of VLTH is actually that that 2 early kills was just that expensive as well for the side of ACT. And yeah, so if they do, let's say in a world, let the Freya out again for that second game, don't let the Freya get that 2 early kills or get a kill early, because that momentum will not stop.
It's up to VLTH. They have to find a speed bump because ACT will not slow down for them. It would be weird. God, I'll tell you now. I'm gonna think out loud. It would be weird if the answer to the what's after the Freya is suddenly ACT comes to a complete slow crawl. That would be weird. There has to be some other draft wherein they can go just as fast as a Freya Gold.
Yeah, I think they should prepare for that, right? They should have prepared. It seems like the coach is, smiling, looking confident, looking ready for their players. And Zen mode here has entered. Whoa. Mikasa.
Pupils go.
The pupils go.
Okay.
after that first game, that pupil needs to go.
All right. After that trance, snap back into game time. We have our map, we have our sides, and we have ACT at match point. We are going into dangerous grass with VLTH on the blue this time.
Yeah, let's see here. As expected, though, with the switch, ACT will not let the Freya go as well. So now, what will VLTH prioritize, right? Will they take away the Harley? One of the key factors also on why ACT got the dub earlier. It's gonna be the glue ban out from the side of VLTH, indeed, without Marcel. So it seems like so far it's still quite similar banning wise, apart from the Freya. That's the only tweak. And with that, it's going to set the tone for VLTH as well. My guess is VLTH will take the Harley away from the side of ACT. And maybe they can also try to get the Gatot Kacha away from the side of ACT as well, because it was a problem. It was one of the main issues on why it was just so hard to engage on the compositions of ACT. It's going to be the Cho ban out early from the side of VLTH. That's interesting. That shows a lot of respect on towards the roamer, on towards Sylvie, one of the twins. No Cho here, Leo, on the first phase.
Is this the second Cho ban of the day?
Yes, but it's the first time that it's first phase.
The first phase,
Cho ban,
yeah.
the first, yeah.
Very proactive. I respect the game that VLTH is showing is that even if they are on the back foot here, again, match point for their opponents, they still have a clear game plan. There goes the Hilda, the last ban for ACT. It seems like they might want to go for the Suyo Leomord trade. That's what's left in the jungle, at least for S tier picks.
Definitely still on the board. for that Suyo and Leo Mord. And let's not forget the Harley, right? Harley definitely cancel. Okay, the Zushin is left open, you know? So, you know, ACT, they must be aware of this, right? So they have to have like answers. The Yeeves is off the table, but they will go take away the Khalid, you know. As we all know, the Khalid and Zushin paired up is nasty. They will take the Khalid away for themselves.
I forgot.
And the Harley.
I forgot that the Harley was left open. Depends on what Valitai do. They can be a Phovius pick 3.
I like that idea. I really like that idea for ACT, right? So either Valitai denies that Phovius pick, or they pick a hero that can handle that Phovius well in that lane. Are we looking at a potential Yuzong versus Phovius? But you know, laning wise, not really good. But like later, you know, the compensation is for later. The Suyo, you mentioned it, and the Hylos first. So roamers completed in the first phase. Different approach here from the first.
Yep, good mid trio by Valitai. Again, not budging despite the disappointing showing in game 1. One more here. Could it be the foe? I would rather. I appreciate the foe. The foe is good. There's a Suyo, a lot of dashes there. You kind of block out a lot out of the EXP lane if you pick a foe, and the gold lane too, because the Harith becomes like, okay, make my day. Pick the Harith. If you pick the foe here, even Arlott kind of just conks out. So is ACT gonna do that? Oh, they instead get a Zush, Valentina. Are they afraid of the Sora? Because they have all the resources and the time and the space in this draft to not worry about the Sora.
Maybe like we talked about earlier as well. Maybe it's not really about the Sora, but it's about the Valentina itself as well, right? It's quite independent. You know, you don't really have to, especially later on, you don't really have to babysit, quote unquote. You know, the Valentina. So maybe that's why. But
wait, this is the deadliest mid lane duo. They made it happen. ACT want to go fast again, Johnny. It's the Khalid and the Valentina.
You're right. You know, mobility-wise, Khalid, Roamer, definitely up there. Valentina, yeah, can also move around fast, elusive as well. So, yeah, with the Phobius banned out, that makes sense. They really want to have more control in that EXP lane. And funnily enough, yeah, the Sora will be banned from side of Valentina. You know, they do not want the Sora being available, knowing that the Valentina is off the board.
Yep, because it's more likely that ACT take advantage of that fact, and then they put a Sora in their EXP lane. So good read here by Valitai. Good read by Coach Mikasa. One more ban, the carry. So this kind of says that ACT might be able to play it kind of slow in the gold lane and then have a solid frontliner in the EXP. So they have less chances of melting from the carry.
Yeah, that's a good take there. So what is ACT looking for in their gold lane position? I'm looking at the Harith is a good pick, but then a lot of magic heroes, a lot of magic power from the side of ACT. If they do lock in, commit the Harith, is the Claude still good here? Because I think the Claude. Oh no. Okay, they will lock in another magic hero that deals, you know, magical.
It's okay. We've proven that if you're playing all magic, you're kind of putting a clock on your opponent, saying how fast can you build that radiant armor? How fast can you build that Tina shield? And by banning the carry, again, you can kind of slow it down. Take your time in the gold lane. With the Harith, you need like a 2-time power spike. And you take out the Phovius, you can dash around like a little white-haired baby boy. So how does Valitai answer? They need a gold laner. Do you want a Granier? Do you want a... like... How creative can you get in the gold lane now? A Claude? Do they?
That's a bold pick there if they do end up the Claude. I mean, the Moskov fits. Yeah, the Moskov fits, but it's again another bold pick. The Esmeralda, though, that's bolder.
It's been a while. Is it really
been a
that
while.
bad that they needed an answer to the Harith stat? Okay, now they can just pick a hero that rotates out faster than Esmeralda, and VLTH will have to play catch up. That's the power of Red 5 for ACT.
Yeah.
Oh, they dapped up.
Or
You see that?
they
dapped
go.
up.
They dapped up. They locked in. So.
Oh, there it is.
What about the Uranus? Uranus banned.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
the
the daps are
Yuzong
going
is not a
around.
bad shout, no?
I don't think so. I think Yuzong is okay. You can rotate as quickly out of the lane, and there it is. It's either you stay here, keep me hostage, or I clear, I rotate faster, and I find your Moskov or your Zushin.
That's gonna be the main play here on that Yuzong play. So let's see the 10 heroes that will be deployed onto the Land of Dawn. Will it be ACT taking the clean sweep, or perhaps we might see an equalizer from VLTH?
Impressive last pick predict there, Gani, that Yuzhong might have been a whisper from their temporary analyst. Today it's Piper, their former EXP laner who's playing as an analyst today, the voice in Coach Shadow's ear. So this might actually be the death knell. I don't know. It looks like, just the way I'm reading the draft, ACT wants to play aggressive, so they're using momentum on their side.
They definitely they with the composition that they have, team fights is definitely within their main agenda. Let's see though, the Land of Dawn, will it happen or not? Will VLTH equalize here, or will ACT take it home?
Match point for ACT. Speed, momentum, agility, all of that on their draft alone shows. So you can see that they're letting VLTH through, and then they will take their time to get their first major rotations. But after that, I think unless VLTH are able to invade, then it's the same story. Look, first fight, the Lethal Wanderer. Oh,
that's an easy fight there. Sylvie is rotating. That's going to be a stun. But both teams are just teasing at this point. That's a big knockup though to reposition Sylvie, but nothing comes out of it just yet. As yeah, both mid laners and roamers just teasing with each other. Lynxie and Shajame though, half HP.
Shajame pops that regen down bottom. Sylvie looking for a rotation. No major resources wasted just yet. But Carnes here. Oh, see, look, even if there's no full committal, the Khalid Valentina is proving to be a worthy investment. They send Shajame home.
That's a big one, right? And with the Khalid, you can see just roaming around already early around the map here, providing info that perhaps Suyo is top here, knowing that the bottom camp has been cleared. So now they can expect movement from Suyo from the top, and there you go. The clear has been set. Shajame is already there. Oh, Glorious Pathway is stolen. And it seems like Seros here will take initiative, right? Shajame looking for an angle. Sylvie now finds its damage. Glorious Pathway from the side of Karns popped. Nicholas finds a two-man immobilization. A knock-up as well. Sylvie taken very low. Still able to heal back up for a bit. But Cat Naru finds the first blood. Down goes Lynxie though. That's the trades. SOD doesn't land. And in the mid lane, you can see Harith already finding the two-wave clear. So that's an advantage. That's a stun on towards Cairo. The Yuzong here on Dragon form. Stunned up, isolated, still able to Furious Dive to safety. As actually Shajame will be the casualty from that fight.
It's not a matter of ACT slowing down. This is more of VLTH forcing them to pay attention to them. Fight us first before you give priority to the turtle. And because of that, 3 minutes in, no one has taken the turtle. So I wouldn't call this a win just yet for ACT, but at least they have 2 kills on the board. They have the advantage when it comes to rotations, but they gotta get Sylvia to level 4. There you go. This is a delayed Khalid by about, what, a quarter or half of an XP bar.
And both teams are still neglecting the turtle take here. Both junglers are prioritizing the jungle camps first, just to get some sort of an advantage on the level. It's still 6-6 so for now. And top lane, you can see the freeze wave, right? Harith is controlling and manipulating the waves very, very well, forcing Moskov back there, struggling to get farm. And Linksy, no Crimson Beacon. Oh, top lane is a 2v1. KO again forced back. Shajam taken very low here. The high loss needs to retreat as the turtle finally will be taken down here for Zeros.
Zeros, that is veteran wisdom that he's putting right now onto VLTH. He doesn't Retribution the turtle. So that means he has Retribution for possibly the steal 10 seconds from now. And he still has that information because even Katinaro's Retribution isn't off cooldown just yet. It'll be on cooldown when this orange buff spawns. But look, ACT prepping for the Grand Theft Orange.
They want the orange if it's possible, and it's delaying Katinaru's sake, right? Sylvie now in the mix. Oh my goodness, the Yuzong jumps in with a Predator 5 Fury Dive as well. Shane will not survive. Nicholas jumps in with the ult there. Esmeralda doesn't really, find major damage, but now the orange will officially be taken away. So that's another win for Zeros.
Oh my god, imagine Sasuke Uchiha getting bullied out of his buff by a 2-foot-tall little magical boy. This is oppressive by ACT.
Really oppressive. And it doesn't stop, the pressure that ACT is right now building. If VLTH, they can feel it, And KO, quiet game, a level down super main. So what you're not seeing on camera right now is just Harith winning on lane. You can see the Moskov struggling still to farm, hugging the turret as a weak side. That's not a good sign for VLTH.
I mean, it's a blessing in disguise, maybe? You can look at it glass half full. KO hasn't died. KO is at least getting waves brought onto him. And the bleeding isn't as, urgent. It's still just a 2-kill lead. 2,000 sure. Zeros tries to find Katinaru.
Yeah, will force him to go back. That's a structure taken down. And in the mid lane, Linksy will have no resource to escape. ACT so far has been reading VLTH like a book.
Oh man, ACT. Supermains can afford to do this. Supermains is so passively bullying KO that the rest of the map kind of slows down to a crawl, allowing ACT to do whatever they want, which includes taking the turtle for free and stealing Katinaru's lunch money. Look at this, another Grand Theft Orange by Zeros.
Yeah, Linksy Crimson Beacon defensively, not a good sign. Cars picks up the Glorious Pathway again. Without their mid turret, you can see just the space, just limited from the side of VLTH. Again, purple buff taken away. Folks, 2-3 minutes ago, the junglers' levels are even, and now there's a gap. Right, Zero's on his way to level 11. Meanwhile, Katinaru is struggling. That's an engage there in the mid lane. Linksy taken down. And that's going to be the structure as well. Inner mid turret taken down. Really no compensation so far for VLTH.
Katinaru is short on chakra. He is doing his darndest to get farm elsewhere since his buffs are no longer available. Pushes that bottom lane, and he's got Sylvian Supermains on him. Here we go.
Oh. Still able to keep his distance for now. But yeah, I mean, not a good Suyo game here for Katinaru. Struggling to farm, man. Just the power of Khalid plus the Harley. And let's not forget the Yuzong that can just pop out of nowhere with the Black Dragon form. And it's so evident that VLTH right now, they're trying to solve problems that is really hard to deal with. You know, again, just orange buff already occupied by ACT members. And top lane, there's a 1v1 against the Yuzong, and Suyo's losing.
Yep, for the past 5 minutes, ACT have denied VLTH their essential resources, their buffs, the waves, frozen when necessary, when possible. I'm thinking of a way to come back, and maybe it's off of kill. You know, we've seen many a miracle SODs, and that's possibly the only way VLTH can win, because Nicholas can't pull a miracle out of, you know, whatever he's trying to do. Kicker from Charge. Hey, Makati!
Another pickoff occurred. ACT, they're dominating the Lanadon right now. And VLTH, so far it seems like there's nothing that they can do. SOD, wrong timing. So yeah, that's a free lord for ACT. Again, more tools for ACT to crack the base of VLTH. And honestly, second game, it looks more bleak if you compare it to the first game. The position that VLTH is currently in is tough.
I think the word you're looking for is deliberate. ACT is more sure of what they're doing, and that's why they're able to slow it down, because in game 1, they were literally on a clock. If the Freya gets zoned out of a late game comeback, it's over. Oh my god, Linksy!
Oh no, Nicholas manages to save Linksy in a way, but will force Linksy! Oh, Esmeralda tried to save you, but down he goes regardless. 0 for 1 performance for Linksy. Not a good time on that Zushin, and it's a 5v4 plus the Lord for ACT now, with Will crash on towards the mid. Black Dragon Force pop to zone members away. That's a great terrifying. Cyrus jumps in. Shajame will not survive. That's a big Furious dive on towards Nicholas. 3 members off the board. Inaru will not survive, as ACT will overwhelm them with bodies and damage, as ACT will clean sweep this series. 2-0. VLTH, down they go.
This puts ACT at 3-1, while VLTH drops to 3-2. And we get the answer to the question, who is the superior qualifiers team? It's the squad in blue, ACT, with a clutch sub-in of Supermain. And of course, out of the EXP lane, Cairo comes through. Again, this is, I think, the OG lineup anyways. Amazing work. Again, game 2, it's like VLTH didn't even get to play.
Game 2, you mentioned it. They're more deliberate, and yeah, it's just textbook MLBB after the first turtle. You know, there was a slight delay, but after that, ACT. This is why ACT is one of my top teams, one of the teams to watch as well. Leo, where it's just so textbook, it feels textbook, getting that snowball, not a lot of mistakes were made, no mistakes were made there. And this is why, again, just ACT, I put them top tier, maybe alongside KOG and as well as Bacon Time.
They're getting there. They are approaching the point of critical mass, wherein after they shuffle lineups, I think they found their prime. It's a different lineup from
จากทีม ACT Esport นะคะโอ้โหดีใจด้วยนะคะกับการเล่นเมื่อสักครู่ก่อนอื่นเลยเดี๋ยวแนะนำตัวแล้วก็ตำแหน่งที่เล่นก่อนเลยค่ะ
ครับผมการ NC นะครับเล่นตำแหน่งมิดเลนครับผมซุปเปอร์มาเน่นะครับเล่นตำแหน่งโกเลนครับ
คือเมื่อกี้เกมมันเป็นยังไงบ้างคะรู้สึกกดดันไหมกับการกลับมาได้แต้มอีกครั้งหนึ่งในวันนี้
ก็ตอนก่อนมาเล่นก็กดดันครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็ชิวๆครับตอนในเกมก็ชิวๆเลย
ชิวๆเลยเมื่อกี้
คิดว่าเก่งมากครับ
การล่ะ
ก็โค้ชทำแผนมาดีครับต้องชื่นชมโค้ชชาโดของผม
ชื่นชมโค้ชแล้วก็คนในทีมด้วยไหม
ครับทุกคนในทีมวันนี้เล่นดีมากครับ
สามัคคีคือพลังโอเคแล้ว การแข่งขันในครั้งนี้คือในสายตาเราอะเราคิดว่าทีมไหนเราอยากเจอด้วยมากที่สุดหรือว่าทีมไหนที่แบบแข็งแกร่งที่สุดในสายตาเราคือทีมสัปดาห์ที่แล้วอะเพื่อนเราเนี่ยบอกไปแล้วสองคนเนี่ยรู้สึกอะไรยังไงกับทีมไหนบ้าง
ตอนนี้ก็อยากเจอทีมเบคอนอีกรอบนึงครับ อยากแก้มือหน่อย
แก้มือ
รอบที่แล้วพลาดไป
ไม่เป็นไรอีกคนนึงล่ะคะอยากเจอทีมไหน
ตอนนี้เห็นเขาบอกว่า KLG ตึงครับก็เลยอยากเจอ KLG ครับ
KLG ตึงเลยอยากเจอ KLG แล้วเราคิดว่าถ้าเจอเนี่ยเราจะยังไงตึงกว่าเขาปะ
ว่าจะเข้าไปเล่นฮาริดลำ15ครับ
โอ้ยขนาดนั้นเลย
เมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ลำเพื่อนเล่นให้เยอะ
แล้วตอนเล่นด้วยกันเนี่ยหรือว่าตอนซ้อมเวลาทีมเกิดทีมไฟท์ใครเป็นคนคอเกมส่วนใหญ่
ทีมไฟปกติเป็นจริงๆก็คอด้วยกันหมดเลยครับถ้าเป็นไฟก็คือแต่ว่าแบบก็จะมีคนแบบคอโฟกัสแต่ละคนแบบคนคอโฟกัสก็จะเป็นเซรอดครับเซรอด
แต่ส่วนใหญ่ก็ช่วยกัน
ใช่ครับ
และสำหรับการนะแบบอาจจะความคิดต่างกัน หรือว่าคิดเหมือนกันไม่เอาคิดต่างดีกว่า
เอาเป็นฝาแฝดด้วยนะครับฝาแฝดเดวิดเซรอด
แล้วเวลาซ้อมแบบใครเป็นตัวป่วนเวลาอยู่ในแคมป์เนี่ยใครเป็นตัวป่วนแบบ
ไอ้ไคโลครับที่เล่นมังกรเมื่อกี้ไคโล
ตัวจี๊ดเลย
ใช่ครับ
ตัวจี๊ดเลยแล้วเราล่ะเห็นด้วยกับเพื่อนไหมหรือว่าแบบคิดต่าง
นิดหน่อยครับแต่ว่ามีไคโลแล้วก็มีไอการเอ็นซีด้วยครับ2 คนเลย
ว่าคนอื่นเขาเราตัวจี๊ดนี่เราตัวป่วน
ไม่มีครับผมไม่
โอเคไม่ใช่เนาะแล้วมีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนคลับไหมคะที่แบบเชียร์เราหรือว่าใครที่ยังไม่เป็นแฟนคลับเนี่ยคือเราอยากชวนเขามาเชียร์เราไหม
ก็คนที่เชียร์ ACT อยู่แล้วก็ขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์กันด้วยครับทั้งที่คนที่มาดูหน้างานแล้วก็ดูออนไลน์เลยครับส่วนคนที่ยังไม่เชียร์ก็ลองมาติดตามเชียร์ทีมพวกผมได้นะครับพวกผมพยายามกันมากครับแล้วก็ยังเด็กๆกันด้วย
การล่ะมีอะไรอยากบอกไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกแรงเชียร์นะครับพวกเราก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดในทุกๆแมตช์ครับขอบคุณครับผม
ทำให้เต็มที่ในทุกๆแมตช์โอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะให้น้อง2คนนะคะไปพักกันก่อนนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนเลยค่ะ
Congratulations once again to ACT and of course thank you to Mini Mint. Of course, nothing gets in the way of our post-match interview. But yeah, back to what we were talking about prior. ACT is unstoppable, especially if they stick to this lineup.
Yeah, I think potentially, Flukeo is a good gold laner, but I think if they're able to deliver the same quality of MLBB, I think this is their main 5 here. So Flukeo needs to be subbed out. Super Mains maybe is the go-to, but hey, let's see, right? Maybe it's just a switch up here and there in the future, but boy, oh boy, ACT still just delivering some great MLBB yet again. VLTH, it doesn't mean that this is the end of the world, it's take it as a learn, but we also got a shout out, man. One of the twins here, Zeros, 307 performance.
Shoutouts, Zeros. He's the one who pushed the team to a faster pace here in game number 2. In game 1, it was Superman on that Freya, but here it's the Harley. It's the hero that literally can just show up, blast you, then get out of the way. And note, this is maybe just one of 2, maybe or 3 in the past weeks I've seen a Harley build a Starlium Scythe. So this is like build path number 3 for Harleys I've seen in the current metagame.
It just means, it depends on the situation, depends on your playstyle. This Harley can just build around items, with the Starlium Scythe, right? I believe it's tweaked as well, the Starlium Scythe, so it's stronger in a way, and
yep,
100%.
That's why
it got buffed. That's the thing. 100% KP. Man, he was all over the place.
It's shorter proc time for another enhanced basic attack. So I guess that's why it's a little more popular. The other big builds for Harley, the ones you would usually see in ranked games, is the Genius Wand into Lightning Truncheon, into Holy Crystal, or Divine Glaive. Then the secondary build, I don't know, do you see this often, Gani? the Battle Mage Harley, wherein it's concentrated energy into brute force breastplate.
That's definitely more rarer, right? I think that's rarer compared to the other two. But I can see the vision, you know. It's more somehow tanky but more it's harder to catch as well. You know, with the brute force built, very mobile.
If your team already has enough damage, you can kind of build that because it gives you more utility. It allows for you to stay in fights a little longer. So I personally am a fan. That's the other way of looking at it. So Zeros took the third route, which is Starlium Scythe. Quick insight on that interview, the translation. Mini asked, who are the shot callers? Superman answers, it's done majorly by Zeros. So this young man here, our MVP.
Wow.
And Karn says it's the twins. So it's Zeros and Sylvie. Those are who shot call. Yep, the roamer and the jungler.
That is crazy. That is crazy. You know, as a jungler, Loki, you also need to call. That means you're somehow micromanaging your teammates as well on a Harley. That's crazy. You know, it's 1 to 10 in 10 minutes of game time. So it's so fast. But hey, our producers is saying something here, Leo, which caught my eye as well.
KO did nothing. KO got there and did nothing with it. So again, it makes sense. We were looking for that miracle SOD. But at 10.5 minutes, there would be no miracles. ACT made sure that there would be nothing supernatural going on. They wanted to get on out of here. I guess they were going to, you know, paint the town red later on tonight to celebrate. And they get to go out early. What time is it in Bangkok now? 5 o'clock? All right, they can have dinner and then they can party. They can have fun. That's the plan here. They denied KO the comeback.
0-0-0 performance, man. A very quiet performance for KO on that second game. Hey, at least he did not die, man. You know, but yeah, that's true. Let's shout out to the twins as well, being the carry and the best wingman here. Such a highlight.
Yeah,
from the twins.
Again, Sylvie the roamer and Zeros the jungler. They are responsible for a majority of the shot calls. Shah James got beat up in this game, man.
He was on a high loss though. You know, it was tough. It must be real tough. Going up against Fed Harley, going up against a Fed Harith as well. But boy, oh boy, that was our second series, Leo. So first series, it was neck and neck, a reverse sweep 2-1. But the second game, different trend, different story. Clean sweep, a dominating one. Both games, rather, from ACT.
Did not expect. If anything, it was a second series that we thought would go all the way, given how close these two are in the standings. But ACT woke up and chose violence. ACT chose to play a clean game today, and they chose to field their quote-unquote naughtiest member of the roster. Again, translations courtesy of Facepalm. Minnie asked, who is the naughtiest member of ACT? And Superman's answer is Cairo. So Cairo coming in could have definitely been a factor here, bringing in a little bit of raw energy to the squad. So with that said, again, congratulations to ACT. VLTH back to the drawing board, trying to figure out what's going on, how they can bounce back in the remaining matches this week. But yeah, coming up next, we got another big match to watch out for. If I'm not mistaken, it is Bacon Time in action against Solix. That's what you'll expect when we come back after this break. His name is Gani, my name is Leo. Stay with us, you're watching MSL Thailand Season 1.
Pika, 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 pika. Pika, 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 pika. Pika, 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 pika. Pika, pika. Pika, 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 pika. Pika, 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 pika. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เคค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะผ่านไปแล้วนะคะ ครึ่งทางสำหรับการแข่งขันในวันนี้ค่ะ แต่นะคะเรายังมีความมันเหลือกันอีก 2 คู่นะคะ ให้พวกเราได้ดูได้ลุ้นกันอีกนะคะ กับคู่ต่อไปของเราที่บอกเลยว่าเป็นการเจอกันของทีมในตำนานนะคะ เจอกับผู้เล่นในตำนานเดี๋ยวเราจะมาดูกันนะคะว่างานนี้ใครของจริงใครจะมาเอาตำแหน่งใครจะเป็นตำนานต่อไปนะคะโอเคค่ะ ทีมแรกนะคะ ทีมขวัญใจแฟนๆเลยเต้าหมูน้อยค่ะเบคอนไทม์ซึ่งสัปดาห์ที่แล้วเนี่ยบอกได้เลยว่าเขาเป็นเต้าหมูร่างทองเลย เพราะว่าฟอร์มการเล่นของเขาสัปดาห์ที่แล้วก็คือเดือดมากแล้วก็ดุสุดๆเลย ซึ่งผู้เล่นทีมเขานะคะติดทีม of the week ไปถึง 4 คนเลย ก็คงจะมีแต่หลอดใช่ไหมคะที่จะเอาบอสลงโอเคค่ะ แล้ววันนี้นะคะเขานะคะจะต้องเจอกับทีมรวมตำนานอย่าง Solic Esport ค่ะ ที่ใครหลายๆคนนะคะก็เรียกทีมนี้ว่าเป็นทีม U40 ก็ไปคิดกันเอานะคะว่าทำไมเขาถึงเรียกว่า U40 แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวเราจะมาดูกันว่าประสบการณ์รวมกันของคนในทีมกว่า 200 ปีของทีมโซลิกเนี่ยหรือว่าจะสู้กับรีเฟกวัยรุ่นของเบคอนไทม์ใครเนี่ยจะเป็นฝ่ายเก็บชัยชนะในรอบนี้ไปได้นะคะแต่ว่าก่อนที่เราจะไปเจอกับคู่ที่ 3 ของเราในวันนี้นะคะกองเชียร์ตอนนี้ก็คือล้นหลามมากไม่ว่าจะเป็นของเบคอนหรือว่าของโซลิกนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะมาทดสอบกันหน่อยดีกว่านอกจากนักแข่งแล้วเราต้องทดสอบแฟนๆด้วยว่าใครเจ๋งกว่ากันเดี๋ยวขอฟังเสียงแฟนๆทั้งสองทีมเลยได้ไหมคะ1 2 3วู้โอ้โหนักแข่งใจแป้วแล้วพิธีกรใจแป้วนักแข่งใจแป้วแล้วขอดังกว่านี้ได้ไหมไม่มีแรงกดเกมเลยขออีก1 รอบได้ไหมคะขอเสียงแฟนๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะวู้โอเคพร้อมแล้วตื่นกันแล้วค่อยชื่นใจหน่อยเมื่อกี้ใจแป้วกันหมดเลยโอเคไม่เป็นไรนะคะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวมาเจอกับคู่ที่ 3 ของเราได้เลยขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much, Minimin. What an opening. I can feel the venue shake. And boy, oh boy, we are also shaking. Woo, Minimin. But yeah, after 2 matches that we just saw earlier, insane results, by the way, 2-1 for Hydra, 2-0 for ACT. We still got 2 more matches. Back for MSL Thailand Season 1, it's me, Gani, and of course, to my right is Leo from the Philippines. It's clear skies here in Jakarta. Hopefully it is clear skies as well in Thailand, but what about in the Philippines, Leo?
We are approaching nighttime. I'm an hour ahead of y'all, so it is dark out, but it's looking bright if you're a fan of Bacon Time Esports because you're facing off against a team who literally just got their first win last week against a team who is on the bottom of the standings. In action later tonight's the arena. We'll talk about them later. But for now, Solix found a little bit of solace in their last-minute sub. He's been playing with the team for a while, but last week, fortunately, I guess you could say, X007 kind of just came in and stumbled upon a win, but they're facing off against Team of the Week. A majority Team of the Week, save for Payen, who is the gold laner for King of Gamers Club. 4 out of 5 is the Team of the Week. That's Bacon Time.
That is Bacon Time, and they're sitting currently one of the top 2s, I believe, right, in the current standings. And if they do get the win here, definitely solidify themselves in the top 2. But yeah, if we got to talk about Solix, they just won last week against EA as well. So they have low-key that momentum, but it is against a team that you cannot underestimate. And QU, Leo, because they have a Filipino import, right? It's Bacon Time. They have Spider Mouse, who is an Exort, who is just so. I mean, their impact for Bacon Time is immediate.
Yep. The only reason why Bacon Time is behind ACT and King of Gamers Club is because they're down on match count. And of course, sometimes they take their time with their games and series. So they're also down on net game wins that way. But best believe if they beat Solix, which is again how the odds are looking like, they will shoot up to number 1, going to 4-0.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And it's quite
gila.
It's very gila. And ladies and gentlemen, our opening week 3, I mean this morning, or at least this afternoon, the standings did not look the same right now. So again, just expect a lot of changes, a lot of dynamics still. But we got to say, right, Solix Esports, their roster, you know, we have full of well-known established players as well. We got Cherry, you know, one of the legends, still playing now under the Solix jersey.
You got Shao Tu. I think the joke ongoing, rather, no, Shao Tu's not part of the OG, but Cherry, Mimark, Moss, and 007X. All right. The ongoing joke is amongst all of the rosters in MSL Thailand, you get the average, and Solix is the oldest of the pack, which is again perfect for this matchup. Again, the one time that they'll face off in the regular season is it's old gen versus new. The old Bacon lineup, when they were once known as IT City Bacon, is facing off against the new lineup of Bacon Time that features 2 Pinoy imports.
Very interesting. That's very unique, and we will get to see the new gen versus legends, quote unquote, clash here in this match. And let's see, you know, if we're talking about, you know, standing Solix, they definitely need more points to at least be safe. So there's definitely motivation. But let's take a look at the, you know, team lineup here for Bacon Time. Yeah, I mean, it's the usual, right? We got B-Boss, we got Guns, we got Kang, and of course Spider Mouse and Exort. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. It's Bacon Time. I love their, you know, jersey tone, the pink drip. It's rare to see, but man, it's nice.
Yep. Locally for you, they would be called Bobby Waktu. Are you a fan of Bobby Waktu?
I'm a fan of Bobby Waktu indeed. And on the other side, it's Solix.
In this specific matchup, Solix would be called Bacon Legend because they were the first team to carry the Bacon name into esports legend. So it's weird that they're coming from a weird spot in the lineup, in the standings rather. They're coming from the bottom, but they were technically here first. And they're facing off against a team that is now carrying their name that is undefeated. They are Unk.
Oh, they're definitely Unk vibes, you know? And yeah, let's see here. The coaches as well. Let's welcome the coaches from Bacon Time and Solix. It's going to be Noel going up against Kazin in that vicinity or that helm position, and of course Cobb always leading.
He's a thigh chop master.
Thigh chop master. I like that. And there
he's making sure that this is a clean fight. Who is the Indonesian chop master?
Oh, we got Gary. Yeah. What about BH?
Gary is the Indonesian chop master. All right.
What about Philippines?
Oh, that's Scent. Scent is our chop master. Maybe they should meet one time. But here, let's meet Bacon Time, Kang, B-Boss, Exort, Guns, and Spider Miles.
On the other side, we got Solix Esports, we got Cherry, 007X, Mimark, Xiao, and Moss. All right, so it's a very interesting head-to-head indeed. Again, just seeing Exort going up against Mimark is definitely a highlight as well. Cherry in the EXP, also a lane to watch there. But man, I want to see the mid-roam pairing as we take a look into the VT right here.
ครับโนเซนครับโอ้เรียบร้อยครับวาเลียผักครับ
ผักสวยมากนะครับมีมาครับ
โซลิกอีสปอร์ตครับ
นี่ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งรีเจนนะครับที่กำลังจะมาเจอกัน
นี่ก็คือเบเกอร์ทาเคลลี่เดเซนกับวานเคลลี่สแลนตีมาเฟิร์สบอลจากบีบอส
แต่วันนี้พวกเราจะมาสร้างตำนานใหม่
เองก็ไม่รอดเหมือนกันโดยด้านทีมบอลปิดไฟและเป็นทางด้านการซีเก็บลูกนี้ไปอีกหนึ่งคนเหมือนกันและเรียบร้อยไปครับ
เป็นรุ่นใหม่นะครับที่จะมาท้าทายในส่วนของรุ่นเก่าจากโซลิกนี่แหละครับ
ตำนานก็จะไม่หยุดอยู่แค่นี้ครับ เพราะพวกผมจะเป็นตำนานต่อไปครับผม
แล้วเจอกันในเกมครับ
แล้วเจอกันในเกมครับน้องๆ
Personalities were shown in that video, and let's see if the intensity from that video can also be evident in this match. I want to see a neck and neck, and it seems like for our predictions, we are unanimous here, at least on the English desk.
Yeah, it's one thing to want to see something, but it's another to expect something. And yeah, you can be Unk, but against a lineup that is hot, fresh, and of course backed by Filipino talent, the game looks chopped, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna kid around. The odds for Solix Esports looking chopped, fam.
And for a good reason as well, like you mentioned, right? So let's see. You know, maybe we saw a technically we saw a surprise and upset, you know, drafting prediction-wise on our first series. Let's see, will it happen again on our third? It's going to be dangerous grass here for our opening game for this series, at least. It's going to be Bacon Solix Esports. So I believe Bacon will have blue side here. What will they opt for? Phobius banned out early, so already a focus on Cherry is the game plan for Noel.
Could also be Guns having his ramp up opened up because, you know, you might want a Harith. So you protect that Harith.
That's true. That's true. That can also be the case. But, I mean, so far it's just the popular bands, right? The Baksha, the Freya, the Zushin. Keep in mind that the Marcel is still open for now. And I'm sure Bacon Time will gladly take it if Solix allows let go of this Marcel. So Bacon Time, they can ban maybe the Hilda so that the Harley option is the Suyo, but no, they opt for a Harith ban instead of the Hilda. So yeah, I mean, a lot of heroes still open here.
So weird. My original theory doesn't fall through. It's not ban the Phobius so we can play the Harith. It's ban the Harith. So what else could they be eyeing here? What's so important in pick one that you ban the Phobius? Harley Suyo?
Harley Suyo, Marcel is still on the board as well. You know, Solix, they are on the hot seat here to ban the Marcel. If let's say they do ban out the Marcel, then the Harley is open. Oh, there you go. It's going to be the first time here, for at least for today, that the Marcel will be left open in the first phase. Now, Bacon Time, do they prioritize that for Spider Mouse?
It's been a while since we've seen, besides Marcel, a hard roamer locked in for the first pick in blue. But again, it could pay off if Marcel is in the books here. Bacon Time really hasn't played Marcel recently. In their last outing, they played a Chip and a Khalid. So there it is, a Suyo going in the hands of B-Boss.
All right, so it will be the jungler position that will be prioritized. And Solix, they can delay the jungler take here. They can focus on the mid laner / the roamer. They can go for the Khalid if they want to deny it away from Spider Mouse. But again, you know, the Marcel is still up for the taking. Now, are they comfortable with the Marcel gameplay? Because after the patch,
based on recent history,
buffed.
No. Yeah, it's technically buffed, but based on the recent history, they don't play Marcel, and I guess they learned to play Marcel in the recent week. Here it comes. We will see a Marcel in the hands of Moss. And then, of course, 007X gets Harley. It's a good trade. number 1 and number 2 junglers respectively.
It's going to be very interesting seeing that head-to-head. Now with the Marcel, let's not forget the kit that he is able to bring to the table. That golden hour can definitely delay on that neutral objective takes foe. So again, Suyo here, or B-Boss, needs to angle his timing to enter the pit very, very well. But Bacon time. Wow. I think that is also one of the reasons why Bacon Time does not prioritize the Marcel. They know that the Valentina is still up for grabs, and lock in the Valentina they do alongside the Claude, which we have yet to see today from the gold laner. We have seen the Granger, we have seen the Harith, we have seen a Freya, but not the Claude. Wow, Solix quick to respond here. It's gonna be the Uranus picked up, so what they're saying is, you know what, we're gonna focus on the mid lane, jungle, and the gold lane and leave the EXP lane be, right? So again, Bacon, they need to solve how to melt this Uranus. Sure, they have a Claude already, but for that early mid, I want to see some, concrete approaches.
The trick is now block out ways for that Uranus to be a non-factor from Bacon. So they take away one of Spider-Man's picks here, the Cho. Despite being known as a utility or enchanter roam specialist, Spider-Man still plays a mean Cho. He's very capable. So smart moves from Solix. But what else do they attack here? Do they take away the Dairoth? Because there's still no XP laner. Could be a pocket pick out of Kang's arsenal here.
Ooh, the Dairoth. Very situational indeed, and in this situation, it does feel like Dairoth can turn up. Bacon time though. Wow, that's a very specific ban. They banned towards a Valir, saying that, you know what, I think our composition will rely on dive, and the Valir is a hindrance. So let's just take that out, and there you go. No Valir for
They're
game
telegraphing hard dives in the EXP and Roam. That's the only roles left for Bacon time right now.
Yeah, so with that knowledge, Solix needs to also be aware of that potential dive composition that Bacon time might be cooking. There you go. Gone goes the Hilda. Having a Harley as your jungler, that Hilda definitely can cause issues.
Yep.
And Bacon time, they can commit to another mid lane ban here.
The Hilda can play man-to-man defense with the Marcel too. The Marcel likes to run through. The Hilda can punish that. So it's a good approach. These are mid laners Bacon time is getting rid of. So it's a good read. Mid laners that can take advantage of the golden hour.
Definitely, right? You don't want to see the Feather Airstrike combined with that golden hour if connected. So now my guess is from the side of Solix, they will lock in their roamer first here. I think that should be the right approach. They need crowd
Unless
control.
it's the Marcel.
Sorry. Marcel is the roamer, so they can lock in the gold laner rather. If they want to go Claude, I think a Moskov works here. I like the Moskov. Adds more split push.
Yeah, the Claude's for Bacon time already. Instead, they get a mid laner that can set it up. So I like that. Again, that's a combo, right? You golden hour or you snapshot, set up these arrows, and you pop them with the Harley.
A lot of single targets here on that Harley and Selena though. Let's see, because Bacon time they can say, okay, your pickoff game is low-key strong with that Selena and Harley. Let's just fight fire with fire, with the team fight composition. Technically, this Yuzong is still on the board. Not a good laning phase against Uranus, but at least compensation, mid-game, late game, it's really good for team fights. There you go. It's gonna be the Grok and Lapu Lapu, so a better lane against the Uranus, but also provides that team fight, big dive as well, like we telegraphed as well, and that Grok as well. That was big crowd control here. The last 2 picks from the side of Bacon Time.
Yep. As strong as the Marcel is, there's going to be so much on Moss's shoulders to try and stop all these engagements and entries from not just the Grok or the Lapu Lapu. Hell, even Exhort can catch you off guard if he finds the right entry. So Moss has to take so many pictures of so many people. I hope he's ready. One more pick here. Xiao Xiao, responsible for picking up the gold laner. And this is the first pick, first time that Beatrix gets picked. So it's a debut Beatrix.
Welcome Beatrix to the Lana Dawn for MSL Thailand, but that's a bold pick because you're going up against a Suyo, a Grok, and a Lapu Lapu. A lot of overwhelming dive that you can only respond to a sidestep and a flicker. So let's see here, execution. That's again a bold last pick of Beatrix right there.
I like it. Again, we already saw this coming from a mile away, even before Marcel became legal for tournament play. Stopping people in their tracks allows for the Beatrix to get into position and to lay down the most savage of all Nibiru's passions, all of the Bennett's rages that you want. There's a lot of combos that Solix are playing with. Definitely a good way to go into this match, especially since they are looked at as the underdogs.
Boy, oh boy, I want to see the execution instantly with this Beatrix debut. So, folks, Lana Dawn, here we go to witness Game 1 between Bacon Time and Solix Esports. It's again the new gens taking on the legends. Who will take it?
Purple rotation from both junglers here. B-Boss and 007X. Not much to bother them because their roamers are busy fighting that tag team fight in mid. So with that said, I think I still give the lead to the Grok and Valentina. Despite Selena being strong in the early game, I think Bacon Time are calling the shots here. In comes B-Boss, drawing first blood.
Wow, what an execution there on that pickoff. The delay and also the bait, right? Comes B-Boss and he's not stopping, you know? After taking that kill, instantly moves on to the camp, green camp there, and takes a free camp. So EXP-wise, B-Boss is definitely ahead if you compare it to 007X.
Oh, now Moss. Snapshots running through. See? Even just that combo of a snapshot into an arrow, but unfortunately, Memarks misses.
He's okay for now, right? And you can see just two spells here on the board, at least for this game. Just a Retribution and Flicker all over the place, all over the board. And after that kill, tone down, right? Solix Esports, they gotta slow things down. They gotta choose their battles here from now on. Remember, they have a strong pickoffs, meaning that their bush control is not that bad, and that's why they have a 3-man already setting up mid lane. But seems like Bacon Time, no one really bites that position. Suyo even leaves the turtle to take the purple.
That's a bold move coming in from Bacon Time, but I guess they know that they have time, because look, they take the purple. B-Boss has time to rotate through. Spider Miles is buying time, catches that deadly magics, and in comes the rest of them! 007X gets X out of the fight, and now Memark gets popped by Exhort, and Spider Miles didn't even die! And they're here to clean up, take that turtle away. Sherry doing his darndest to hold down the 4 members of Bacon Time, and it's not gonna work out. Kang, weirdly enough, secures the turtle.
High level of MLBB displayed there. The delay from Grok with that barrier just to buy time for, for B-Boss to take that purple, rotates over towards that turtle, and Yeah, an ideal, not an ideally, a perfect early game execution again displayed by Bacon Time. They get the kill, they get the jungle, and they get the turtle as well. And you can see already that there's a gap in level already from the junglers, right? One level ahead here. And let's not forget the economy here. 2K almost for Bacon Time. And 0 compensation after that turtle take for Solix. So again, Solix, they're still drawing blanks. And they're struggling right now. Their only hope is just Xiao Xiao here having a good time, which farming wise. And you can see by the EXP, I think Xiao Xiao is able to even out going up against guns here.
But the fact that, oh my god, Mark's coming in! Mark's forced to flicker back! What were they thinking? There wasn't enough of a follow-through anyways! 007X was way too far. A single space escape wouldn't have changed that fact. Oh man, Marks is gonna need that flicker.
Yeah, such a unfortunate flicker there. Has to be spent. Golden hour though.
Bombs away. Then Bomb's gonna land on Spider Boy as he flickers in. And Exort catches a whole lot of that as 007X gets taken 1 kill. Exort falls. And just like that, Bacon Time has to respect the damage output, but Kang Kang buys back that blunder. Taking down Marks. What the hell is going on, man? Sherry here attempting Grand Theft Purple. Not the first thing you think of when you say Uranus, and he's gonna get away with it, is he? Oh, wait. Let's see that orange. Let's see that purple buff. Let's see that purple buff, y'all.
I want to see that purple buff, because technically I saw Suyo, no flicker. I mean, no retribution. So maybe the Uranus gets away with it, got away with it. But yeah, that find in the mid lane, very awkward as well. We mentioned that the Selena having no flicker, they capitalize on that, but at least they got Exort, right? That's the first kill on the board for Solix Esports. And it feels like on screen there's an issue on one of the Solix players. So let's see and hope for a speedy recovery on that issue. But boy, what an early game still for Bacon Time. They have established a very, very healthy I guess lead, right? Their tempo, they're dictating the pace of the game, and with just Selena and Harley, it's really hard when you're fighting from behind, economy-wise and also space-wise. So, the window for Solix is getting smaller.
But at least through violence and sheer boldness, they're able to make these plays, If ever Sherry did steal away B-Boss's purple buff, then, maybe Unk is cooking. Because that's a way to kind of stop the bleeding. That's a good way to, kind of keep the ball rolling. And, wait, the way that thumb is moving, is he just, no, the game is up on pause. So he's just like, he's stimming. He's just keeping himself active.
I like that. But yeah, again, just Solix. Let's see if Sherry does get the purple. That somehow is going to delay a bit. But well, let's just jump into the Ladodon and find out, right? Feels like Uranus no purple. Yeah, B-Boss still claims the purple, and now they're on the turtle. Let's see the fight.
Turtle now at a third of its health. Arrow thrown out, no one home. Marks misses it. 007X, though, still a sharp retribution, even under the pit. Takes it. They're a turtle apiece now, and the fight continues. Sherry takes a whole lot of damage coming through. Flickers out of there like nothing happened. Spider-Mouse, tech charge to escape sheer death. A little messy for Bacon Time, ramping up to the mid-game as Sherry catches a whole lot from Exort.
Yeah, good pressure from Solix, but in the bottom side here, still able to clear that wave, surely. But Solix, I like that, right? They're keeping themselves proactive. You take a look, oh, top lane. That's a 2v1 taken away. Sherry will fall. No flicker, I guess so. They're keeping tabs, right? That Cherry, the Uranus flickered out earlier, so let's commit onto a fight. But that leaves the structure vulnerable top. Will they trade in the bottom side here?
It looks like Guns didn't take care of the waves. Xiao kept them busy. And again, there is a 3-man presence from Solix. So the map at least will be kept equal here. Bacon Time have to get their act together if they want to make the whole community keep up the hope in them, because it's a messy mid game right now. Spider Miles hasn't been catching much tech charges, and he gets hit by a snapshot. Deadly Magics, another tech charge to keep himself alive. 007X, almost, baby, almost finds Spider Miles.
Yeah, 1 HP escape there from Spider Miles. Holds on to the flicker. Xiao.
Whoa, B-Boss there with the retribution. Hoping to slow down Xiao. Golden Hour, called by Moss, bombs away. B-Boss is gonna catch all of that, and he gets taken down. 2v1 was a little too much to ask to survive.
Wow, what an execution there. The Golden Hour right on the tip, and it's perfect. It's perfect. That's how you want to play the Marcel and Beatrix combo in the bottom side though.
Guns with a blazing duet. Down goes 007X. Now Sherry has 3 members of Bacon Time on him. Rampart forced him to flicker out. And here comes me, Marks. Spider Mouse catches that arrow point blank. Bacon Time, they only have a 500 gold lead. This used to be 2,000 Ghani, and now it's gone.
Yeah, low-key, Solix has equalized, but let's see the turtle fight. Let's on the execution. Cherry flanks.
All B-Boss. That retribution, sharp as ever. Final turtle goes over to Bacon Time, and now the Golden Hour stops Spider Miles and the rest of Bacon Time from pushing forward. That shield on Xiao keeps him up, and now Sherry finds one on a Spider Miles. Spider Miles falls.
Man, the fight does not stop, as that's technically a turtle for a kill. Right on towards a roamer, thankfully for Bacon Time. That's just Spider Miles gone. But that's still a big win. That's compensation right there for Solix. Now with the Golden Step already in the hands of Guns, they gotta be aware of this, you know, especially for Cherry, that, you know, that the damage, I can feel this. Oh, 2-man Golden Hour.
Oh, Guns gets found out by Xiao. Xiao pushes that mid lane. And the advantage, which we thought was just fleeting, now is palpable. Solix are calling the shots. They have to find a way to shut down Xiao, or else Bacon Time is cooked.
They might overcook this game here, as Solix is again just applying pressure. They're pressing the right button so far. After losing out, I gotta say that early game, they have recovered that mid game here. Sure, economy-wise is still very much in the balance, but it's, you know, if you see the stat here, right? Nemox is at a 0-3-1. You would expect Bacon Time to have more control in the mid lane, but it's the other side. It's actually the mid turret from the side of Bacon Time who will be down first. And that's going to be the Golden Hour spent.
Oh, this is a deadly combo. For once, Spider-Man survives it, but a tech charge into Xiao. Plus a blazing duet serves up a kill to Kang. They shut down the oppressive Beatrix, and now Exhort finds Moss. 2 down from Solix. And this should open up the Lord take.
Definitely. It's on the pit. The Harley is still nowhere near. That's B-Boss taking it cleanly. And take a look at the discipline. Even though 2 members off the board from Solix, they get the Lord, they fall back, and it's a reset for Bacon Time. They respect still the damage output that can be given from the side of Solix.
So what 007X did was valiant, but I don't think that's what they needed. He didn't even get the job done. He was pushing mid, tier 2, and I guess time ran out for him. So with that, Bacon Time reclaim the ramp up to the late game. They're up by about 2,000 gold, and Sherry is up to his old antics. Unk is trying to force out ults from Bacon Time, and I think Bacon Time has had it. Bacon Time is no longer biting down.
On Cherry, yeah. I mean, you can see the items already built up as well. Cherry has the Oracle, maybe that's why he's still confident, but you cannot underestimate the damage from Guns. Already has the DHS Golden Staff and the Corrosion combo in hand. And take a look at the Leather Jerkin, right? That's a respect during the laning phase against the Beatrix. Just at least has sustain in that laning phase. But now with the Lord up, Solix, I think this is too deep for them. They gotta back off.
Oh, Onk gets caught out. Rampart here forces another flicker. Brrr, Guns just barely misses that golden hour, but he will still get popped by Xiao Xiao. I don't think Bacon Time can afford this fight. Sherry pushing him back. It's as if it got turned around. Bacon Time regret pushing forward into Solix's jungle. Woo!
I thought that was a bad formation for Solix, but boy, was I wrong. Xiao Xiao again clutched up on the Beatrix. The thing that I actually doubted, and he's sitting at a full 1-1, Leo. Sure, they lost the inner bottom turret, but man, that defense from Solix, it looked like they were on the offense, not on the defense. But again, it's still anybody's game here. 12 minutes in, the economy is still very much in the balance, and it seems like 007X, he went for the Starlium Scythe build, right? Now, with that already in play, I want to see more evident impact in the Lanadon.
Oh! 007X trying to catch a
Like
sneaky
this.
one on B-Boss, and he gets it! A fight in mid, golden hour, stopping Guns. Guns get popped here by Xiao Xiao, and Spider Miles another tech charge. Oh my lord, 2 free pickoffs for Solix. If this is how Onks play, then the new gen is cooked, fam. Bacon Time has lost all control of this game. They are down almost 2,000 gold, and they cannot stop Xiao Xiao a second time around. What is going on?
Yeah, with 2 men down here, the jungle is also cleared out by Solix. This should be a free lord. They got, I don't know, they were struggling there. And we mentioned that the Starlium side was just built, and I want to see action. And then 007X said, yeah, you know what? I'm going to solo kill B-Boss top lane. And that he did. Let's do a quick again item check. That's a Malefic Gun, Corrosion, Has Claws, and a Blade of Despair. That's a big bad bod built for Xiao Xiao. And that's why also the damage output from this Beatrix, especially combined with a golden hour, is practically incalculable.
I think the Starlium Scythe is the death knell. It just makes this Harley more of a right-click threat than an all-in Deadly Magics kind of threat. So they're not even ult-reliant anymore. They just really just get into fights, whether an arrow hits or not, they can find kills. And oh my god, they find everything! Golden hour, slowing down Bacon Time's retreat, and just like that, they put the fear of God in them. Solix are on all lanes. Middle, bottom, top. Bottom might crack here. Oh, they do, eventually. Bacon Time does get rid of the Lord, but the damage has been done.
Damage has been done indeed, and the mid lane is looking very, very weak as well. Guns built the Wither Crown. Let's see though, with that, you know, outplay item, will it happen? That's Exort, takes a lot of heat. Oh, what? Taken down there.
Yo, Guns is getting careless, and I'm pretty tolerant, man. He's died 4 times. 4 times.
That's crazy. They want to fight
Oh
more.
my god, another golden hour on a golden hour! And Exort here is about to get popped by 007X. He finds him, and they're in the base. 3 defenders left. Solix is looking to upset the scales of power in MSL, Thailand. They have waves through bottom. Mid up next, it's a little while longer. Up top, there is a siege minion coming through. And they do get one. Spider-Miles, massive tech charge. Goods coming through. Freezes himself. Backs on out of there via BMI. It's not over till it's over as they take care of the waves.
They want more. They have ways to play around with 3-4 members only defending.
Oh, another massive golden hour. Oh, but the truth hurts, man. The truth is, Guns does not have any damage. Guns does not have guns. What the hell is this squad building?
I mean, we checked it earlier. Has the core items already, but maybe it's a cuirass, maybe it's a blade armor that was built there. We gotta double check, but yeah, they gotta back off here. It's 5 seconds on the clock for the next Lord. Not an evolved one, but you know, with all 3 base turrets down for it's out of bacon time here, it's definitely it's definitely concerning, right? And my guess is they will contest here. They don't care. They got to, right? Because if this Lord gets to the hands of Solix and if most members survives, that's just a clear base ending Lord. So Solix, they know this. They're taking their time here. Take a look at Harley. His positioning. They get the Lord without the jungler.
Oh man, 007X threatening Exort almost took down the MSC champion, but he will survive. So again, the silver lining for Bacon Time is, even if they did lose the Lord, is no one died. So at least they can hunker down for the defense.
They can defend with 5. They can defend with 5. The Lord will march in the mid lane. And top wave isn't technically cleared, so Solix, they just want to play around the 2 waves that is going to crash in the mid and bot. Let's see if it's enough. Because firepower-wise, they definitely have enough to end game 1.
Here comes the Lord. Kang has deadly magics on him. Shao goes, bombs away. Waves crashing in. Oh, blazing the wet coming in. Still no damage coming through from Guns. They do get rid of the Lord. Golden hour coming through. Kang gets taken down and the base is still standing. Oh my lord, Solix may have run out of minions. All right, minions in range. And all Solix has to do is lock onto the base and they do it. Unk has done it. They take game 1 against Bacon Time at match point.
Unk Sherry and friends from the side of Solix rejoice, shattering again our predictions. They will take game 1. And boy, oh boy, Bacon Time back to the drawing boards. But my goodness, I did not expect that outcome after seeing the Selena and Beatrix picked up.
Gani, I think you misunderstood. Sherry is not the only Unk. All of them are Unk. This is the old Bacon squad, and they just showed the young'uns how it's done. I can't even begin to try and tell you where it went wrong, because it seemed like Bacon Time now, like the current Bacon Time, had a good ramp up to a win. Like the draft was clean, the early game was there for them, but
yeah,
that's just Unk knowledge. It's just Unk knew how to press the right buttons.
As an Unk myself, technically, I am happy to see. I'm happy to see my fellow Unk in the Thailand region win that game. But boy, yeah, I think the early game, right? Remember the first turtle take where Suyo went to purple, you know, and then gets a kill in the mid and then gets a turtle. I thought that would be the end of that game. But, you know, man, Bacon Time, I think they fumbled in the mid game. Plus, in the mid game, I think Beatrix got the power spike, Selena got the power spike, and of course Harley, right? Finally getting that Starlium Scythe during that transition towards that mid game. Definitely a game changer for the side of Solix Esports, and we saw that finally the firepower from the side of Solix Esports is actually tremendous. And again, Spider-Mouse could not handle that damage, and thus with no frontliners, or the frontliners not frontlining, it's just a clear victory. Xiao though, the well-deserved MVP here. as that Beatrix. I doubted this pick, and take a look at the items at the end. Towards the end, he sold his boots to buy, I believe, the rose gold meteor, and also, of course, the immortality to switch up. It's crazy.
It's a pick that we saw coming even before Marcel became legal, right? The combination of golden hour into bombs away, or the brrrr from Nibiru's passion. They made it work here. It's I hate the fact that it's cheese, man. I hate the fact that the veterans from Bacon Time now, like again, Miles and Exhort and all of them, like they should have seen this coming. But instead, they look like rookies. It looked like Ankh put them in their place.
Definitely. And that golden hour definitely needs to be checked here in the second game. Because, again, multiple bodies for that golden hour was just caught through in that game.
Okay. I agree with you.
Is just nasty.
Halfway. I don't want to say it's all the golden hour. I don't want to say it's all the Marcel. It's all Moss, because this was a team effort. I think there's a world where it's more than just the Marcel. I think there's a world where it's not the Marcel and Solix still beats Bacon Time, because this Bacon Time, I don't know how they went 3-0, but this I didn't watch the whole trip, right? But Bacon Time now, here in game 1 of this series, they look disconnected, bro. They look like Guns was dealing with a different problem. It looked like Miles and Exhort were speaking Tagalog and everyone else was speaking Thai, which is, again, not how it is right now. Because reports state Miles and Exhort are picking up on Thai. I think even in their live broadcasts, like their streams, Miles and Exhort are speaking Thai now. But here it looks like they were speaking a different language. That's weird.
I mean, seeing like the transition mid-game towards the end right here, I understand, right? There's the coordination seemed off. The comms. Assuming, right? We can assume that the comms weren't really on point there for side of Bacon Time. And I mean, hey, it's not a fast game. You know, we almost reached the 20-minute mark, and I gotta say that was a very, very outstanding transition from the side of Solix, especially in the mid game. At one point, Mimark was 0-3-1, and then technically he recovered with a 0-4-8. So that's, additional 7 assists to his name. It's huge. And on the other hand, you talked about Guns not having damage. You can see already it's 4 items, but again, just the item builds maybe, right? Sherry got the anti-cuirass, has the blade armor as well. Marcel built tanky as well. So Guns, the damage from Guns was not felt from that sort of composition, which is unfortunate.
It's a mystery. I guess it's more about placement, because a Claude alone into this lineup, I get why it doesn't deal enough damage. So I think Solix has done very well to divide and conquer. All of Bacon Time's efforts and resources don't come in at the same time. So it's a timing issue as well, something that they have to solve right now. Or else the series goes kaput and this gets flipped on its head. Instead of a 2-0 Bacon Time, it becomes 2-0 old Bacon Time Solix Esports. All 4 awards go over to Solix.
Yeah, with, of course, Xiao taking 2 categories under his belt, being the rich man and the carry, the Beatrix again, the last pick value from Solix Esports, where we're again put through, we're evident in that game where it really shines, man. It really shines. So now, game number 2, game numero dos. I like the way how you put it again, by the way, earlier on, that if they don't change it, the series goes kaput. But yeah, draft wise, they got to figure out if they are confident enough to let the Marcel go. They got to deal with that, because the combination of Marcel Beatrix, it's a handful now. And I think the main turnaround was that solo kill from Harley top lane, remember, going up against B-Boss. I think that's one of the main keys where, I think the tides turned for the better for Solix Esports. And then after that, it was just chipping, and then it's a big wave crashing on towards the base of Bacon Time.
I can imagine the conversation happening now between that game in the series, because I'm sure Bacon Time is asking themselves, what was that? What went wrong? Why is this happening?
Yeah.
There really isn't much change out of Solix. Sure, it's 007X now. Yes, they did bring out the Marcel, but they should have seen this from a mile away, like, especially even in game. There were times where Bacon Time could have definitely pivoted to play to a more advantageous position. They had the tools. They had the Grok, they had the Lapu, they had the Valentina. It's just weird to see that they couldn't find it. Given, sure, the gold lane was losing. Mid lane, I think they definitely Exort and Miles should have won that. It's just, I don't know. That's what's so baffling about this whole affair, Gani. It's just how
indeed. Let's see though. I mean, technically,
the tools, dog.
They really did. They really did. And again, job is not done though, Leo. The Unks, their job is not done. They can't sit back and relax just yet. The series not over. You know, they gotta somehow adjust and replicate what they did in game 1. Game 2. Will Bacon Time respect the potential Uranus pick coming from Unk Sherry?
Okay, you're right in the sense that job's not done, but I think Solix have already made a statement. Solix have already put Bacon Time on notice. Now it's a check on stability. It's a check on composure. This is a new squad you're looking at. As strong as they are and as good as the record is going into this match, you're only really as good as your bounce back. You're only really as strong as how well you resist pressure. So I'm hoping that there's something left in the tank for Bacon Time, or else this is another upset.
Ooh, a 2-0 upset is kind of wild, but not out of reach if you see what Bacon Time did for game 1. So again, back at home, you know, let's just see a lot of expectations for Bacon Time indeed. Our fellow casters, I believe Chronos is a heavy fan on Bacon Time. I believe if he's watching, he's sweating. So let's see here again. You mentioned the bounce back. I want to see the bounce back faces.
Chronos?
I gotta say, yeah.
Chronos? Adrian Chronos? He's a fan of Bobby Waktu?
Of Bobby Waktu indeed, sir.
Man, you guys are serumpun right now.
I mean, hey, I believe you're also backing Bacon Time. You guys are serumpun.
We are serumpun. Serumpun kita.
I like it. Serumpun kita.
Or is it no? Is it no? It's kita. Yeah. So again, waiting for the map choice and side selection, and then we can consider where Bacon Time goes with this, because they have to put their foot down and they have to make a statement. They have to answer back to what Solix did in game 1, or else they just go for the ride and Unk takes them where they want to take them. Unk is in charge right now, dude.
Unk is definitely
has
in
the
charge.
aux cord. Unk has the aux cord.
Oh, okay. He has the aux cord right now.
Yeah.
And
Unk is playing FM static. Unk is playing red jumps with apparatus right now.
I mean,
Unk is playing
like...
Ocean Avenue.
Hey, I'm an Unk, and I feel like I'm reliable and responsible enough to be in charge with an aux, cord.
And that's what Solix is reminding us of. Just because we're more experienced, and just because we're facing off against a hot team with imports, doesn't mean we don't know how to take care of business. So let's see what kind of music we're getting It's expanding rivers. Okay, what side though? What kind of draft can they get away with?
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I believe Bacon Time will change sides, but that's just my guess. They will change sides. So yeah, it's gonna be Bacon Time on red now. Solix on blue. Wow. Marcel, again, question, right? We will get to see the answer very soon. Marcel, banned out. Uranus, respected.
Different perspectives exposed.
It's finally it's gonna be answered. Bacon Time says, you know what? Let's just ban the Marcel out. It's too much of a hassle. They have blue side anyways. And Solix still with the Guinevere ban.
Okay. You still have to consider the power picks from game 1, but I don't think it's worth it to ban the Beatrix. That's not bannable. That's weird.
That
you
I
don't
agree.
ban the Beatrix,
especially without the Marcel, right? So yeah, I think the Beatrix will be left out. But the next question is, what's with the Uranus? What are you gonna do with the Uranus?
I think Uranus is worthy of being first picked. Is that bold of me? Is that am I crazy to say you can go blue 1 Uranus?
That for me, Leo, that's pretty bold. That's very bold with an underline, italic, and also a bold. So let's see here. What's gonna be their approach? The Hilda band out. Zushin, that's interesting. Usually we see the Zushin being banned out from the red side, but Solix, they have
I
other
think
ideas.
it's a tell. I think it's a tell. It's because they don't have anything to ban for blue 3 because they want to let the Uranus through. Or maybe the Freya even. Oh my, wow, what a gambit. Look, because of that Zushin ban here, they open up so much. So maybe Freya finds her way out.
Sand rises when I give the word.
You're right.
Okay. Freya or Yura? What do you think?
I gotta say, Freya first.
Yeah, because Xiao Xiao's on fire. So let's do it.
Let's go. Let's lock in, Sherry. Let's lock the Freya in.
Sherry, give it to Xiao, man.
Yeah, give it to Xiao. Yura can be locked in later on, you know? He's taking here 0 time.
How
Come
often
on,
do you
you're
get a
one
Freya
game away.
open, man?
I mean, we saw that. We saw the previous game what Freya can do. Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's a curveball. That's a curveball.
Oh.
That's a big curveball
Okay.
right there.
So you still have the Harley Suyo trade online. So you can go Harley Suyo and Freya, and then there's Yura. So I guess Solix gets something in return either way.
Yeah. This is a curveball. I mean, technically in the first game, Bacon Time, they did ban the Phoveus out, knowing heavily the value of Phoveus Cherry on Phoveus. So now, still the Freya is still up pro grabs. The Yves is also a good shout. Or if they want the Valentina. There you go. It's going to be the Harley and the Freya here locked in for the side of Bacon Time.
Very good. That's the right move for Bacon Time.
I like the 2 picks here, yeah, from their side.
I think they have sound damage. That's it. They don't need to play around anymore. They can go full utility, go full support. Just rotate around these two. While Solix, maybe one of them should still be the Uranus.
Wow, Uranus still?
Yeah, I think they can. I think it's fine. Oh wait, no, Phoveus is gone. So you're right. Never mind. Phoveus is in.
So Suyo. Oh, Leomord. Okay. I low-key forgot about this hero, but it is still very popular on the jungler position.
So that's why they go Phoveus first. They want to give Xiao that Harith.
Yeah. Yep. And late game damage is definitely felt. Okay, the Ura. Uranus will fall to the hands of Bacon Time this time around. So looking at the first phase, I am still leaning towards Bacon's side.
Yeah. Bacon Time got away with such a greedy draft. Like, you rarely get these three heroes, let alone two of them together in a draft. So this is solid. They ban out the Valier, since that's one of the few heroes who can actually push back against the Uranus and a Freya when they dive you. What does Solix get rid of? Roamer choices? No, that's tough because they also don't have a roamer themselves.
Yeah, and if they want to limit the mid laners as well, it's kind of like it can backfire as well. But it seems like they're going for it, right? They're going for a Grok.
I figured that you can't really attack the same lanes anymore because you picked in the same order as your opponents. This is an XP gold and jungle for both sides right now. So this doesn't happen very often. So the angles of attack are going to be the same from the bans. So this is either another roamer or another mid laner for Bacon Time with a mirror from Solix. It's a roam glue is what they're afraid of.
Yeah. And I think a good shout for a mid laner is a Lilia. Oh, and there's a Lunox as well. Oh, this is tough. This is tough, right? Because I think Lilia and Lunox definitely can be picked up for Exhort here at first 4. I mean, red 4. It's good against the Phoveus, that Lilia. And the Leomord can get a tough time. So, Solix, what's going to be the call here? Do you ban another mid laner? Okay, seems like they're going to commit to another roam, and that's going to be the chip. You know, Spider Mouths here will not be allowed. It's the Hylos. Just adds utility, adds more strong presence in the front lanes for Bacon Time.
I like that chip ban. Very smart. They dig deep into the arsenal of Freya lineups because that chip can deliver the Valkyrie from out of nowhere. But they still end up with a solid pick in the roam still. Yeah, the aforementioned Hylos. Solix, what's in the roam for them? Do you want a Gatot? Do you want a... No more Marcel. Do you want a... Oh, Hilda's banned out too. Okay, tight. It's tight for Moss, man.
It is really tight.
And then mid, of course. Me, Mark.
Can he play the Lilia? I don't think the Selena is playable here. A lot of dives. The Lunox. Okay, the Lunox, right? Somehow as expected as well. Lilia Lunox can be played here. With the Kalea, it adds more, you know, certainty on that pickoff. So Solix, not bad. But do they have enough peel is my question.
Well, what's the pickoff? What's the combo? Usually you see Kaka, right? Kalea carry or Kabe, Kalea Beatrix.
Kalea Lunox is definitely available.
That's weird,
right?
though.
With
and again, we've seen Lunoxes today kind of drop the ball. It takes too long.
I agree. I mean, theory.
What makes
my legacy shall endure.
Oh, that's a good mid lane pick. That's a good mid lane pick. I like that, right? Just adds more utility. You also mentioned earlier that the Freya's damage and the Harley's both combined is already more than enough. And yeah, the last 3 is practically utility, right? It's just supporting roles for the Freya and the Harley to shine.
It's just yes men for the rest of Bacon Time. Ah, man. I'm still caught up on that Lunox. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of that Lunox, sir.
Well,
unless they run away with the game. It's possible that they just suddenly run away with the game and then Bacon Time can't breathe.
I think that's what they're hoping, right? Applying pressure early, despite them having the Lunox. But yeah, before level 4 here, this Lunox, especially going up against Harley, his positioning or Lunox's positioning needs to be checked for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the second game, potentially the final game of the series. Let's see if Bacon Time can prolong it and equalize, or perhaps the legends, the Unks, in Solix Esports can end it in a sweep. Let's witness it
The
together.
OGs.
The OGs, indeed.
Yeah, the OGs have a lot to live up to, especially since they drafted less than ideally compared to Game 1.
Boy, oh boy. A quick spell check here, more variety on the side of Bacon Time, definitely. With Purify on Freya. Realizes that the Kalea can, be a threat. But all in all, it's still the confident flicker for Xiao Xiao here. Because of the lack of crowd control from the composition of Bacon Time. Let's see though, with that lack of crowd control from the side of Bacon Time, will they still have more control during fights?
Yeah. That and the fact that Xiao Xiao has built-in resilience anyways. It is built into Harith's kit. So if ever he gets hit by some slows or again some rogue stuns here and there, he should be able to get away and then reposition with the flicker. So I get it. Fair enough. You're seeing a Leomord with a marksman emblem. So this is an attack speed Leomord. So Solix really has to snowball to make the most of this.
Definitely. And what sets the tone is the turtle take. The first one especially. And with the Phobius, it actually, facilitates that in the mid lane though. They're potentially a mighty action.
Oh! They call in Barbiel, but Solix unable to wail away at the front lines of Bacon Time. And I think that's a fumble. You can call it that. Bacon Time pushing forward, guns coming in. Marks can be thankful that the rest of Bacon Time did not force the issue. Free turtle over to the younger squad.
Yeah, I don't really understand what the call was earlier. They must have been aware that the Zetian has the passive, right? So, why commit really on that Barbiel, the Phantom Steed, when one passive was just enough to keep the distance. So let's see here with that chain reaction, right? Vertical jungling seems like it's going to be the key here. To be fair, TBF.
To be fair, that passive is a 3-minute timer, and the Phantom Steed is off of cooldown in 30 seconds, so it's fine. I think it's worth it. They put the effort in to try and pop that passive. It makes sense.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's a trade though. Right now, I mean, despite them losing on that turtle fight, economy is not that far. You can say it's even balanced. So guns though, that's the early golden staff. Cannot underestimate the damage that Freya can give you, especially in this stage. And so far, so good. Xiao Xiao is managing it well.
Yep.
Ooh,
if there's ever one member of Solix that should be thankful, that's a non-starter. Yep. I think Xiao Xiao is doing well to protect himself. He knows that there's shenanigans afoot. B-Boss, whoa! B-Boss! Coming in, throwing out that deadly magics, but Xiao Xiao is protected by the gold shield. As I was saying, if there's a member of Solix who has to be thankful for all this slowness, it's gotta be Marks. Marks ain't ready yet. So as long as Marks isn't getting pressured, Marks is farming, then all the more Solix can close up this series.
Marks is definitely gonna be a key factor later on, especially if you transition towards the mid game. That's Marks now, pressured by Kang. Force him to reposition as the second turtle this time around. I believe Solix, they want to contest. They will not give it for free.
Whoa, Tsunami Slam on a one, answered by a Fury of the Phoenix. Marks forced to use that brilliance rather, as the Glorious Pathway gets dropped in, answered by a Phantom Stampede, and Moss gets popped here. Already, the massive questions are finding no answers. What is the combo for Solix? Summon Force dropped in here by Xiao Xiao, pushing back 5-man coalition from Bacon Time. Can Xiao Xiao find Miles? Not a smart contestant. Oh my god, Marks finds Miles, but he loses himself in the trades. Has to spend the flicker to get there.
I mean, that's good proactiveness, right? But it's still just a roamer, so I don't think that's wise from me, Marks, to flicker out, getting the kill and lose his life, but they restabilized. Again, it's going to be a free turtle at the end of the day for the side of Bacon Time, so that's 2 turtles already in hand. And Solix, they're now behind 1,000 gold, practically. Xiao Xiao, though, is still somehow behind level-wise here. Gotta keep in mind, Guns already has 2 assists to his name. And that's the early oracle for Kang Kang, man.
It's just that Hylos allows for so much more maneuvers. As a Hylos, you open up so many avenues to attack and even defend. But as a Kalia, it's only mostly the attack. Sure, you last longer in fights via the Surge of Life, but really, whenever you play a Kalia, you always look for a combo. Carry, Kalia, Farsa,
Beatrix,
Kalia,
perhaps.
Beatrix, Kalia. Here, there's no real interaction. So, until Solix are able to provide that for themselves, then, you know, at best, they can just not lose trades and kind of slow down Bacon Time. It's not the same as winning.
Definitely not. Definitely not. 6 minutes in, folks, almost 7. And it's very close still, you know. Structure-wise, all turrets are still standing. Solix will give Xiao Xiao now most of farms, right? Giving the wave in the mid lane already. So that's a 2-wave farm for Xiao Xiao. He was the MVP of the game. He was that main character for Solix as well for that game. So looks to replicate that same output. Oh, in the mid lane.
They find Marks forcing that Order of Brilliance. Sherry covers his behind as he goes and retreats. Moss first to the pit. Guns obliges. Answers the Tsunami Slam coming through. Xiao Xiao drops that Zaman Force, answered by a Valkyrie's Ascent and a Fury of the Phoenix, plus the Glorious Pathway keeping him down. Moss gets taken down by Guns, wailing away. In comes Marks, Cyclone Eye through, and he goes in with the darkness. Pops Miles, but Guns takes him down. An X-Sword free hit from behind the wall. No. And they get a wipeout. 007X was busy down bot.
Oh my goodness, nothing is stopping Guns down. It was a quiet game rather for that Freya, but one moment, Guns got practically a triple there. And boy, oh boy, the Bacon Time, it was at an equilibrium economy-wise, but now they're ahead 4,000 gold. The chain reaction from that fight was tremendous. And Solix, now they gotta work from behind.
A single turtle fight, a single turtle take resulted in 3 tier 1s getting taken down. Like, that is the aftermath of Bacon Time's proactive movements. I hate to think this is true, Gani, but Solix, they may have just drafted the Kalia to play for that miracle late game pickoff. Because it's possible, right? But what are you gonna do? How are you gonna get there? Oh, wait, down bottom! Oh, Zhao pushes back Guns, drops that Zaman Force, in comes Sherry, jumps on a Kang Kang. Moss man-to-man defense against Spider Miles, and it leads to nothing. Guns will keep pressuring this bottom lane tier 2.
Insane aftermath indeed. And they fight to Sherry.
And that's it. They throw everything at Sherry. Sherry flickers back, and that's 3 ults that they spent to get him down. He answers the Fertile Pursuit as Guns shuts him down. And I don't know what the plan was. Where was Solix going with this?
Yeah, I mean, you snooze, you lose, and apparently Cherry in the bottom side snoozes, Moss as well. That's going to be a quick pick off again from Bacon Time, but man, nothing stopping them.
Just the fact that you can't fight a bear turret with no minions is stopping them, but that's just game mechanics. Talking about economy, you're down 6,000 gold. Xiao has died once with nothing on the board. Solix can't even contest.
No, not when they're this far behind. And it's tough. It's tough. 007X, he has been mostly outside of his team with a 4-1 formation, trying to, seek out farm. But I think Bacon Time, they understand that already. So when there's a fight, they know that, yeah, we can fight. We are not expecting a Barbeal running us through. That's why they're quite confident. Plus, they have the economy lead already. Now with the lure to play around with, that will crash towards the bottom side. You can see Bacon Time already managing the top minions. And that allows the 3-wave push to activate, because take a look at the freeze in the mid lane as well. So folks, if you want to wave manage during a Lord's push, this is how you do it. Clear the far lane, hold out the mid while the Lord is pushing low key, slow pushing in the bottom side of the map. And Bacon Time, their discipline is what grants them the win.
That, and maybe Solix's more than interesting draft pattern. Valkyrie's descent, Guns descents into that turret. Glorious Pathway, stopping Solix from defending. Fury the Phoenix coming through. They pop Sherry, just like a cherry. And the Lord here still continues. Zaman Force from Xiao. Xiao still wailing away. Down goes 007X. Moss still alive. Surge of Life keeping his cores up. And just like that, Solix thankful to have cleared the Lord and stop the bleeding, losing no more. Alright, down goes Marks. Marks flicking forward for that, and Xiao gets a few shields, but he's still dealing with the deadly magics. He's barely alive, gets taken down by B-Boss. Space, escape into the face, and that's it. The base is gonna be up next. Bacon Time, equalize.
Boy, oh boy, we got a series on our hand. And after a win, a convincing win from the side of Solix Esports, game number 2, Bacon Time proves themselves that we are no pushover. We're going to game 3, the second time of the day. And my goodness, what a showing from Bacon Time. This is more Bacon Time than the first game, right? The disconnect, the miscoordination that we saw from the first game did not existed in the second game.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of Bacon Time being more Bacon Time, understanding how urgent this is, that it's at match point for the Unks, but also it seemed like Unks got mad confused. I'll tell you now, in hindsight, and I can tell you now with more confidence because the results will speak for themselves, this draft is chopped, bro. This draft is mad chopped. Like, what was the combo? What were the timings? Where were they gonna go? Especially against a very active draft in the hands of Bacon Time. They were playing with a Harley. They were playing with a Freya. They were playing with a Uranus. Like, it would have been a miracle if Solix won with a draft like this, and if Bacon Time played, their game, which they did.
It's unfortunate again for Solix, but you mentioned it, right? I mean, even from the drafts, you really dislike the Lunox pick paired with the Kalea. So the last 2 picks were probably the main issues draft-wise from the side of Solix, and it showed in the game where they struggle to create impact, and it allows for Guns here on the Freya that was neglected, by the way, from Solix. They went and picked up the Phoveus first to shine. Guns with a 605 performance, congratulations. But man, if you see the Freya open, just pick it up, sir.
Yep. Guns has redeemed himself. Again, his less than stellar Claude in game 1 that did deal enough damage. I almost forgot about it. And with this performance, he has brought back hope to his team that maybe they don't get stood up by the Unks. Maybe they could win via reverse sweep. And they know that these guys, they're susceptible to shoddy drafting. I do believe that Coach Kazin should, tighten up the ship, fix whatever was going on in game 2, and get back to their winning ways in game 3.
Ooh. And if we take a look at the highlights here, it's just, again, Solix struggling to find a connection, to find a clear win trade-wise. And after this fight here, it was all equal, you know, for 7 minutes. But after this fight here, take a look at Guns. He gets a double. He gets a triple. And that's just practically a maniac. If VBoss doesn't get the kill there, it doesn't seal the kill. And after that, you mentioned it as well on the game. And it's just after that, the turtle went for bacon time. The tier 1s falling. And Solix, yeah, they dug themselves a hole after that fight. It's just wins after wins for Bacon Time. So the series now stands 1-1. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I predicted 2-0. Leo predicted 2-0. We get to see a game 3, and this was the final push from the side of Bacon Time. But my goodness, I expected this sort of quality, at least in execution, on our first game. Now it's a 1-1. We gotta be aware that it's game time. 14-2. That's a convincing win. Mind you, game 1 was a Solix win. 18 minutes of game time.
This is what I expected when you get a Freya, Harley, and Uranus in the first phase, and then for some reason, man, I don't know if it's something that happens in scrims or it's a Thai thing. They really like their Lunoxes. And there's a reason why she's such a niche pick in the bigger regions. So I'd say, Solix, Coach Kazin, heed my words. I beseech thee to reconsider. You gotta really take care of the timing of the rest of the squad. And if ever you do somehow end up on first pick again, in the blue side, no matter what map we go into, play for a strong start. Play for the first 3 to feel confident going into closing up the way Bacon Time did here. Because again, Bacon Time did such a good draft. Like this was, they took advantage of all the opportunities, man.
I completely agree with you, and it shows to the titles as well, right? We got 4 different players from the side of Bacon Time, excluding Spider Miles only. Yeah, it's all of them, excluding Spider Miles only. That didn't get a category. It's just the Rich Man, the Carry Sandbag, and Best Wingman here for all of their member. But my oh my. Now, Leo, it's 1-1. So let's expect Minimint to attack us in a bit. It happened earlier when the series goes to 1-1. So be ready. I want to be ready.
I pleasantly look forward to it.
Be ready for a Minimint attack. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1-1 between the two. Again, Bacon Time, on paper, they're a stronger team. You know, having imports as well, who are experienced rather, and Solix, they're unks, but can we see an upset? We saw an upset technically on our first series. Technically, can David beat the Goliath once again? So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we will have an interview shortly to see just the vibe, what the vibe is going like, what the vibe is like for the fans.
ทั้งทีมเหมือนกันครับ
ทั้งทีมเหมือนกันโอ้โหสุดๆเลยโอเคค่ะแล้วเนี่ยวันนี้มาดูครั้งแรกไหมคะหรือว่ามาดูกี่ครั้งแล้ว
ดูครั้งแรกครับผม
ครั้งแรกแล้วจะมาอีกไหม
ไม่ได้มาแล้วครับ
อ้าวทำไมเราไม่อยากดูไอดอลเราแบบชิดติดขอบสนามแล้วเหรอ
ติดทำงานครับผม
อ๋อน่าเสียดายแต่ยังดูในไลฟ์ใช่ไหม
ดูครับดู
โอเคดูฝั่งนี้นะคะมากี่รอบแล้ว
อันนี้ก็มาครั้งแรกเหมือนกันครับแต่ว่าดูไลฟ์ตลอด
แล้วจะมาอีกไหม
น่าจะมาอยู่ครับ
โอเคมานะคะมาให้กำลังใจแฟนๆนะคะมาให้กำลังใจนักแข่งนะคะโอเคอันนี้เล่นเกม Mobile Legends กันอยู่แล้วไหม
เล่นอยู่แล้วครับผม
แรงอะไรแอบกระซิบซิ
48 ดาวครับ
48 ดาวโอ้โหฝั่งนี้ล่ะคะเล่นไหมคะ
เล่นเหมือนกันครับ
แรงอะไร
ตอนนี้95 ดาวครับ
เฮ้ยอ้าวเรายอมเหรอ เฮ้ยตอนนี้ไม่ใช่แค่นักแข่งนะคะที่จะต้องแข่งกันตอนนี้แฟนคลับก็อาจจะต้องแข่งกันเองแล้วโอ้สูสีไม่สูสีอ่ะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่เราเชียร์ไหมแบบให้กำลังใจเขาหน่อย
ก็แมตช์ต่อไปก็ขอให้ชนะครับผม
เราล่ะคะ
ก็เช่นกันครับทำให้เต็มที่ทุกๆทีมเลยครับผม
โอ้ยน่ารักเชียร์ทีมนี้ด้วยอ๋อโอเคค่ะ แล้วตอนนี้คือสถานการณ์มันตึงเครียดมากคือมัน1-1เราคิดว่ายังไงทีมที่เราเชียร์เนี่ยเอาอยู่ไหมจะชนะไหม
ก็ดูจากการเอ็นซีเล่นแล้วแมตช์เมื่อกี้ก็น่าจะไหวอยู่ครับ
ไหวนะด้านนี้ล่ะคะคิดว่าสู้เขาไหวไหม1-1
ก็ต้องรอดูดราฟครับ ถ้าเกิดว่าดราฟดีก็น่าจะมีเปอร์เซ็นต์ชนะสูงขึ้นไปนิดหนึ่ง
อันนี้เขามาในเชิงวิเคราะห์เกมปกติเราดูบ่อยใช่ไหมถึงได้วิเคราะห์อะไรแบบนี้ได้
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โหสุดยอดมากเลยนะคะเกมนี้คือดุเดือดมากเพราะว่าเป็นทีมในตำนานกับผู้เล่นในตำนานนะคะ เดี๋ยวมาดูกันนะคะในเกมที่ 3 ว่าใครจะชนะในแมตช์นี้ไปค่ะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตนะคะ ส่งต่อให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much, Miniman, for the interview and, of course, the fans up there. Wow, the vibe is amazing, I feel like, and it is intense, right? It could gone either way. Guys, in case you just tuned in, Game 1, Solid Sports took a game off of Bacon Time, which is already, on paper is surprising, but Bacon Time, showing quality of MLBB there in the second game where they were able to bounce back against Solix Esports. It's 1-1 now. If you touch on the drafts earlier, you dislike the Kalea Lunox combo. You don't feel like it's enough. So I thought it was a real deal, but it seems like in that game, it's just not enough. You're right. It's the damage wasn't there. The connection is not evident enough. So Giraffe's a different approach. You mentioned it being just more clear cut, especially in the first phase. I'm all for it. Game 3, draft a simpler draft, a simpler draft to execute for the Onks, man. For the Onks.
It's so tight. It's so urgent what's going on here. Again, it's sudden death. One more game between the old Bacon squad, now known as Solix, versus the new Bacon squad, Bacon Time, who is currently undefeated. That Miniman didn't even ask for a woo. She usually asks for a woo whenever she comes up and, hypes the crowd. So let that sink in. Let that sink in that it's real now, folks. It's gotten real. I hope that Solix takes that to heart, because their Game 2 draft was, I think, again, with all respect to their execution, right? I know that they play well, especially Game 1. Like, they played a really good game in Game 1. That draft was just... You weren't going anywhere with it. Let me just say that. Like, you were hoping that Bacon Time would make a mistake if you were going to go in with that kind of draft.
Yeah, I think that's one way to put it, and it's sad to see, because technically it's just the last 2 picks, right? That really isn't suitable, especially in this current meta or the current patch. The Lunox and the Kalea, that last 2 picks. So yeah, let's see here. Definitely, we're gonna see changes for Solix. Game 1, Game 2, they changed sides. Will they stay for Game 3, or will they change it again? Because at least for the series, it means the red side has been getting the wins.
I guess blue side 4-5 is such a weird spot, because there's so much that you're asked to do immediately. You know what I mean? Like, you have to close your draft up now. You make a mistake in one of those two, or in Game 2's case, both of them, and you lose all agency. You lose all hopes to try and play for a solid mid-game. Don't even hope to get to the late game. That's just the fact of the matter. So Solix needs all of the reminders, all of the words of affirmation and encouragement to, close this in. The momentum was with them. Now it's gone.
Yeah, that momentum was for Solix after that first game, but now it's a different tide. And you know, we're not, especially if we're talking about today, we're not really we're familiar with the reverse sweeps for today, right? It did happen earlier on where Full Sense got the first game and then Hydra got the second and third. So potentially we might see that trend coming back to life as well. But let's see what will be the map draw for our third and final game for the series. Expanding Rivers didn't really do too well for Solix.
Nope.
On the previous game. Let's see if Dangerous Grass will come up again, because on that map, Bacon Time got the dub.
I hope we go to Clouds, because Clouds is going to be the test of who holds momentum. Even if after that Game 2 loss, Solix plays like they own the place, then yeah, they can show that via Flying Clouds.
Let's see. Finger crossed. What will we get? You're hoping for the Flying Clouds. Seems like you will be getting neither. So 3 games, 3 different maps. It's going to be Broken Walls this time around. And let's see the sides, right? Bacon Time and Solix Esports. Which sides will it be? It's going to be Solix staying on the first pick. So this time around, though, the Phobius will be banned out. Does this signify that they want the Freya?
They can play the, ban and then first pick for Freya possibly, but I also see a world where they ban to play first pick Uranus. Because that's how they won game 1.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, you mentioned
walls.
You mentioned the
It's
Ura.
walls.
You mentioned
Uranus
the
is
Ura.
good
Yeah,
walls.
you mentioned the Ura first pick on the second game as well. But there goes the Fanny, which we have not seen the face of Fanny today, right? No bans nor picks. But this time around, Bacon Time, they decided to, you know what? Let's ban the Fanny out. I think opens up possibilities as well, because now the Freya is open. The Zushin now is also up for contention. So yeah, I think this Fanny ban, it's opening things up. So there you go, Solix again with the blue side Zushin ban.
Okay. So that they're playing towards that. Again, all signs point to Unc Sherry getting his Uranus. Will Bacon allow it? If Bacon bans the Freya, all the more they are funneled down the first pick Uranus.
Ooh, that definitely can be the case still, Let's see the final ban here for from the side of Bacon Time.
What's Coach
What
Noel
will it be?
thinking? Coach Noel is mouth.
What? Wow, there you go.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
It's gotta be. I think they have a hunch that, you know what, they left it open once, they neglected, and they won't do it again. So that's a good ban from the side of Bacon Time. And Solix again with the Freya ban, it opens up that Ura first pick. But we forgot about the Baksha. I personally forgot about the Baksha.
I'm okay with this.
I'm okay with this as well.
I just thought that they look at Sherry as that big of an impact player that they would rather Yura first before Baksha. But by picking the Baksha, you kind of dull the impact of a Uranus if ever it does end up in the hands of Kang. So I'm okay with that. There's a world where they get away with it still and end up with a Uranus on the swing back, because there's still a lot of power picks that Bacon can prioritize in Red 1-2.
Definitely. And with this Baksha, it just adds more pressure, right? And wow, take a look at the response. Instant response, right? The Suyo and the carry. One of the hard counters of that Baksha is definitely the carry, and they secured it early. So
and the Uranus
as well. That's true. So technically anticipating and also denying that Ura pick from the side of Solix. Now without the Phobius, not completely. You're right.
It's not a complete shutout. They're giving him the option.
Exactly. Which makes it more interesting. Without the Phoveus, without the Uranus.
With
Sora
less of a chance of
Valentina,
Uranus.
Sora Valentina, okay, Zitian, and the Khalid. So they prioritize the trio mid first, right? Again, with the Baksha and the Khalid in play, that's a lot of ground that they can cover, right? It's so fast, it's so fast, but that's the Ura.
Solix is short on damage though. They have to invest so much more in damage. They're not going anywhere with these three. They need a little more damage.
Oh, definitely. That's got to be their main focus on the
Exord
second
is
phase.
so vocal. Exord is just straight up discussing all of the possible picks. This definitely tells me he may be up to speed with his thigh.
Ooh. Yeah, very communicative, right? And yeah, I think the main focus for a set of Solix is going to be the damage. And in Beacon Time, they take 0 time in eliminating options that can shred the Uranus down. And that's going to be the claw taken away.
Wouldn't be surprised if Solix ends up with the likes of another Beatrix or something. Something like that. Something that's just sheer damage because that's what they need. And there's really no catch just yet from Bacon Time. Like, no one threatens a soft marksman like that.
That's true. And that's why Solix is also... they're targeting the Cho, right? Someone that can lock up. Someone
there you
that
go.
Can pick you off.
That was a perfect pick. Imagine the macro control you would have if you had a Moskov and a Zatian. And of course, two very fast rotating frontliners like the Baksh and the Khalid. That Moskov would have been perfect.
Definitely, and that's why Bacon Time they took that away. Also a hero that technically has DPS, you know, especially after getting the items to shred the Uranus down. Solix, they have one target, they have one agenda, it just limits Spider Mouse's options, and down goes the glue. What will they go
I think
for
it's
here?
more of I think it's more of an active choice. They're taking away these backline compromising picks. A single kick could end a soft backliner. A mount would, you know, destroy the formation. So Solix, there's more to this than just attacking Miles.
Definitely more. So what did they go for here? I mean, the Grok is still on the table. If we're talking about backline destroyers with the flicker in hand as well, you know, just a big presence. But they can delay the roamer take actually and pick up a mid laner first for Exord. No, they went for a Hylos, a stabilizer, you know, also a strong figure in the front lines. Can, you know, break momentums. And there you go. Solix definitely need a damage. Without
damage
Claw, without
dealers.
Moskov. Yeah.
You need an XP laner that can brawl, and then a gold laner that is just reliable. It's good to know that it's a Hylos. It's good to know that it's a front to back kind of roamer for Bacon Time, so Solix can choose better to, you know, give their MVP player Xiao Xiao a hero that's gonna scale well.
Yeah. So it's gonna be there we go. The Obsidia and the Alice is gonna be the choice here. Yeah. Looking for a big play with the Alice. Definitely can be good, but that Obsidia also needs time, you know. Early game, not enough damage, especially going up against the Hylos and the Uranus. So Solix, they're playing the patient game here.
Okay, all Bacon Time has to do is invest in good burst. Some good burst that is okay sitting underneath the HOB. Okay, there it is. There's a hero that doesn't mind. Okay, you latch onto me, you get burned. I like the Valier pick. Coming out of Bacon Time. They're cooking.
They're definitely
They are
cooking.
cooking.
And
Solix's draft. I'm gonna say it again. Solix's draft is so slow, man. Solix's draft, they have to put farm on the Obsidia. They got to put farm on the Alice.
Yeah, and again, they're playing the patient game. That's why, and that Valeria pick can definitely neutralize some movements from the Alice, from the Bakshas, and the Khalids. But let's see, because you know the early game that the Khalid, the Zetian, and the Baksha can provide, it can be huge as well. So let's see if that early game from the trio mid of Solix can be evident in the third game, or perhaps the carry from the side of Bacon Time be the deal breaker.
Definitely a deal breaker if they do pop off with it.
Welcome
But
to
for
Mobile
now,
Legends.
I'm gonna put my foot down and say it's up to Solix to prove us wrong that it's not just all in on Xiao. Because Xiao is the only way that you're really taking down that Uranus. Kang, I didn't think he was this kind of player, because again, I saw him play that Lapu-Lapu in game 1. Plenty of action. Here he's more just like a meat shield. Here he's more just, hold down that lane. And against an Alice, he's fine. Look, like there's nothing happening up there.
Yeah, I mean, the laning phase for that EXP is practically a dead lane, right? Just both EXP laners farming. There shouldn't be an outplay potential. But that's the vertical jungling that B-Boss is trying to show there, going down bot. Good cover by Moss. And the Khalid will show in the bottom side of the map now. Good pathing so far from the Baksha, right? Already clearing top of the camps here. So he's using the shield unity very, very well here from Spectre. Oh, there's a change here. Spectre is in the game.
Huh. That is their usual jungler. The Laotian import. Interesting. We didn't see that coming. Okay. Where's 007X? He seemed to be the lucky charm.
That's true. So again, we saw a sub in the first series, and in the third series we will see a sub again. Now the first turtle seems like they will contest here. Let's see who wins it.
Turtle down to a quarter of its health. Damage being laid down by March. Spear of the Phoenix, but some way, somehow, it's Spider-Bells who gets it. V-Boss backing out. Very low HP. And look at the bodies. The meat that Solix is bringing through, running over Bacon Time. Remix. Finds him. Oh my, that's also a sub. Unk Cherry is out. Remix is playing his first game in MSL.
Crazy stuff. Not just a sub, we got a double sub from Solix. And that's first blood, his first kill on the board on MSL Thailand Season 1. And let's see here, that's a steal technically. Spider-Man taking the turtle, but Solix, they got a kill, so it's a 1-for-1 on that exchange. My oh my,
I think more importantly,
Mm-hmm.
it's the fact that Solix are up 500 gold despite the turtle going to Bacon Time. That's the headline for me. That's what is getting me curious. Oh wait, whoa. B-Boss with the steal.
And they're a little bit late to the party. The drive by, the steal went successfully for Bacon Time, and it's still economy lead is still Solix, so they're not, shaken up by that fact. Bottom side though, it's a 2v1. Khalid is hovering around. Obsidia, man. Obsidia is below 50% HP. That's struggling to find a good farm there.
Yeah. Miles can't play the same babysitting game that Moss is, because Moss just rotates so much faster. So Miles has to be a little bit more deliberate when it comes to his rotations. Spectre here, we're going to run into two. Does he know that there's someone in that brush? That's a charged Sever that B-Boss laid down, forcing Spectre back, making him pop that Poissons, and just like that, Solix has no presence from a jungler in this turtle take. Turtle number 2 goes over to Bacon Time.
It's 2 for 2, right? And now the Valier value going up against the Baxia is tremendous, especially in this stage. The fire is just too much. Oh, that's a stun!
Oh, that is the Fury of the Phoenix answering back. It's the same outcome as the bodies hit the floor. Solix assert themselves, but Guns finds one. It's Spectre going down. Not such a free trade anymore for Bacon Time.
Definitely not. You can see the economy already shifting towards the Bacon Time side, and B-Boss already eyeing on that purple as well. This time though, Solix, they're anticipating it well.
Here comes Spectre, punishing Kang and B-Boss. You can't do that twice, not in a row, not without going through me. Bacon Time, for the first time in this 5-minute game, has a small lead. It's their turn. They're holding on to what, 200 gold?
It's again just adaptation from the side of Solix, but it's also the just proactiveness from B-Boss, right? He is a level ahead on his way to level 9, by the way. So a 2-level gap here between the jungler. Spectre not having a fun debut, at least so far. Or not debut, but not a fun game after subbed in so far. Slightly behind here if we're talking about head-to-head jungler.
B-Boss is playing a cleaner game, but less of an impact player compared to his other teammates. Spectre, he's just doing what he can. Again, he can afford to do that. He's a utility jungler. Guns, though, a lot of pressure coming in from Xiao. Miles spacing out the Obsidia as Xiao has to back off. Better placement for Solix, but here comes the Glorious Pathway. Miles ushering in Guns and Exhort. Spectre, Baxia Knight through. B-Boss, Charge Queller, pushing Remix back. Remix! Flicker! Throne of Ruin! Plus a Phoenix Fury come in from Marks! And that takes down Spider Miles. Bacon Time are a man down.
They're a man down. The turtle take will be delayed, and Solix, what a fight there that they did. Remix again being the main initiator for
Remix.
And now they're gonna commit on towards the turtle. Spectre's around though, but he is a level 2 levels below, so he will not contest. But it's gonna be a trade though. A turtle for a turret top.
Solix are just playing where else they can, because in a full frontal fight like that, unless they have their oats, Bacon Time will win 99% of the time. So it looks like Solix wasn't ready to pick that fight just yet. Fury the Phoenix was off of cooldown, so they instead go for the trade, advance that switch up. Xiao goes up, and now they're looking to punish Guns and Spider Miles. Exhort is near the vicinity. He's in that Y brush, pushing them back.
Right, so it is all A-okay here. 7 minutes in. On the second game, this mark here, the 7-minute mark, is where Bacon Time pulled the trigger. Freya got the triple kill, and then practically the game is done and dusted. But it seems like 8 minutes in, the final game of the series, nothing separates them just yet. And another attempt here, cancelled by Remix.
Yep. So far, Remix is seemingly a breath of fresh air for Solix. And until then, he has to worry how much he can kind of just push his weight around. Because there will come a time where Guns and even Exhort will melt him down. For now, I think he's hit a mid-game power spike. Enough that his crowd control is still pure. His impact in a fight is still something that Bacon Time has to respect. And they have to play around that. He currently has, Cursed Helm, or rather a Molten Essence, an Oracle, and a Dreadnought Armor. That's plenty strong at 9 minutes. Whoa! Comes in! Repositions, Fear the Phoenix, plus the Throne of Ruin. Down goes B-Boss. Glorious Pathway, not gonna do much. A Spider Miles tries to escort the rest of his damage-dealing members. They trade up for Shao. That's a winning trade for Bacon Time. As they push forward, Kang putting some stacks on the Moss, pushing back Solix.
It looked good for a bit for Solix with that engage, but the recovery from Bacon Time was just insane. Mind you, that fight, Guns was still out of the picture, so they were able to find trades and an expensive trade as well, taking Xiao down without Guns around. So Bacon Time, man, the coordination in third game, beautiful stuff. And now they're en route to take the Lord.
Here we go, Glorious Pathway by Spider Miles. In comes a remix, but still the Lord gets secured. The retry is good for Bacon Time. B-Boss taking down Remix. And then the Fury of the Phoenix slows him down. Spider Miles gets taken here. A trade 1-for-1, but Bacon Time happy with that Lord take, celebrating with recalls all around.
It's a 1-for-1, but they do have a Lord to play around with. Bacon Time now on the offense yet again.
They're pushing him back, Boss. Man-to-man defense against Moss. And now Me-Marks got an angry Sasuke Uchiha on him. B-Boss gets a double, showing Moss who's boss. And now with 3 defenders, Bacon Time has to stop Solix from writhing in pain. They're in the base. They pop that holy shield. The chubby wave down bot.
My, oh my, Bacon Time showing up again. And even though, right, Spider Mouse is at an 0-4, it doesn't matter because his job is just to provide cover, provide angles, and now they're looking to seize the mid lane. Correct.
Glorious Pathway dropped by his Spider Miles. You're the Phoenix, they take him down again! And they lose Guns in the process. What a punish! Throne of Ruin coming in from Remix. Exort stopping the bleeding. B-Boss with a defensive use of that surge. Bacon Time may have overextended.
Yeah, they overstayed their welcome, and Solix, they're no pushovers. They capitalize on the mispositionings, right? Being Spider Miles and Guns there, who had no reaction time to pop the Purify or even just sidestep away from danger. They get the 2 kills. They manage to defend their mid turret, and they live to fight another day. And now we're 12 minutes in. It's still Bacon Time who has the advantage, but it shows that the damage output from the side of Solix is already there. So now Bacon Time, what they need to do is not overextend, not, overstay, because Solix, they definitely will capitalize, especially Xiao on this Obsidia. Pops
right.
that ult.
That's right. Ball's in their court and they lose B-Boss. Remix finds one in Guns. Guns not even popping his Purify just yet, but the Throne of Ruin is gone. The Flicker as well for the repositioning. Solix happy with that free pickoff. They gotta make most of that. How rare do you find a Suyo just caught lacking like that?
That's the thing. They cannot overextend. We mentioned that Bacon cannot, get overzealous, and I think the positioning of B-Boss there were monitored, and now it's going to be a 5v4. Uh-oh, Spectre.
Oh, Spectre holding it down. Moss coming through with the scimitars. Solid front line still from Bacon Time as B-Boss spawns. He's running in. They can't let Solix walk away with this Lord for free. As he gets the info, Spider-Man says, no, they're not going to commit. B-Boss takes his purple first, and then maybe we can dance.
And I believe Khalid spots out Exort that he went to recall, but they did not pull the trigger just yet. So now it's another Lord dance. Stop is slowly pushing for Solix though. So yeah, all in all, Solix, they are in hand to get the Lord. Let's see the execution.
Where is Boss going here? B-Boss cutting straight through the mid. Welcomes that brush. Welcomes that wave. Doesn't even go through the brush. And I think he knows that the Lord Dance will continue. The Lord Dance isn't going nowhere. He goes for a purple steal. Oh! Reggie Sandstorm. Already used up by Moss. In comes Kang. Spider Miles with the Glorious Pathway. And B-Boss from the flank! B-Boss the Phoenix, but it can't stop the rest of Bacon Time. Remix finds guns, but Spectre is the last one to fall. It's a wipeout. Bacon Time says, it's time. We're going to run it down mid.
It's time to bake, and it's Bacon Time. Bacon Time finds the wipeout. They do not care about the Lord as they look to close the series out in a reverse sweep fashion, baby.
Shao is going to be the soonest to come in, but this wave is good. As Bacon Time stop the upset, deny Solix the pleasure of saying y'all were wrong as they take the series 2-1.
What a series we have. Despite the changes from Solix Esports, the two-man sub-in, not enough to take Bacon Time down. My oh my. You can see the respect still coming. The new gens towards, well, not the Unks now, I believe, but you know, the Solix Esports team. Some of them are Unks, you know, Xiao Xiao is still there. But you can see the respect, still the friendliness of the competition. There were some glimpses of brilliance, especially from Remix here in this play. We thought that Solix got in the back. Take a look at the carry, right? He's still top, but still the recovery from the side of Bacon Time is just too swift for Solix to handle. And after this fight, right here, it's just Solix scattered, you know, and Bacon Time had enough kit to stabilize. Enough tools to stabilize, and we're about to see the post-winner interview in just a bit.
Yep.
2-1, by the way, so keep in mind, gotta watch out for mini mint. But man, oh man, what a series we have. First game, reverse sweep. Second game, clean sweep. Second series, clean sweep. Third series, another reverse sweep. So Leo, you know, we were wrong technically score-wise, but Bacon Time did pull through and still delivered. Get the dub.
We took the scenic route. Regardless, I think both teams had their own fair share of, misgivings, shortcomings, and it just shows that Bacon Time, this current lineup, is quicker on the recovery. They're faster to respond to stimuli and the changes. And Solix with that last game shuffle. Again, Spectre coming in, Remix as well. I don't know what the mentality was. Was it because of that less than ideal game 2? It clearly was a draft issue, but also gameplay, that kind of suffered too. So what was it? Again, we're left scratching our heads. This puts us back to square one. The status quo is reset. It's Bacon Time at 4-0. Sure, they took the long way around. There's still a 2-1 in this game, but still 4-0. So they're currently the top dogs, or should I say pigs? Top dogs of MSL Thailand. They're number 1 right now.
Definitely, there's very steady. You know, they're one of the top 2 teams or top teams that have yet to have a match loss. So yeah, if they're able to keep this up, definitely top quality indeed. But hey, let's throw it over to Minimin and let's listen to what the players of Bacon Time has to say.
You guys are absolutely unstoppable right now for full match, full win, a solid run so far, still undetected. Oh, how you feel for this match? You first, Spider-Man.
I feel about this match.
Are you exciting or you're like happy that you win?
Of course, I am happy and I'm looking forward for tomorrow to win.
Okay. What about you, Exart?
I'm calm, happy, and excited, especially also for tomorrow's game.
Okay. But today is your teamwork is good.
Yes, I like it.
You're happy with your team and with your win?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations. ค่ะสำหรับทั้งสองคนนะคะก็รู้สึกว่าวันนี้ทำได้ดีมาก แล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นกับทีมนะคะที่ได้ชัยชนะไปในวันนี้ค่ะและสำหรับวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยเขาก็คาดว่าเขาจะชนะอีกด้วยค่ะโอ้โห So before another question, could you please say hi and introduce yourself or your IGN and your role for a viewer who just like turning in like and would like to know you guys more. You first.
I'm Spider Miles, roamer of Bacon Time.
Like introduce yourself and your IGN or your nickname. Maybe they want to know your nickname.
My nickname is Miles.
Ah. Okay, what about you, Exort?
My real name is Dexter and my in-game name is Exort and I'm the mid laner.
And you guys come from Philippines?
Yes, Philippines.
โอเคค่ะสำหรับชื่อในเกมนะคะคนนี้ก็จะเป็น Spider-Man ค่ะและคนนี้ก็จะเป็น Exhaust นะคะ and your nickname is Miles ชื่อเล่นก็ชื่อ Miles นะคะ and your nickname again
Dex
Dex และชื่อเล่นของ Exhaust ก็คือ Dex นั่นเองอันดับแรกเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะให้ Exhaust เนี่ยสอนคำว่าสวัสดีเป็นภาษาตากาล็อกหน่อยเดี๋ยวลองถามดู Exhaust could you please teach me how to say hello in Tagalog
Hello.
Hello
Kumusta?
Kumusta Kumusta and can you teach me how to say thank you
Salamat.
Salamat oh that is so nice ค่ะสำหรับสวัสดีในภาษาฟิลิปปินส์นะคะ Hello again
Kumusta?
Kumusta ค่ะโอ้ทุกคนต้องไปฝึกนะคะ and about thank you again
Salamat.
Salamat ค่ะ ทุกคนอย่าลืมไปฝึกนะคะเผื่อเจอด้านนอกจะได้ทักทายกันได้ And is there any particular player you are both looking forward to facing in MSL Thailand this season?
For me, there's no particular player but a particular team, King of Gamers, because they are also undefeated like us. And tomorrow is our match with them, and I'm really excited for tomorrow.
โอเคค่ะสำหรับทีมที่เขาอยากจะเจอนะคะก็คือ KOG นั่นเองเพราะว่าทีมนั้นเนี่ยก็ไร้พ่ายเหมือนกันเขาก็เลยอยากวัดระดับฝีมือกันไปเลยโอเค so thank you so much for today and now please get some rest ค่ะสำหรับการสัมภาษณ์นี้ก็จบลงแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวให้ทั้งคู่ไปพักก่อนนะคะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much, Minimin. And of course, the two imports from PH that is rocking the jersey of Bacon Time, Spider Miles and Exort in the building. After, achieving that reverse sweep, we get to see them, expressing their wins. And also, I learned Salamat and Como está now. Thank you so much, Miles and Dex.
It's Kumusta.
Como está.
There you go. I guess
Como
it does find its roots from Spanish. Como
Spanish,
estás? Yeah. But yeah, Kapkun Krab to Mini Mint. Glad to see that she wanted to learn more about our Filipino imports, and I guess they weren't looking forward to a single player to face off. Did you hear that? They wanted to take down the top dogs, man. They want to end the streak of KOG.
And they're en route, right? They're en route to get that. But let's take a look at the MVP for that game. It's going to be Exort, the mid laner, or his nickname is Dex. 207 on the Valier pick, right? And take a look at that. He went for tenacity as well. So he knows that, you know what? I'm just going to all utility, baby. And 90% KP for that.
This is the build you would go with when Valier was first reworked. You just put all the elemental effects on him, Glowing Wand, you put Ice Queen Wand. Soon enough, this could have also been the Lantern, so you get like a little more DPS, DOT. Great use of the Valier. If it wasn't for Valier, maybe if it wasn't Exort, my other MVP would possibly be maybe B-Boss, because he committed to the bit. I like how even towards the later parts of the game, he said, you know what, I'm going to cut through the back line. I will find Shao. I will find whoever, and this will work out, guys. Trust me. So I guess it's a team effort.
It really is. It really is. And based on the highlights as well, I think it's. I mean, there were, especially in the early game, there were some highlights from the side of like Remix and friends. It's just finding clapbacks.
Remix.
But all in all, it's just Bacon time. Getting that momentum after that second game, I think it really shows again here on the series, right? Winning that second game, finding that just momentum and that the connection within internally, it shows here. Very different, I gotta say, on how they displayed their games during the first game. This was their only hiccup, I gotta say, where they got Spider Mouse, they got guns as well. But after that, it's after this fight here especially, you want to see the positioning from, you mentioned the flank bit, he committed to it, gets Xiao Xiao,
Yep.
no gold laner for the side of Solix, so damage dealer gone is just them one by one, baby.
That's disgusting. In the middle of the fight, when they knew they were surely gonna win and wipe out, B-Boss just started recalling. That's flair right there. That's
ouch.
rare in a young player in the pro scene. So B-Boss showing some veteran wiles there. He knew that they were gonna win. He knew that it was all them. So he just started to spam that recall. Lovely.
And you love to see it. It's a 14-minute game, folks. Kill-wise, it's quite close, but it's Bacon time. Just not just winning on team fights. They apply more structure on their execution. And unfortunately, again, we talked about the sub-in of Spectre for 007X and a remix for Sherry. Still wasn't enough for Solix to take the win. So yeah, maybe it's a learn still for Solix, who is still again struggling on the current standings.
I mean, they took Bacon to the limit. They forced this new gen Bacon time to, really strap on their boots and say, we can't let that happen. Unk can't do this to us. We're grown men. We're grown men, for Pete's sakes. We can't let them slap us in the behind like that. Not in the Lido Connect Hall. Not in front of all these people. Not in front of Gani and Leo. That won't fly. So that's what Solix did. Solix woke in Bacon time, possibly that dog in them. So it's good. I think it's a roller coaster of a series. Sadly, they're not going to face off again. It's a single round robin. That's the only regret I think they have.
Yeah, there won't be a revenge, story unless they do meet in the playoffs later on. If Solix do survives,
in that Kalia and Lunox, that's also I think a regret that they have.
That they got to learn from it. Sometimes you got to learn it the hard way. It seems like Solix, they got to learn that draft the hard way. But yeah, that's series number 3, folks. We still have one more match for you guys, which you cannot miss out as well. We're gonna have Buriram going up against E-Arena, and boy oh boy, I am quite excited to see what will the conclusion be for that match, as Leo and myself will be taking a short break. So stay tuned and see you soon.
Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can't show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาละค่ะตอนนี้นะคะก็เดินทางมาถึงคู่ที่ 4 ของวันนี้กันแล้วนะคะกับการแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะในคู่นี้นะคะจะเป็นการเจอกันระหว่าง 2 ทีมที่ต้องการคะแนนมากๆค่ะบอกเลยว่าทั้ง 2 ทีมเนี่ยใส่กันเต็มที่แน่นอนในแมตช์นี้นะคะในคู่นี้นะคะคู่สุดท้ายของวันค่ะจะเป็นการเจอกันนะคะของทีมนักรบสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตค่ะหนึ่งในทีมเต็งของการแข่งขันในรายการนี้เลยนะคะแต่ว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยดูเหมือนว่าพวกเขานะคะจะเครื่องร้อนช้าไปสักนิดหนึ่งอาจจะต้องเร่งสปีดกลับขึ้นมานะคะมาดูกันว่าวันนี้เนี่ยรอยของเราเนี่ยจะเอาคะแนนมาให้ได้หรือเปล่าและวันนี้นะคะทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตเนี่ยเจอกับเจ้ากระต่ายข้าง E Arena ค่ะนำทีมโดยมิดเลนอย่างพิชชี่ค่ะที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยยังคงตามหาแต้มแรกของทีมอยู่ถ้าอยากจะเข้าไปเล่นในรอบเพย์ออฟนะคะบอกเลยว่าเกมนี้ถือว่าเป็นเกมที่สำคัญมากจริงๆค่ะแล้วที่ผ่านมาสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมานะคะทั้ง2ทีมเนี่ยก็ไม่รู้ว่าไปแอบซุ่มซ้อมแผนหนักอะไรกันมาหรือเปล่านะคะเดี๋ยวมาดูกันว่าวันนี้แผนของทีมไหนเนี่ยจะของจริงมากกว่ากันนะคะคู่นี้เนี่ยบอกได้เลยว่าสนุกแน่นอนแต่ก่อนที่เราจะปล่อยนักแข่งคู่นี้ขึ้นมานะคะตอนนี้กองเชียร์ออนไซต์ของเราก็คือเต็มฮอลเลย ถ้างั้นเดี๋ยวเช็คความพร้อมของกองเชียร์กันก่อนเลยดีกว่าว่าพร้อมเท่านักแข่งของเราแล้วหรือเปล่าขอเสียงกองเชียร์หน่อยได้ไหมคะโอ้โหยังไม่ทันขอเสียงเลยมาแล้วโอ้โหเฮ้ยฝั่งนี้ทำไมเราดูเบาๆเราดูแบบไม่สู้เขาเลยอ่ะนักแข่งเราจะไม่มีแรงสู้นะขออีกรอบได้ไหมแบบให้มันสูสีกันหน่อยขอเสียงอีก1 รอบได้ไหมคะโอเคอันนี้ค่อยสูสีกันหน่อยโอเคค่ะถ้าแฟนๆพร้อมแล้วพิธีกรพร้อมแล้วนักแข่งก็พร้อมแล้วค่ะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Woo! Good evening, selamat malam magandang gabi, ladies and gentlemen. As we welcome you back to MSL Thailand Season 1. You gotta teach me what is good evening in Thai, but Leo and I, Gani, we're back. Magandang gabi.
No, I don't know in Thai. I don't speak that much Thai, dude.
That's the thing.
I barely know
That's the thing. I
thanks
think-
and hello.
That's fair. That's fair.
I can't
you
teach
guys
you the
at
good evening,
home,
man.
In the comments, all right? Teach us how to say good evening in Thai. Because I know in Philippines or in Tagalog, it's magandang gabi.
And in Indonesian, it's salamat malam.
There you go. There you go. Leo is
Yep.
still, has memories. But yeah, guys, we are at the final match of the day. We have done 3
Oh, we
series,
are.
a reverse sweep in the first series, clean sweep in the second, and another reverse sweep in the third. Now, what will the conclusion for Buriram against E-Arena be like?
I think if we are to trust the standings, Buriram at 1-1, I'd say they're still an enigma. They are smack dab in the middle of the standings. They have a veteran mid laner in Agi, who was formerly Leon, and they're facing off against E-Arena. That's the closer for tonight. They're literally dead last. 0-3. The only team in the league to have no wins just yet. You know what hurts the most here, Gani? Is that they have 2 Filipino imports, the max you could get, and a Filipino coach. I guess the import experiment always doesn't work out.
You're right. They got Mijizi and as well as Wraith as their jungler and as well as EXP laner. So, okay, yeah, I think that means though they have learned a lot after their past 3 matches. Maybe this will be their shakeup match. You know, we saw that in Hydra, who has yet to claim a victory this morning, but after the match today, they got a win. 2-1 style, but hey, a win's a win. So let's see here. Will that, trend continue? Perhaps for E-Arena, who has yet, you mentioned it, 0 wins.
It's tough. Being a fan, but
Sports,
they
they got
Natcorn, Lois, Agi, Easy, and MZ.
That's crazy. You mentioned it as well. It's 1-1 on the standings. They look to get a win here today. Again, increasing their chances to up their standings. And let's see their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the E-Arena with Mijizi, Wraith, Hanagas, Peachy, Nozin. That will be deployed today. And yeah, they gotta find something here. They gotta find something to at least bring back a rhythm, bring back some music. And here comes the coaches.
Yep. Ushered in to the stage by the Thai Chop Master Cobb. You have Trek Artista, Pride of Thailand, and of course Dart. I wish I knew more about Dart, but the sources say he is a Filipino coach. I just cannot tell you where he has played before.
All right. Maybe it's need more research on Dart indeed. But yeah, again, E-Arena definitely needs to find something here, like what Hydra did earlier on. Even the player shed a tear after the win. So let's see if that will happen again today. Buriram United Esports with Natacorn, Lois, Agi, Izzy, and MZ.
Oh.
Also.
Okay.
So there's a shakeup.
Yep. I checked in. Coach Dart served under Team Liquid Academy PH.
Okay.
So Dart has a pretty solid resume. Now he's spreading his wings, serving the bunnies of E-Arena. And you know what? I'm a believer. This might actually possibly be an upset. We have here the boys of E-Arena. Did Buriram switch something up?
I believe they put in MZ. Yeah.
In the Rome? Yeah, MZ's in Rome. MZ's in Rome.
There you go.
Safe to say.
It is safe to say then.
Oh, there you go.
Interesting.
So, yep, Mijizi was an MDL too. Here we are. It's Agi, the spotlight on the veteran mid laner out of Buriram, who I think will find a solid finding in the upper half of the brackets after tonight, unless we see another upset. Because really, the expectations for E-Arena, I think you'll find out in the standings as well, or the predictions. I think even our Thai counterparts might say the same.
I mean, looking at their current form, right? Looking at their current form is not looking hot for the side of E-Arena. So, yeah, I think Buriram, they definitely can, abuse or / exploit this form. They have only played twice, technically this season. It's 1-1. Their form isn't stable as well, but you're going up against a team that is currently 0-3. If you get a win, it can definitely set the tone for Buriram United.
Okay, to be fair, both teams are coming in from losses, right? Sweeping losses at that. Buriram had 2 close games, almost against Full Sense last weekend. They played a 22-minute game and then a 23-minute game against Full Sense, and that's how they ended up losing. But E-Arena, on the other hand, they faced off against Tenacity, and they were like 17, 18-minute games. So, look, wow, Bird, 5-star and $3 marks, what I tell you, they were going to say the same thing. They're handing this to Buriram.
You'll see later on, hopefully, on our predictions, but it seems like the audience as well, they agree on the prediction here. Buriram winning it all on a landslide. Only a single-digit percentage for E-Arena. Let's see, though. We have seen upsets today. There you are. Our predictions. It's unanimous once again on the board, both English and Thai broadcast.
I think one of the main issues for E-Arena is some parts of their draft are outdated. I'm looking at their Game 1 draft against Tenacity last weekend, and they still play CC in the EXP lane. Like, when was the last time you saw CC in the EXP lane, man?
A long time ago. So, definitely they need to adapt to, like, some of the meta, current meta, especially. There's a patch that just dropped not so long ago.
Decisive moment.
Decisive moments. This is
dropped April 11th.
Decisive moment. Because if they lose here, right, E-Arena, there will be 0-4 record-wise, and then that's not a good look on E-Arena org. So hopefully they can smell a breath of fresh air here, going up against a Buriram Esports that you mentioned just also coming up of a loss. So maybe their form isn't looking too hot as well. It seems like the players are relaxing here, just talking to each other, having a laugh, and this is what I want before a serious match, Still locked in, but don't be too tensed up sometimes, Being too tense isn't good for you sometimes, man, and we will get to see it later on the drafts. Will the outdated draft come again from side of E-Arena? Because if that's still showing up, that's gonna be hard.
It's one part of the draft. It's a small issue, but when you're down like this, you can't afford, small parts of your lineup to be behind. So yeah, I hate to put the spotlight on that one weird pick, but it's more than that. I think there's many parts of E-Arena's gameplay that they need to fix. But a quick reminder, when you're not thinking about too much and there's nothing to lose, sometimes that's where most athletes perform. That's sometimes where they unlock their full potential.
I agree. I think that's what we saw in Hydra, and somehow it confirms it, right? Via the interview with Mini Mint, where, yeah, we got nothing to lose. We gotta show up, and they got the dub, and maybe that same, mindset, that same mentality needs to be shown from the side of E-Arena, who is, again, currently sitting at the bottom place of the standing. So I personally hope that they can shake their bad form out in this match and maybe find their own jam here. As folks, we are still waiting for the drafts, because I just want to see more of an upset, man. I love to see it sometimes when an underdog or a team that isn't rooted for wins. I don't mind it. We got a quote here for Nozen. Maybe later on Leo can show it up for us later. But man, oh man.
Contrary to how that statement sounds like, I speak no Thai, nor read no Thai. I rely heavily on our friends watching. Of course, currently who has our backs is Facepalm, who is mainly an English caster out of Thailand. So he's been tuning in. Appreciate you. What is going on with this t-shirt? That's a wild t-shirt. That is a wild t-shirt, sir.
And
that is a wild t-shirt.
They have a lot of that quantity-wise as well. Hey, I want one now. I want one, if possible. Hook me up with a shirt,
Quick reminder, amongst Buriram, the reason why I think the 1-1 standing is deceptive is because you're looking at 2 of the 5 original MSC champions from IDNS in 2017. Gani, that's Izzy and MZ, the same 2 players that won it in Taman Anggrek in 2017.
Jakarta, that's in Jakarta, by the way. Mall Taman Anggrek is, in Jakarta. IDNS.
That's them.
So MZ and Izzy. That's them. Oh my God. So this is crazy, right?
That's MLBB royalty, man.
The first
That's
ever
MLBB
to do
royalty.
it. MLBB royalty indeed. So a lot
September,
of technically. Ooh.
September of 2017. Where was y'all? Yo, we keep talking about how Solix are the unks. Yo, these are legit unks right here.
I agree. 2017, boy, oh boy. Wow, that's a while ago. Were you part of the MLBB scene back then?
I was playing MLBB, but I think at around the time I was still figuring out my way into the MLBB esports ecosystem. But no, these gentlemen, MZ and Izzy, they were out there winning the very first international officially recognized MLBB esports championships.
They're legends, they're truly legends.
Before EVOS ever took home the very first M series, Izzy and MZ already had a title.
That is crazy. That is crazy to think. And let's see here. Again, the pressure technically is on them having that sort of title under their belt, going up against the team that is currently sitting bottom of the standing. So I want to see how they perform, right? I want to see glimpses of that royalty back in 2017. Taman Anggrek. Let's just jump into random map draw.
Dude.
What will we get for our first game?
I'm a history nerd, man. They were in the finals against Salty Salad from the Philippines. That lineup had Eson in it.
Eson. Oh, wow. That's a name that, I haven't heard in a while. Gotta be honest.
Oh, he literally beat Aurora today. If y'all are tuning in to MPL Philippines, but snap back into reality. This is MSL Thailand. We're talking about E-Arena on the play versus Buriram United. And it's Flying Clouds. Okay, so we can expect quick fights.
good fights, man. I kept looking on the name Trequartista. I really like that name, man. Shout out to
It's
him.
cool.
The
He's a
coach-
cool guy too,
the
man.
coach.
He's a veteran of the Mekong region. He's played
Ooh,
for
we have-
teams outside of Thailand. He's coached for teams all around the Mekong, and he is him, dude. He is him. You'll see more of him in ENC.
Ooh, okay. Hope so. Let's see. Right, Arena now with the blue side pick.
The clouds are ever shifting.
They ban out the Sora, which is again very interesting. At least for today, we have yet to see a Sora game from all 3 matches before.
And this ensures it. It's not even gonna get the chance to be picked. It's got banned in game 1. So Harley's open, Uranus is open, the Suyo is open, Marcel is open.
A lot of heroes up for grabs here, and wow, the coach is covering his mouth. So you lip readers out there cannot read his lips. That's gonna be the Baksha band out. Arena. So what do we go for here? The Freya is banned. I am not surprised if they went for the Marcel first pick or the Harley first pick. Harith, wow.
Okay.
That is
I got some intel on what that quote by Nozin said. Apparently, it says, "We underperformed over the past weeks, but we are ready for today." Is this how ready they are? That they're so willing to pick Harith first pick? I mean, with the Phobius out, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that a lot of other heroes are open. Let's see, though. Let's see. I mean, we have seen today Marksman first picked. It worked wonders, but also we have seen today that Marksman or Gold Laner's first pick not really does well. So, Buriram, natural response here, right? Harley and the Marcel. Very, very strong first 2 picks here from the side of Buriram.
Marcel and Harley, definite meta shakers here. How does E-Arena respond? If they want the Suyo, they gotta take it now, or else Leomord? I think I'd definitely rather Suyo than Leomord into Marcel.
I didn't hear 1,000 winters have led to this moment.
Okay, very again, just a natural response, right? You see the Marcel, a big alt, you take the Valentina that can copy that big alt, and you add yourself a horse that is strong and can break momentum. That's the high loss picked up by E-Arena. And Buriram, what did they close out for red 3?
Definitely a pick that can deny the forward momentum of the Marcel. And I like how they picked the Valentina with it, because again, it denies the double Glorious Pathway. So good start. Do they get a gold laner too to answer the Harith, or is that a long gone
mid laner
cause?
I think they should just prioritize the mid laner or the mid trio for Buriram.
Your team
Oh,
is
a different approach. The glue. So with the glue already in play, this somehow forces, this somehow limits like junglers, fighters, right? Unless you're really bold enough to go up against the glue on a fighter. But yeah, glue definitely can and is annoying, but with the Marcel already picked up, no flex is given, definitely glue EXP. Now let's enter the second phase. Buriram, they can limit the junglers now.
Oh, it's a specialty,
You
I
mentioned
guess.
the CC.
That's a total read. That's basically Buriram looking back at the history of E-Arena's draft, saying, "Hey, they seem to really like that CC. Let's take it out of their rotation." What goes into the EXP lane here? What else? Something that ruins the Glue's day? An Alice, maybe? They got an Alice.
Alice is definitely a good shout there, Leo. And maybe if we're talking about like Uranus, maybe can, be okay going up against a glue and also can distract members of Buriram. Definitely on brand as well. But let's see here. Buriram, will they commit to yet another EXP lane ban? Or will they try to limit the jungler? Arena though, their response is, we don't want to fight a mid laner that can poke us. And that's gonna be the Kim. You mentioned the Alice. Buriram spots it out. A quick response here. A Lilia ban from the side of Arena, just committing on towards that mid lane position.
Buriram still needs a gold laner and a mid laner. I like the Beatrix. I enjoyed the Beatrix earlier today from Solix, but might be too much cheese.
Crowned by heaven's
Yeah, okay. Instead, they lock in another utility mid laner here that can and is good in providing vision. Again, just stopping the momentum as well.
But they still need damage. Definitely need more damage. The Harley is not enough.
I agree. They have the, I want to say the Lapu, but like Harith is mobile. So Arena here first.
Arena needs an XP laner and a jungler. Suyo still open, but yeah, again, we talked about how magic damage ain't so good for the Suyo, but hey, if they trust that much in mid-GZ,
I am the constant that breaks
they can do it. No, it's an old school pick, a Hayabusa.
And on top of that, a playmaker, right? Because they lack in playmaker. The Hylos is technically not a playmaker, so they add in the Arlet that has a lot of crowd controls in his kit. Definitely can displace the players of Buriram, and yeah, with the final slash, right? So yeah, a good pick, and you mentioned it, the classic Hayabusa, classic assassin.
I'm just worried how you're gonna interact with that Marcel, because that's what, 3 divers, maybe 4 if you count the Valentina. It's stopped dead in the tracks by that golden hour. Where's the damage? Buriram, what you got? What's cooking? One more damage dealer.
The tyrant of wrath, and burn this wretched world.
Okay, that's enough.
They
I
add
think
in the Moskov.
they play with the bare minimum. This is okay. I'm not so mad at this. They have the tools to slow it down, and they have the tools to really ramp up the speed if they want to, especially if Lois goes crazy. So yeah, no, Buriram has a solid rounded out draft, and Arena have to play out of their minds if they want to, upset this matchup, prove our predictions wrong.
Let's see, folks, the 10 heroes that is going to be deployed for first game. Arena locking in the Hayabusa. That's an interesting pick. And also, of course, the Glue EXP for the side of Buriram. Will it cause hindrance? And definitely will cause a hindrance here for Arena. Let's see, though, how it will pan out in our opening game of this series. And with the Harley and Moskov, it actually adds more, split push potential. And of course, with the SOD, adds more surprise attack. Let's just jump into the Lanadon to see, will that surprise attack happen for our opening game. Arena takes on Buriram United.
Here we go. Purple start. I don't think I've ever seen an orange start in all day of our games. So both teams know. Not much of a cross just yet, except for Hanagus. Hanagus spots out Lois, and might get pushed out here by MZ and Agi.
Yeah, good discipline though, right? He knows that maybe I don't really want to get poked, so I'm just gonna play it back here. Not a corner, looking for an angle. But that's a free lethal for the Harley, so yeah. Hayabusa doesn't really want to contest. Hanagus though, he has got to be careful here on getting poked by the Zetian, who is very, very strong here. Level 2.
I'm just surprised why Peachy isn't asserting himself as much. Because between the Zetian and the Valentina, I think the Valentina hurts, significantly more. If ever Peachy decides. But Peachy seems to still be playing the safe.
Yeah, I think he was forced to recall as well. So
yeah, they were rotating. They were rotating retreats. So at least none of them were fully taken down. Lois here throws out the deadly magics. Hanagus pops their Revitalize survive.
And just before the turtle, not ideal. So, like rotation-wise, yeah, Buriram has got it in the bag here so far, even though it is still killless. But with the turtle coming up here, yeah, after that level 4, after both EXP hits level 4, they will pull the trigger here. And okay, there you go. Both mid laners hits level 4. That's a stun though on towards MZ.
MZ backs on out of there. Turtle gets reset. Natakorn looking for stacks on a Wraith. Gets that mount on him. There's the grab. And the rest of Buriram answer back. The answer, the Phoenix, the Fury, and MGZ. Mijizi finds it from the side lanes because the turtle is left out open and Lois gets punished. That was messy. Wow, I think E-Arena just kind of rope-a-dope Buriram thinking that they're safe.
They're A-okay, right? They got a kill, they got the turtle, though they lose one as well. And it's the XP laner, keep in mind, but they got the jungler. That's a very important kill, an expensive kill. So yeah, early on, E-Arena, they're doing well here for the first 3 minutes of the game. And you can see the rotations already coming in early here. That what happened was, I think the glue got a mount, and Buriram members, they were focused on towards Wraith, right? Leaving out the turtle. So I guess that call was, you know what, let's just get a kill. Let's trade it for a turtle. But what happened was, E-Arena, they were quick to respond as well. So that kill for a turtle trade that was the agenda for Buriram, gone. Because they got a kill on towards Lois, who is not looking too comfortable for the first 4 minutes at least on this Harley.
Uh-oh. MZ gets that shadow kill on him. And even through shadow kill, I guess Golden Hour stops it. So that's an absolute stopper for E-Arena's momentum. And you're right, Lois seems kind of out of place. He doesn't really ride the momentum of the early aggression that we expect from Buriram. Another deadly magic caught by Hanagus. Much obliged, he's happy to save his soft cores from the damage that Lois is dealing. Is this what's keeping Lois at bay? The fact that Hanagus is playing such a great defensive line?
We have to see more samples on that. But yeah, it feels like the early game potential on this Harley isn't really shown here by Lois. You know, the actual hitting level 4, the kill threat is definitely there, but we have yet to see that. And now with the turtle up, we can see Mijizi level 7. And Lois says, you know what, I'm just gonna take my purple. Let's see if my teammates can delay. Oh, there's a fight mid lane here. It's still a 4v3, so there is still a man down, technically. But Mijizi, proactive, starts the turtle.
And Natakorn looking for someone to mount. Glorious pathway coming in. Fear the Phoenix. Glorious with the steal! BGZ falls. Natakorn gets him. MZ traded out for. Hanagus scores. Natakorn very low. Natakorn gets taken down. Wraith with the kill. And just like that, Buriram still showing signs of struggle. They can't get anything for free. They can't clearly win outright.
No, Buriram, they got a kill on towards the jungler, Mijizi, but they lost 2. But keep in mind, Lois got the turtle, so technically it's equal, and you can see it on the economy as well. Harley is 500 gold above the Hayabusa though, so you gotta keep that in mind that technically Lois, I think his focus isn't on like the pickoffs, it's just on farm. Now they gotta look for a kill on towards Noizen though.
Nozen. Zaman Force used defensively, extra shields, extra space to dash out. And now Hanagus looking to punish. Golden Hour trapping that high loss, denying a little bit more of some push from E-Arena. Buriram playing the map, they get the first turret.
That's a big turret there. They know that, you know, it's after 5 minutes. They got to pull the trigger on the turret, and that they did in the top lane, right? And keep in mind that Nozen pop the flicker as well, so they're keeping tabs. They should keep tabs on, hey, the Harith, his cooldown on the flicker is still a minute more, and we definitely can capitalize that on the next minute or so. Let's see though, will it happen or not, because E-Arena, their rotation is slightly behind now. If you see, Buriram slowly but surely getting more momentum.
MZ using that tracking shot to save himself from Wraith, because Wraith meant business, man. Wraith popped that final slash like he was trying to kill MZ. Fortunately, MZ's just a roamer, and at least he's playing man-to-man defense on that Arlot. Final turtle spawns, upper quarter. Natakorn flushing Hanagus out of that pixel brush. Peachy steals away that Fury of the Phoenix, so that's a massive ult. I love Peachy's priorities here.
Yeah, especially before the neutral objective is going to be huge, right? Opening up vision, stunning opponents for a good second. And Buriram now, it's up to them. Lois is on the turtle already, taking initiative, but resets it right away.
Okay, Natakorn with that split. Fury of the Phoenix here, stopping them. MZ very low, golden hour, not gonna save him. Glorious Pathway, they find Agi. Wraith gets a double kill. No fight from Buriram here. Buriram have been outclassed in the turtle pit. Oh no, Lois! Clearly disconnected. Buriram United divided and conquered by E-Arena. They're gonna try to take down Natakorn too. I don't think Izzy can save his teammate here. Another final slash thrown out by Wraith. Wraith pulled over to the side with the grab. Mijizi scores a turtle, and in comes the rest of them. They punish Hanagus using flying clouds to their advantage, but off camera, Nuzen pushes.
Yeah, still a loss there for the side of Buriram. They get a kill. Oh, that's a shadow kill on towards Mizi. Perfectly timed flicker to escape that shadow kill, but all in all, Buriram is slowly but surely losing momentum, which I thought like a good minute and a half, they were slowly and taking initiative, but it seems like they went for a kill on towards their roamer. Sure, it's extra 200 gold for Rizzy, but the structure bottom lane is taken down. So again, slow down in tempo. They know that they're behind 2,000 gold, and E-Arena, they gotta maintain this lead. So far, so good though for Peachy and friends.
Natakorn here, man-to-man defense against Hanagus. I need to see Lois tighten up, man. Lois has to lock in. His priorities are clear. Yes, let's play the map. But when it comes down to man marking and team fighting, target acquisition, it all falls apart. So until Lois locks in, they can't really take advantage of all the farm that Easy's getting. Final slash on the MZ once more. He knows that there really isn't much of a threat there all alone. Wraith with that vengeance onto Lois. Hanagus once again keeping tabs on the Natakorn. Peachy dealing a lot of damage. This is no good, no bueno. Split, single-handedly taken care of by Peachy.
Again, Mijizi, top lane.
And there's a golden hour. Will not save MZ. And that's a free pickoff. Again, Lois can't do anything to protect his roamer now. And now Natakorn coming through. Mijizi backing on out of there. There's no deadly magics. No real threat of a punish from Buriram.
Not just yet. And the game feels... that's done.
Natakorn here. Flickers at the very last moment. You were saying the game feels...
The game feels like it's slowly slipping away here for Buriram, which, again, just props to E-Arena. They're able to just maintain this sort of pace, right? They're slowing the tempo down. They're choosing their battles, which I really like. MZ.
They answer with a feathered Fury of the Phoenix, and they find Wraith. Wraith just spell vamping through with that vengeance, and now MZ once again dogpiled on the 3. That grab onto Nozen. Nozen puts him underneath the turret. Natakorn run, and Natakorn gets taken out here. What was the plan for Buriram? It's like they're not talking, Gani. They're not talking. In comes Izzy, taken down. MGZ, but he dies just as quickly again. It's like they're thinking just one step ahead, a second forward, but you need to do more than that.
Man, this feels messy from Buriram. Thankfully, they got a kill on towards the jungler, but take a look at E-Arena. Does not care, right? Sure, my jungler is down, but I got 4 members still up. And now they have baited members of Buriram, you know, knowing their whereabouts. And take a look at Buriram now, still just boxed. Wraith though.
Uh-oh. MZ holds him down with a golden hour. Can he deal enough damage onto Wraith? Wraith spell vaps from a minion! Why can't they kill this man? Wraith is a ghost SOD coming in! Is he gonna press it? Is he gonna press it? No, he's not. Okay, they changed their sights over to the Lord. But even that feels dangerous.
Really dangerous. Feels dangerous, but they got a big win. In what? In taking the mid turret down. Now, with that mid turret down from the side of the arena gone, right? That is mostly the main rotation from the side of the arena taken away. Sure, they're still behind 2,500 gold lead, but if you really think about it, right? That's just one fight. So if Buriram can look for a good fight, Hanagus needs to reposition here if he doesn't want to get poked.
Oh, Glorious Pathway. He drops it, opening up that retreat. And just like that, I think they're protecting this sneaky side lane move from MeGZ. Right, very low. Wraith got that grab on him. Fury of the Phoenix. They find Agi, but they shut down Wraith. Lois gets a kill. Golden Hour stunning the front line of E-Arena. And now Natacorn flickering back. Natacorn caught behind enemy lines. In comes Lois, but he alone can't deal enough damage. But look, it's all for Izzy. Izzy is a sneaky little devil. Izzy has penetrated the top lane inhibitor. And now Lois running away. Nozen flickers forward. Nozen, no dice, doesn't get the kill. But the damage has been done. Gani, Buriram United have penetrated the top lane.
That's a big lane as well, and keep in mind that's a far lane for now, right? The Lord is sitting at the bottom side of the map, and with the items built up, take a look at the Moskov, right? It seems like a quiet game for Rizzy, you know, 1-in-1 stat, but he's building up already. Swift Trinity already, and plus he has the Malefic gun, so there's more range to play around the spears that the Moskov has. And with that far lane already controlled, Buriram, they can play the Lord dance. You know, they can't play the patient game. Wait for a member of E-Arena to show top and then pull the trigger. That's my guesses. So, Buriram, you know, you don't have to engage. You can respond now with the lane just slowly pushing top.
It would be best for them to just keep Izzy over there and keep pressing on the wound. Keep giving E-Arena no quarter and keep saying, oh, you let Izzy do this, we will take your base. And look, because of that, MeGZ can't even stay in the Lord Pit. MeGZ has to keep clearing.
Hayabusa show, they gotta pull the trigger, and this is the time.
Golden Hour, no one home. Use the zone, forcing out that Glorious Pathway. Natacorn looking for an engage, looking for the mount. Peachy here with that stolen Golden Hour, but wait, there's a lot of free damage coming from Easy and Agi. In comes Wraith. Wraith moving forward, throw Vengeance, and just like that, E-Arena gets 2 members sent back home. And this is a free Lord! By God, a free Lord for Buriram!
It's a big one, it's a big Lord. They're so intelligent in poking, right? They understand that 2 members of the arena is low. So in their minds, their call is 2 of the members, they gotta recall. So they pulled the trigger and they were right. 2 members did recall, and you're right, it feels like 2 members were taken out. That's why it felt like a free Lord, and now the Lord will march top lane as well. 15 minutes in, this Lord can definitely swing the momentum on Buriram very, very big here. So let's see if Buriram can capitalize on the offense with this Lord.
I think the capitalization on the offense won't come in the shape of aggression in team fights. It'll be towards permanent damage to the map. Izzy pushing that opposite lane where the Lord spawns. Say goodbye to all the turrets, I think. If Buriram will have their way, they're just gonna clean up house.
That's a Malefic gun doing work, right? Just focusing on turtle.
Oh, Fury of the Phoenix on the Fury of the Phoenix. And of course, the stun, the final slash coming in from Wraith. And they do get the clear up house. Again, They clear the waves, they stop that push down bottom, and E-Arena keep the integrity of their defenses. So far, Buriram United have to find a way in.
Yeah, at least they have defended their 2 remaining turrets that are still standing. And Buriram, man oh man, were they a little bit too gun shy? I think the wave, right? The wave wasn't really beneficial towards Buriram, and they're saying like, you know what, we don't really have to commit just yet. Let's wait for the next wave. Oh, that's a very good engage.
That is a final slash finding Agi. I mean, he does get the pop, the Fury of the Phoenix, but he's a free pickoff.
Wow, what a call right there. Pops the glorious pathway. He knows that Agi. Oh, what? Players of Buriram is just getting caught one by one here. It's unfair. Luckily, though, right? Unfortunately, and also unfortunately for E-Arena, that the Lord hasn't spawned. So, yeah, technically now all they can do is just buy time. With that 2 kills, they bought time.
It's good, but not great, because you're right. These members of Buriram will respawn in time for this Lord take, and it's spawned in the same side that is opposite the lane that is penetrated. So E-Arena have to figure out a way to again win that push in the long lane so that they can dance properly.
It's getting intense, folks. 18 minutes in. We are officially in the Evolved Lord zone. And Buriram, they gotta understand still that okay, Herald show top. So what's the call here? It seems like the call is to take on the Lord.
Oh, no. It's a take on Hanagus. They force him to use that glorious pathway, and they do send him back. He will recover. Mijizi here, coming in. They get rid of his Revitalize, so that's at least a minute that E-Arena isn't at full strength. Oh, final slash onto MZ. Narakorn coming in. Finds the mount onto Hanagus. Fury the Phoenix coming in. Lois pushes Nozen back out of the Zaman Force. That's Peachy, traded out for MZ. And I think that's good. Mid laner for a roamer. Easy here. Very low. Easy. Wailing away. Spear. Wraith finds him. And Agi falls. Lois finds Nozen. And he will get the push in mid. I can't tell you if that was a clean trade. I can't tell if it was worth it, Gani.
Oh, again, oh, wait. That's the winner crown. Immortality bot.
Lois. He's juggling. He buys that immortality. And he gets popped here by MZ. Gets that space escape, but Mijizi will take him down.
And he won't fall for 45 seconds. This is not a good sign for Buriram. But man, oh man, that fight there, you know, I would have said that E-Arena gets the benefit, but then the turret in the mid falls. But then they got a kill on towards Lois that definitely again bought them precious time. So E-Arena now, if you look at the economy, sure, it's a 20-minute game. The economy is leaning towards their side here. So again, maybe the economy is not really relevant, but now take a look at the Lord Spirit control. It is on E-Arena.
Oh no, Nanakorn very low. He needs to get on out of here. Split. We'll keep him up alive, but just barely. At half health. They force the Salmon Force out of Nozen. And in comes Lois. Lois did get that Flying Clouds in, but I think he just wanted to land near the purple.
It's another reset, folks. This is officially the longest game of the day here. And this is just the first game of the final series, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see here what will be the conclusion together again. So, boys.
Oh, they find him. And the Golden Hour will stop the forward push, but again, the damage has been done. Lois is gone. I think I know what Buriram's call is. Make the fight last long enough. Make him dance. Easy push off to the side lane. And there's the Golden Hour SOD. That's a Nambo! The SOD misses! Oh, this is not ideal! MZ getting hunted down by Mijizi. Nanakorn with the mount. Izzy coming in. He has to walk the long way home. Not a cord looking to find Peachy. Zaman Force Part 2. Electric Boogaloo. And Izzy catches up to not much. Man, that's unfortunate. The golden hour shows us exactly how off Izzy was with the spear.
You're right. They got the evolved board here, E-Arena. Man, it's just so back and forth this game. Now with this evolved lord to play around with, the call seems like they got a split push. They got a split push towards the top. They're clearing the mid lane instantly. Oh, Buriram, they want to fight.
That's a conceal from MZ. No one home. Wraith did not respond. They got to defend first. First things first, they got to defend first. Bottom lane.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
And yeah, again, it's an evolved lord, so it's a very, very a tough lord here to take down. Top lane is going to be pushed by the Hayabusa. And Buriram now, if the turret is taken down bottom lane, the far lane is actually E-Arena.
Uh-oh. This turret is in jeopardy. Final slash misses. Lord is taken care of. Top lane, Mijizi finds it. Fury of the Phoenix. Nozen loses his Zaman Force. Not a corn here. Oh, he's about to get dogpiled on. Not a corn. It was nice to know ya. They take him down. Free pickoff. That's the cost of the defense for Buriram.
Yeah, but I think they managed to defend their far lane, right? In the mid lane, though, they want a siege.
Lois gets popped that quickly off of a single synchro fission from Nozen. Zaman Force used to clear that turret. No more defending turrets left for Buriram. It's just the bare base.
Oh my god. And the tables have turned for E-Arena right now. That they're on the offense here. And E-Arena, it's just the right call. To force an end, to look for an opening. No, they gotta go back. They gotta wait for the Lord, and this time around, they can play the patient game. They have the far lane of Buriram, which is crazy.
Whoa,
5 minutes ago, this wasn't the case.
Oh, they find MZ, hit him with a final slash. 2 key ults have been spent. Lord at half health. Natacorn has spawned. Flying Clouds coming through. Fury of the Phoenix plus the SOD. In comes Patrick Star. And they're slowing down this Lord take. And Mijizi will secure. But is there a turn in our midst? Lois finds Peachy. Noza secures the Lord. Golden hour. Stop and raise. And they're gonna take down Hanagos here. Hanagos still alive. Walks away. Easy. Throwing spears, but it's not enough. Nozen drops a Zaman Force. And now Nozen going back and forth. There's the freeze, but MZ will find him. Nozen finds Lois with a final attack. And they're stunning Wraith. Can they punish? Currently the trade is 2 for 1. With the Lord spawning. Wraith here got a lot of damage on him. Comes in with a vengeance and the freeze. And somehow he dashes through. He flickers out of the way. Izzy coming in. Wraith with a final slash stopping him. But Izzy gets caught up by Hanagos. In comes the rest of Buriram. Buriram wailing away at Hanagos. Drops like Glorious Pathway to stop them. And it's just Mijizi left to defend. Gotti, what the hell?
What the heck is going on? Shadow kill has the shadow covered. Mijizi looking to an escape prop, but that's a flicker.
Flicker used. No Spear of Misery to stun Mijizi. And in comes Mijizi. Oh, Lord. He is dancing with death here. He is tangoing with terror. And there's some minions in here. I think Buriram will be able to clean up house. They're fine. Close call.
That's a very low main base though, Leo, still. Oh my god, this is not like a minute ago. 4 members of E-Arena were taken down, Leo. And Mijizi all alone bought time for his team. And now it's another 5v5, it's another reset.
Gani, it's not going to be a fun minute for Buriram. It's not going to be a fun minute. Lord spawns in 30 seconds. Agi doesn't have a flicker. Izzy doesn't have a flicker. And the map still looks pretty blue. I don't know how Buriram is going to play this. We've broken the
Oh my
record.
God.
This is currently the longest game in MSL Thailand Season 1. Oh, they find Mijizi. I take it back. That shouldn't have happened. E-Arena has no retribution.
This is not a good... Again, what is this game? Narakorn all alone, isolated.
They dogpile on Narakorn. He freezes himself. There's the juggle. And the golden hour saves him. And how does Buriram respond? Buriram able to divide E-Arena. Look at Izzy. Free hits. Free hits. They pop the immortality out of Peiche. And they find Wraith. Point blank SOD. Lois takes down Wraith. And they find Hanagus. It's just Nozen. I think the writing is on the wall. Buriram have done the impossible and turned it around on E-Arena.
This has to be one of the top 3 wildest games that I have ever casted. And Buriram, after 27 minutes of game time, they will take the first game. But my goodness, was it intense.
Gunny, you're right. It is definitely one of the games of all time. I can imagine the atmosphere in the Lido Connect Arena. E-Arena, hey, they were right. This is a different form. This is E-Arena we haven't seen in weeks. It's not the same. They definitely could have won this. It's just that pickoff on Mijizi, man. It's unfortunate.
And it's so expensive just before the Lord as well. And after that chain, the chain effect after this kill right here. Oh my God, that's an important shutdown. And the fight, all hell breaks loose for E-Arena, right? They weren't able to recover. It's practically a wipeout. It's GG.
Man, talk about the long haul and the investment in the comeback. That's not how usually Harleys play. I think Lois definitely woke up to that. This is a reality check that he can't play hard and loose that way. And I think this was off of a comeback off of MZ. MZ did so well to check Mijizi. And if Mijizi was playing better than Lois as a jungler throughout the whole game, in that last moment it's when it mattered the most. So he got caught out. That was definitely a punish. The rest is history.
And it's so gut-wrenching as well for E-Arena, right? You mentioned E-Arena played also a quite close game last week, pushing the 20 minutes barrier as well against their opponents, failing to win. And it repeats right here, 27 minutes of game time, not getting a win. But Narakorn on the glue. So many times, right? Sure, he died but so many times he survives with 1 HP. So many times that he should have gone taken down, but he survived. Bought time for his team, an 88% kill participation on Narakorn, man. Hats off, hats off.
Narakorn was, again, instrumental in that pickoff on Mijizi, so kudos to him. This glue is a force of nature. It's a threat that definitely has to be checked. Going into game number 2, it should be banned out. Clearly, maybe even in the first phase. We've seen teams do that here in the series, in the many games we played on broadcast for today's show.
Yeah, the highlights. Yeah, I think this is the first time where the first clip of the highlight is minute number 10, folks. Minute number 11 even. And yeah, Narakorn here was unfortunate, but I believe this was a trade as well, right? Narakorn just bought time. Mijizi caught here, unfortunate, but I feel like this clip here, or the clips right here, not really relevant enough towards the late game. But this was, I really thought that after getting that far lane top, that was just Buriram's game to, to at least they will win surely, maybe the next couple of lords, but that's not the case. That wasn't the case. Here, minute number 19, we still get some action. This was the turnaround, I feel like, for E-Arena. They got the Harley right here. Lori's taken down, open things up. They got the Lord, Evolved Lord. They could not recover. Buriram what a display. Nozen gets the Lord. They were able to reset, regroup. Here, 4 members died from inside of the arena. But what happened was, Mijizi was able to, right here, was able to just clear the mid, force Buriram to go back.
There it is.
He did a hero play, but then he flopped.
2 minutes later. 2 minutes later when his team needed him the most. I don't know what he was doing on the long lane there, but he gets picked off by MZ and Izzy. Rather, MZ and Narakorn. And then that's where the Lord take came from. Wow. Buriram thread the needle there. GG well played to E-Arena, but I think this is Buriram that will no longer play it loose. This was again, Narakorn on point. MZ on point. I think Agi and Lois will do better in game 2 to protect themselves because they died maybe 3 or 4 times too many, especially Agi.
Yeah, which is unfortunate as well, right? He tried his best to, position himself better, but sometimes, E-Arena, they got that Arlit, that Hylos that can surprise attack you from weird angles. And let's see though, the adjustments on the second game. But take a look at the damage that Agi brings to the table. That's 141,000 damage on the mid laner. But man, oh man, it's even Stevens on the title. But, E-Arena, they take 2 titles here on Hanagus, the Hylos.
I don't think that's even, man. You got Hanagus taking both Sandbag and Best Wingman. So that's technically just 1 dude for 2 awards. Man, we broke records. This is the longest game in MSL Thailand history, at least for now. Again, 27 and something, 28 minutes.
That's a long time. That's a long time. Almost half an hour mark, but it was wild. And right, I think the 26-minute mark, we have yet to decide on a victor, right? It's just so back and forth. You thought that Buriram got the momentum, but no, E-Arena throws a haymaker, and then Buriram throws a haymaker themselves. It's just so back and forth. Again, top 3 wildest games that I've ever casted. I think it's definitely up there. And man, that was just the first game, Leo.
That's a tall order. Wow. You put that in your top 3. You've been doing this for about half a decade now, and this is in the top 3.
Okay, top 5. Wildest,
Okay.
right? Wildest. It's wildest, it's wildest.
Wildest. Okay.
Top
I like
5
your choice of
wildest.
words. Wildest. Okay, I personally, I think there's a lot of room for improvement for both sides. I think Buriram was a little loose. They were careless in some of their engagements. They definitely could have protected themselves a little more. E-Arena, maybe it was just one moment of carelessness that really cost them, right? It's Mijizi kind of just wandering around, gallivanting in the long lane, and did not expect that there would be a rogue MZ and Narakorn hanging around to punish him hard. So if we can reduce those, then maybe we'll end up with faster games. We'll end up with like a 14-minute, 15-minute game. And at that point, I wouldn't mind even a game 3. As long as it's not as wild. Because wildness means both kind of just let go. They both let loose. I'd rather see clean games. I'd rather see games that, are more decisive. Games that really belong to one team or the other. Because this one, I couldn't tell you up until the last minute.
That's the thing. That's why it's so wild. You thought getting the far lane, Buriram getting the far lane with the Moskov push was enough, but no, it wasn't enough. And then you thought E-Arena getting the far lane and the bottom lane would seal the deal for the comeback, but no, it's just too many. It's just plot twist over plot twist in that game. And Yeah, again, I want to see more. You're right. I want to see more stability, right? More decisiveness for game 2. Let's see though, as we jump into the drafts real quick. A small break after for what almost a half an hour for the players, Leo. So I want to see again the mentality reset, right, for our second game.
Here we go. We're about to find out map selection. We're also about to find out side selection, because that's gonna matter too. Again, I can't for once, right? For once, I can't say the draft was bad. The draft was good for both sides. It's more of an execution type deal. The difference, especially in the last moments. So sides will just help us dictate who has an advantage going in.
I completely agree.
You're allowed to disagree, by the way.
No, I completely
You're allowed
agree.
to disagree. Okay.
I completely agree, though. But yeah, I think
Respectfully, you're allowed to diverge.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I think the drafts were okay, were good actually, right? The only surprise I feel like was, well, not really a surprise, but yeah, there wasn't really much of a surprise. Now that I think about it, but it's just the execution. I thought it would just be much more cleaner. You would be more patient on your execution, but here comes the drafting phase. It was flying clouds for our first game. Let's see. Second, we will have dangerous grass.
Okay, DG. This is a map that definitely punishes more weird decisions or shoddy execution more than Flying Clouds. If anything, Flying Clouds allow for that. Flying Clouds may have saved our teams several times in that first game, so that's what allowed it to go 28 minutes.
Let's see again. The Marcel definitely just out off the board. You mentioned it as well. It
should be
tough. It should be, right? I think two teams learned the Marcel the hard way earlier as well. They let the Marcel go, and then you know what? We lost, and let's just span it out next game. So, Buriram. What are they going to ban here? What are they looking at? The Freya is still on the board. Oh no, I thought they would like to have the Freya still up for grabs, but it seems like Buriram's approach in this game will not have a Freya.
So no Freya, no Hilda. Glue is open. Uranus is open. Suyo Harley is open as first picks here on opening gambit. We got a Harith. Again, this is the E-Arena special. This is what they did when they were on that side. So now the switch up.
And it feels like the gold laner is really the highlight, right? A lot of gold laner first picks here on blue side here today, right? We saw it happen with the carry. We saw it with the, again, Harith. And of course, Freya naturally comes with a first pick gold. That's interesting. And E-Arena, they will gladly take the Harley and the Khalid, two heroes that just has a lot of kill pressure in the early game.
Yep, mad speed, mad damage output.
Damage as well, yeah.
It's a tough combo to tango with, especially early on. How does Buriram respond? Because I think Buriram would not want to play the way they did in Game 1 anymore. If you have to rely on clearing side lanes and slipping through the cracks, then that's not a way you want to play. That's not proactive. But this, though, I like.
Whoa.
They get the Valentina, they get the Leomord. It's weird that these are non... Oh, wait, yeah, no. They choose this over Suyo. Huh. They choose the Leomord over Suyo.
Okay, so with this, with the Claude already, it's I feel like the Arena, what they're saying is, we want to go dive, we want to go all in dive, and yeah, second phase, a great ban here. They're just limiting the heroes or the heroes that can break that momentum, right?
Yeah.
And that is
good
the
block on the high
loss.
loss. Yeah, good block on the high loss. Again, you mentioned the D word, dive.
Yeah.
That's one way to stop it.
And the glue ban as well makes sense, right? It was the MVP, by the way. Well, on the Buriram side at least, but they do not want to give a chance for Arena to pick it up.
They know how serious of a threat it is. They know how much of a, especially into a dive comp, how it could ruin your odds of finding a good position. So there's a Cho still. Wow. How many times have we seen Cho banned today, man? Cho seems to be a threat in MSL Thailand.
Against Spider Mouse, we saw it a couple of times, I believe, right now.
Like at least once per series. I feel like it was a once per series. If not more.
That's true, that's true. Yeah, it's so versatile, right? The Cho.
So versatile, very proactive. I think specifically in Thailand, for pickoff heroes, I think it might be more favorable than the Kaja. Kaja still feels like more of a acquired taste for them.
Definitely more situational if you're talking about the Kaja, yes. That's going to be the Zetian taken. So we will see the trade of the Fury of the Phoenix here, surely.
Yeah,
right?
wait. It feels like a switch up, no? Like they switched
their
priorities and their picks.
Yes, yes. And funnily enough, it's again just similar approach. I feel like with different heroes, of course.
Yeah, same direction, different vehicles.
Yes, that's gonna be the Badang and the Uranus. That's a lot of crowd control.
And out of the EXP lane, they get the answer to the Uranus. Wraith will be playing the Dairoth. It's a debut pick. Yep. Coach Dart says, hey, you know what counter is a Uranus, right? Yes, coach, it's a Dairoth. But looking at Buriram, you mentioned they have a lot of crowd control. How does the Dairoth run through that, man? How does he find the perfect Abyssum strike?
That is why I feel like the Dairoth just falls off, man. Especially like from the couple of patches ago. It's so hard to catch, right? And once the crowd control hits, the Dairoth, his impact, gone completely. So you're right. I'm also intrigued to see what or how will Wraith angle this Dairoth. Because it's tough. It's going to be tough.
Okay, game number 2. Match point for Buriram United. They definitely need this as a way to find footing in the standings. A lot of eyes on them. They're a big name when it comes to esports. And they're facing off against Arena, who has yet to win a single series and to get on the scoreboards in MSL Thailand.
Well, folks, let's see what will happen here. Will this be the final game of the day? Or perhaps we might see a game 3 as we enter the land of dawn. Only 3 spells that we will get to see this game. Oh, Hanagus.
Whoa! Forcing that early flicker out of Hanagus. So for about 2 minutes, this Khalid will be lacking mobility.
Yeah, no flicker Raging Sandstorm on the turtle spit here for Hanagus. But I was about to say 3 spells only, Flicker, Retribution, and a 1 Purify from that Herrick. So we are going to see a lot of action here, a lot of players that will disengage and also engage with the Flicker as well. Expect that in this game. And for the first minute, apart from that Flicker from Hanagus, nothing too major, right? no kills on the board, no overextensions at least. Hanagas, of course, on this Khalid will be able to roam freely more if you compare to Badang. But then again, you know, MZ with that flicker definitely can make some plays for that first turtle fight. Mijizi is level 4.
Turtle spawning in the upper quarter. Lois also just hit level 4. So I guess it's a fair fight. Wraith, though, does hit level 4. Again, that's just characteristic of a Dairoth-Uranus matchup. The Dairoth bullies the Uranus given the shred. Wraith holding this Pixel Brush. A little dangerous. I think MZ can smell something fishy. Oh, he commits! And he finds it. Flickers back after the fist break.
That's an interesting approach there. So no flicker for both roamers, actually. But Buriram, they have control on the turtle spit.
And the Fury of the Phoenix. A lot of damage put down. Mijizi still finds that flicker. And Wraith flickers back. Just like that, E-Arena happy with the turtle take.
Yeah, that's just one trade occurred there. Buriram taking, no, actually E-Arena taking the turtle. And that's about it, right? That's about it. And for now, Lois!
Whoa!
What?
Oh my god, Lois got rotated on by Peachy and Mijizi. Shades of game 1, man. This is what it looked like. I mean, at the time, he was a Harley, so I guess he could have protected himself better. But here, Leomord, he's a more committal jungler. He's a hero that has to really deliberately choose where he goes. He can't just get out quick like a Harley, so I get that.
Oh, so unfortunate indeed. So unfortunate. And this goes to show that his timing needs to be better. And he's on an assassin emblem here, folks. So, yeah. Better be more, I guess more. The timing needs to be more precise here, definitely, for the side of Loris when popping that off. Timing-wise, needs to be more exact, right? Still 40 seconds on the clock.
If this continues, E-Arena will be up by 1,000. Easy. Oh, Panagos catches one and MZ gets punished. You were saying.
Wow. You were saying that E-Arena can get up to 1,000. There you go. You know, the instant punish there. And the communication came through for the side of E-Arena. They called it, you know, Fury of the Phoenix combo, and now they're up for the second turtle take, I believe.
Second turtle take should by all means be for E-Arena. Lois is behind 2 levels. Mijizi has a superior retribution. Unless some way, somehow there's a pick off for Buriram, then it should be safe. Turtle at about half health. Oh, Mijizi cracks the crack and pushes him back. And now Mijizi gets picked off. Easy with that Zaman Force through RBM. And now they fight Hanagos. Ionic Edges put on him. In comes MZ and Agi. Ah, blazing the wind, my nose in. But the job is done. Retribution by Lois is good. A turtle for Buriram United.
Yeah, Buriram hitting that jab and strike very well. Getting the jungler and taking the turtle. And now they're applying pressure towards the bottom side here. Let's see.
Raging Sandstorm answered alongside a synchronized Fury of the Phoenix. Zaman Force here. I mean, that's violence answered with violence, fire with fire. E-Arena holding it down bottom.
Wow. Both teams again just throwing punches here, actually. And let's see the gold gap here. Harith or Izzy is leading 300, so that's not too bad. Going up against a Claude, though they are still killless. Nozen is still killless, but Izzy has that extra kill. So keep in mind, bottom side, ooh, that's a solo!
Oh my lord! Hanagus might be up next as Lois runs through them. Finally, this Leon Ward has found its mojo, and they get 2 free kills down bot.
Wow, what a response there from the side of Buriram. Knows when to really pull the trigger, and take a look at the chain reaction, right? They get a structure in the bottom side of the map, which allows again Buriram to claim more space before the upcoming neutral objective. And so unfortunate what happened. I am actually curious on why Nozen got killed there solo. That's a stun on towards the Badang. Surely he's a-okay. But yeah, with that resource spent, with 2 flickers off the board for Hanagus especially, I think this should be a free kill for Buriram.
A free kill or a free turtle, whichever. Peachy forced the flicker back, does not have a passive to push back assailants. He does survive, but doesn't have a Fury of the Phoenix. I don't think it'll come in time for this turtle take. I think the final turtle goes over to Buriram unless Hanagus has something to say about it. There's a Phantom Steed, and the retribution should be good. Lois scores.
Easy as pie. Very, very, again, just so textbook here. After that first turtle take from the side of Buriram. And they're slowing the tempo down. I like it, right? I like how they're dictating the tempo on this game. They're picking their battles here, not going wildly like they did technically on our first game, where, again, just the positionings, the coordination was pretty wild that game. But this time, they have more tempo. And here comes the conceal.
Oh my God, conceal play! Putting a period on a Nozen, picking him off for free, converting straight into a turret. Buriram, that was brutal.
Very brutal, and they look to go for more in the mid lane. Still able to be cleared though. But oh my lord, it feels like Buriram, if they're keeping the pace, this sort of pace, this sort of tempo, and this sort of discipline, they might just get away with a win right here. So I want to see adjustments from the side of the arena, right? Again, just more tightness, I think, in the formation definitely can counterplay the side of Buriram, which I haven't seen, honestly, especially during neutral objective fights.
Easier said than done. The fact that they have no purifies means MZ, if he finds a good entry, or even Agi, if he finds the stolen Raging Sandstorm or stolen Fury of the Phoenix, means it's GG. So that might have been a decision that they're regretting now. They must be kicking themselves in the BI. Why didn't we purify? Nozen, why did you purify? Peachy, why did you purify? Again, no use cry over spilled milk. So they just have to play better, right? They have to have more proactive decisions, especially now. I think this is the best time to do it since the gold lead ain't so big. That's 1,500 gold. I think that's very palpable. You can reach through that.
Yeah, definitely salvageable, right? So far, and again, though Nozen is still behind 1,000 gold. You got to keep in mind if you compare the head-to-head towards easy. So still definitely needs work to catch up on farm-wise. But Buriram, they're confident enough to take the Lord. Let's see.
So they force Hanagus to pop that quick sand guard. Natakorn playing man-to-man against 2 members, the frontliners of E-Arena. They're continuing the dance. MZ holding this long brush spawned by the map choice in the back of that Lord Pit. Wraith holding that Y brush. Nozen is in no shape to fight. He is short on items, behind on EXP. And look at Hanagus, very low now. They might pop him. They drop the Zaman Force. Fear of the Phoenix. Agi still holding on to his. And in comes the rest of them, forcing a flicker and consecration out of Natakorn. Nozen! Coming in with a blazing duet, now at home! Force use that BMI out! And just like that, it's a game of attrition. Ults used left and right. Battle spells.
Wow. I am impressed that no one died in that long exchange. I was looking at the Harley. So he stole the purple buff, went top. Hence why Buriram pulled the trigger to fight. But the arena, they're aware that they have to keep their distance. Now, Blazing Duet was targeted towards Agi. But again, a clutch stun to stop that momentum from MZ, right? Which forces that BMI, and it's another reset. And all 10 players are still alive. So it's just another reset. They know the top lane is slightly pushing towards their side. They're managing it very well here, Buriram. But I guess they cannot be gun shy when they see one player top. They just gotta pull the trigger instantly.
Okay, I think they've had it. Buriram United making the call. We're gonna blitz this. We're approaching the point of no return. They find a fist crack and the break. Hanagus full, summon force underneath. Nozin pops Agi. And it's mayhem in the jungle. Into the Lord pit as Lois calls in Barbiel. Lord, you're an eighth of its health. MZ gets picked off. Nozin firing away. And Nozin gets picked off. Ran through by Lois. Oh, the back line was just too much for Narocorn to deal with. 3 for 2. E-Arena wins the trade.
What a trade, what a trade. Fortunately for Buriram, Easy stays alive. Sure, you know, they were a man down 3-2, but Nose in there a little bit too ambitious there, jumping in, looks for a kill, and he got taken down. It's another reset, folks. 12 minutes and a gold, it's just 1,000 and means practically nothing. Definitely a 50-50 game. Nothing too major on the economy, but okay, Harley shows top, wants to push mid. Buriram, they can't respond top, so Jeezy, he definitely can still apply pressure towards the top lane, but decides to leave and joins his team because the Lord is actually chunked to almost 50% HP.
That's right, maybe less even. Now down to a fourth, a fifth, soft reset. Hanagus engaging on the Agi. There's the OG. Fury the Phoenix and the Blazing Duet. Easy answers with a lethal Zaman Force, and now the backline is compromised. Raid gets popped here as double kill goes to Izzy, and now Hanagus raging Sandstorm defensively, but Agi flickers forward to find him. Narocorn takes his head. 3 free kills for Buriram United.
What a regroup from Buriram, and now it should be a free Lord. And that fight right there knows it again, right? Just too ambitious. Sure, you have that killer instinct. Sure, you know that the items are there for you, but you cannot just jump in all alone like that. We mentioned that he's on a flicker, not a purify. So again, that just needs to be tackled. Buriram, they have plays around, they have crowd control, especially with MZ still around the vicinity. So with this Lord, it definitely shifts the energy and also the lead towards Buriram here, which again, we will just see a lot of turrets taken down here from the side of the arena.
Whoa. That's a stolen Fury the Phoenix. I believe still held on to. Yeah, no, that was all Peachy. Peachy's responding, and now Narocorn to the back line, putting stacks onto the front of EA. Mijizi secures his purple, but at what cost? They lose that mid lane tier 1. Top lane got a big chubby wave. Bottom lane has the Lord.
Things are slowly slipping away here for the side of the arena, and it's going to be tougher for them if Nozin cannot, compose himself well for the next few fights. And Buriram, they can't take this momentum. They know the Lord will be marching top, and that's why they commit the fight on towards the bottom side. They want the turret here.
And they will get it. Lord's still quite healthy at half health. They move on to the mid lane. Top lane still has a chubby wave. Lord gets taken care of. E-Arena are in a state of panic. They have to find a way to stop the bleeding. Buriram now skyrockets up to 5,000 gold. Gani, that's 5,000 gold! And Izzy here might get popped, and he does! BGZ with the shutdown. In comes the arena. From out of nowhere, the punish. They stop the Blazing Duet with a fist crack. And now they down Nozin. Nozin is punished just like that. Gold for gold.
Gold laners off the board. Luckily, at least they have compensation. But unfortunate for E-Arena, man. They got the kill that they wanted. They forced the issue. But Nozin again out of position, right? Just punished. Maybe that purify idea could have come in handy, right? Sure, the flicker helps you disengage too, but in certain moments, in certain choke points, especially when the Badang is still around, you wanted that purify, you wanted that extra second of, cleanse. but he doesn't have it. Take a look at the gold item check right now. That's the winner crown for Nozen, 1 item behind Izzy, who is already at full item. So he has the Blood Wings, he has the Holy Crystal, and the Starlium Scythe as well. So a lot of magic power, definitely. And with that Blood Wings, it actually helps with the sustainability of this Harith. So props already, but Lois takes a route here. Rose Gold Meteor adds more damage, but also triggers, especially going up against Sityan, especially going up against Mijizi. It will proc when needed.
Yeah, I myself am a Rose Gold enjoyer when it comes to my jungler choices. See, they go ahead and blitz it. They see that Mijizi is a little too far off. Lord here at a third of its health. They find Wraith. They crack the wall behind him. There's the OG, Fury of the Phoenix, and they pop Hanagos. One more hit. Hanagos survives. Quick Sand Guard right at the tail end of that orange buff bush. And in comes Mijizi. Lord at a 10th of its health. The retribution on Lois is good. And they push back Mijizi. He doesn't want none of the smoke. That's another Lord for Buriram United.
Wow, what? That the intimidation that Buriram right now is showing is evident. And Arena, they cannot penetrate through any angles. You saw how Mijizi is trying to sneakily, finds an off angle, but Buriram kept it tight. And the fact of the matter is they're still committing on towards the Lord. They're poking on towards the Lord, which they get without taking any member of Arena down. And that shows that they're brave enough. So now again, with the Lord already marching top, if Buriram gets an opening here with MZ having the flicker, this definitely can end the series right here.
All the turrets are down. Lois has Mijizi behind him. I wonder if he knows. There's the real Fury of the Phoenix. Lois calls in Barbiel. Phantom Steed as he wails around. Nozen still holding on to that Blazing Duet. It's no longer here. He can't use it no more. Lord still standing. The base falls. Buriram United sweeps the series 2-0. And that's it for E-Arena. Still winless in Season 1.
Congratulations, Buriram. And nice try for E-Arena. But wow, that closer, that Lord base push was, again, just cherry on top for Buriram. They are confident enough to end the game right then and there. And yeah, unfortunately, you mentioned it, E-Arena still winless, sitting at an 0-4 record. And Buriram, on a positive side here, after this win, they're sitting at a 2-1 match record. So, congratulations. But yeah, this was the hiccup, the slight hiccup, I gotta say, on positioning. But then take a look at Nozen, right? Terrified. Winner crown will not save you because you don't have the BMI. And that right there is just an equalizer. So this was the final Lord push take, and this was the final push. Take a look at that opening from the Badang, already just dividing the zones there, dividing the formation, which allows the base to be cracked. But man, oh man, we are about to see Mini-Mints for having the winner's interview, Leo. That's about it. 4 matches done and dusted. The final match will be a clean sweep.
I want to hear Mini-Mint's interview.
I want to hear it too. So let's just throw it over to Mini-Mint. What's going on?
กดดันกันบ้างไหมวันนี้
กดดันมากครับวันนี้
กดดันมากเลยใช่ไหมแต่ว่าก็เป็นไปตามที่ซ้อมกัน
ก็ยังมีข้อผิดพลาดเยอะอยู่ครับ
มีข้อผิดพลาดเยอะอยู่เนาะเดี๋ยวเราแนะนำตัวกับตำแหน่งก่อนแล้วกันเผื่อใครแบบว่ายังไม่ค่อยรู้จักเราอะไรอย่างงี้เริ่มจากฝั่งนี้ก่อนได้
ส
เลย
วัสดีครับชื่อ AG ครับเล่นมิดเลนสวัสดีครับชื่อนรากรครับตำแหน่ง EXP ครับ
ถามนรากรก่อนเลยดีกว่าถือไมค์ลูกถือไมค์ถาม โอเคสำหรับเกมเมื่อสักครู่เนี้ยคือฟอร์มเราเนี่ยเป็นอย่างที่พี่ลอยเคยชมเราไว้เลยว่าแบบสามารถเชื่อใจเราได้พี่ลอยเขาเชื่อใจเราแล้วเราให้คะแนนตัวเองเท่าไหร่ดีวันนี้
2 แล้วกันครับ ทีมแบกหมดแล้ว
ทำไมงั้นน่ะ
ทีมแบกหมดแล้วครับ
ทีมแบกโอ้ยเราก็เล่นเก่งโหดอะให้คะแนนตัวเองเท่าไหร่คะ
สักประมาณ 5 ครับ
อ่า
ยังเล่นไม่ได้เท่าที่ซ้อมครับ
ยังเล่นไม่ได้เท่าที่ซ้อมอะแล้วคือมันวันนี้ทีมเวิร์กมันดีเลยใช่ไหมสำหรับเราในความคิดเรา
ก็ยังไม่เพอร์เฟกครับ
ยังไม่
ผิด
เพ
พ
อ
ลาด
ร์เฟ
ยู่
กยังต้องซ้อมอีก แต่ว่าก็ถือว่าดีใจด้วยที่แบบเก็บแต้มมาได้เนาะวันนี้ แล้วทั้งสองคนนะคะเป็นคนที่เล่นเลนในแบบว่าต้องปะทะกันอยู่แล้วเนี่ยอยากทราบว่าในทัวร์นาเมนต์นะคะอยากเจอผู้เล่นมิดเลนคนไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ กองเชียร์เขาตอบให้เราแล้วเราต้องตอบนะ
เจอได้หมดเลยครับ
อันนี้หมายความว่าเราแบบตัวจี๊ดเก่งมากเจอใครก็ได้ใช่ไหมครับผมโอเค
มันต้องเจอกันอยู่แล้วครับ
ต้องเจอกันอยู่แล้วแล้วเราล่ะคะ
เอ็กซอสเบคอนครับ
เอ็กซ์วันนี้เขาเพิ่งชนะไปเลยนะ อยากเจอเขาใช่ไหมโอเคได้เลยสุดท้ายนะคะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆที่แบบมานั่งเชียร์เราวันนี้ไหมหรือไม่ก็ในออนไลน์ค่ะ
ขอบคุณที่เชียร์บุรีรัมย์ด้วยนะครับพวกเราจะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่กว่านี้ครับ
นารากรล่ะต้องฝากเป็นแบบข้อบังคับ
ขอบคุณที่เชียร์บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะครับผมพวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ในแมตช์หน้าครับผม
แล้วเอจิมาจากสปป.ลาวมีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนๆชาวลาวที่ดูอยู่หรือเปล่า
กาฟากคนเราเชียร์ทีมบุรีรัมย์เด้
มันตื่นเต้นมันตื้นตันมันชนะเป็นอย่างที่ซ้อมก็ฝากนะคะทั้งคนไทยแล้วก็พี่ๆสปป.ลาวนะคะเชียร์ทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะคะและทีมอื่นๆด้วยเนาะโอเคยังไงเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆ2คนไปพักก่อนนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยวเราส่งต่อให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะยินดีด้วยนะคะ
Players that just got the win, their important sweep for Buriram. Back with us, Leo and Goni, and wow, what a series, Leo. How do you feel about that match? After that,
I think
crazy,
game one,
wild game one. Second game, it's more like
No.
you won it at least.
No. I'm gonna answer your question. You asked me how I felt about it. I think game one, that definitely was something else. I think both teams learned a lot then, but the lesson was stuck harder for Buriram United. Again, they know what they are. They know who they are. Coach Trek Artista was not gonna allow them to walk away with a messy end like that. And we'll talk about the learnings from Coach Dran and the rest of the arena in just a bit. But our MVP for game one is easy. This was a lethal little boy. 7-1 and 2 on that Harith.
The only death being the bottom side incident. That's his only death, but yeah, overall a solid performance from the side of Izzy, from Izzy, right? Again, rocked the Purify, Bargain Hunter, built the Oracle even, understands that maybe towards the end especially that, yeah, I just want enough sustainability so that when I pop the Shaman Force, I can still deal damage with the Starlium Scythe, Glaive, and as well as the Holy Crystal, but am sustained enough with the Oracle and Blood Wings in my kit as well. So props to Izzy to, have this sort of idea.
Yep, this game went a little too long for Izzy, I think. The fact that he had to sell his boots and, change it up to an Oracle means, yeah, I have to go beyond my limits. This was an 18-minute match. Quick recap on that interview again. Translation courtesy of a Facepalm. Again, I don't know how I would do this without you, bro. Thank you so much for staying with us all throughout the day. It was a question for Narakorn, asked by Minimint. They were asked to rate their performance today. Narakorn gave himself a 2 out of 10 because there were many mistakes. So this is the Uranus from game 2 and the Glue from game 1. Agi, their mid laner, said a 5 out of 10. So it's mid because they couldn't perform the way they practiced. Now when asked who they want to face, in the coming weeks of MSL. They mentioned anyone, since they were going to face everyone once anyways. But Agi said he wants to give a game over to Exort. He wants to face Exort of Bacon Time.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And let's see, right? Bacon Time wants KOG and seems like he wants Bacon Time. And yeah, in this highlights, at least in this lore take, it's just so intelligent. The way they intimidate, pull back, and welcome it on the Lord. This was the final nail in the coffin. Blazing Duet standing there all alone, and that's enough to break open the base of E Arena. Congratulations once again
crazy.
for Buriram.
It's crazy,
After that
dude.
first
It's
game.
wild.
First game was 27 minutes, and that was 19 minutes, but it felt like, what, 13, 14? Felt faster.
Yeah. Given that the first match was like 27, 28 minutes, this being almost 19, there was a lot of action. I guess that's why it felt faster. We're approaching about a kill per minute, so that means rotations were more meaningful here. The teams walked away with something that they wanted, but in the end, if what Buriram wanted was a win, it's exactly what they got.
Definitely. It's again, but we got to shout out also Peachy, right? On the Zetian here, 105 stat. Yeah, the only member that stayed deathless here in this game, and I guess a good anchor for Peachy here. But it's just wasn't enough, you know. Nozin did not have a good game here, I gotta say. 2-5-1 on the squad. A lot of ambitious plays that led E Arena to their defeat, and also this Dyroth did not have a fun debut as well. So yeah, a lot of learns here from side of E Arena, but we gotta give special shout out especially to Easy, Natacorn, and Lois.
Huge stat line for carry, Peachy. Again, yes, he was deathless, and he did deal a lot of damage, but what they did with that damage, that's the question. It stopped Buriram, but not permanently. It slowed down their win, but it didn't deny them that. So with that said, again, E Arena still winless. I hope that they find their footing, if not this week, the next, because there's literally just 2 more weeks left in MSL Thailand. We'll start to go into 3-day weeks next week. But yeah, this week it stays the status quo. E Arena at 0.
Still 0-4. You can see Bacon Time, who got the dub earlier on, will sit at a 4-0 record. And the teams that we saw action today, Solix Esports getting a loss again, Full Sense getting a loss, and Hydra getting that first win match finally on the board, and Buriram 5th. Valitai losing to ACT. So yeah, really the dynamics really change here.
I think Solix and Hydra really showed us how unpredictable MSL Thailand can be. So hopefully some sense kicks in a Full Sense, and we see more of E Arena in the next outings, because that's definitely what will make things interesting. But for now, Bacon Time on top. King of Gamers, tomorrow they can equalize that. Or not, because that's the only way to go, man. Tomorrow, that's the final match. Oh, wow. What a headline. What a main event.
That is definitely the main event for the regular season, especially at this stage. But Buriram, they played late today. They got to play early tomorrow, going up against ACT, another team that just got the win today. And tomorrow we will see Full Sense and EA, who got a loss today. One of them will get a win tomorrow, right? So let's see. And Hydra will face Tenacity, who we didn't actually see today. No action from Tenacity today. So let's see what will happen tomorrow on that third match. And you mentioned the final match being the headline. Whew. KOG going up against Bacon Time.
Bacon Time can go 5-0, or they can go 4-1, which will then put KOG at 4-0, which will still make them undefeated. Oh man, the way the schedule is built, it's all or nothing for Bacon Time. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of the Filipino imports and of course Bacon Time's veterans.
Man, it's been I've been enjoying this cast with you, Leo, and of course I'm sure seeing the action that we got good in today. It's crazy. First match we got a reverse sweep, third match as well, so the even matches are sweeps, 2-0, 2-0, and that's about it. That's the fourth match we are going to witness today. But action does not stop for MSL Thailand this season, because tomorrow you saw the matches, you saw the schedule. It will continue tomorrow. Any final words, Mr. Leo, for today?
Kun Club. Kun Club. To everyone who watched, thank you, MSL Thailand. It's my first outing here. Looking forward to more matches to call, and again, thank you to our friend Facepalm. I would not have learned so much about MSL Thailand and the Thailand esports ecosystem without him. So shout outs to you, man.
Shout out to Facepalm, and of course
คนเลยนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นพี่เบิร์ดพี่มาร์คและพี่วาว่านะคะที่มาช่วยเพิ่มดีกรีความสนุกของเกมนะคะให้มันดุเดือดแล้วก็เข้มข้นมากยิ่งขึ้นค่ะและก็ต้องขอบคุณนะคะแฟนๆ MLBB ทุกท่านเลยค่ะที่มาเชียร์กันนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นออนไซต์หรือออนไลน์นะคะหวังว่าทุกคนนะคะจะได้รับความสนุกกันนะคะในวันนี้แต่ความสนุกของ MSL Thailand Season 1นะคะยังมีต่ออีกนะคะในวันพรุ่งนี้ค่ะและจะมีให้ชมกันอีกถึง4คู่เลยก็คือมันๆยาวๆเลยนะคะรับชมได้นะคะทั้งทางออนไลน์นะคะหรือว่าสำหรับใครนะคะอยากมาเชียร์แบบชิดติดขอบสนามนะคะสามารถมาได้เลยค่ะ Lido Connect นะคะชั้น2 ฮ3ค่ะส่วนวันนี้นะคะมินิมินและทีมงานทุกคนนะคะต้องขอตัวลากันไปก่อนนะคะสวัสดีค่ะ